people's stats, and stats end up getting people paid, but defense is what's going to give us a chance to win.
They are going to have to fix the defense. It's been terrible, and it doesn't feel like that's anything that's going to change overnight, PK. I think Austin Ainge has been watching these games thinking, what changes do I have to make in the offseason, because they're coming. And I think we all expect this is the last year of tanking. This is the last year they're trying to protect a pick. So everybody ought to be on notice.
Well, it's interesting. He says that stats are what you get paid for. Well, then stop paying them for stats.
I know.
Start paying them for effective field goal percentages and, all these analytics that they have that show everything. I mean, nothing is left unexposed as far as when you're out there playing ball in just about every sport these days. So make that emphasis. And also too, and maybe he doesn't have, he being Hardy, doesn't have the choices that if you don't do this or this defensively, you're going to come out. Playing time is something that leads to stats, obviously. And if you deny playing time because of something that's not being done that you need them to do, well, that's that opportunity to do that. So I think that they can do things here. It's not just to throw up your hands and say, oh, well, we're going to make a bunch of changes in June, July, and August, or mostly June and July, and so we'll see you then. No, I don't think that, nor do I think that that's what they're doing. I think things can be done in the short term to address the situation, because the situation and the problem is obvious.
I like what you said about playing time. I think the only problem with that is he subs out somebody who's not defending. He subs in somebody else who's also a below-average defender. I just don't think you have this many bad performances and this bad a season-long numbers because of one or two guys. I think that's the challenge he faces there. But you're right. You're right about playing time.
Other guys who play aren't worth a crap defensively.
Well, I think
it really doesn't matter
on any given night. And they are battling the Kessler situation. I mean, the numbers were terrible last year, but I think they made the numbers terrible because they sat a bunch of people. But I think on any given night, different people are the problems. And I don't know that it's 10. It can be a couple guys at the same position. And it also, in some of these things, it's a couple guys for a quarter. I mean, the lack of consistency is really frustrating.
Then take those couple guys out for a quarter.
Well, we have seen that, and we talked about guys. I know, and we will. I think we will. I mean, Sensabaugh is one of those guys, and you've commented, and you've been right. He's disappeared from the rotation for stretches, and I don't think it's because of his shooting.
Then disappear the whole time. Cut him.
And you're right also about paying guys for other numbers other than just, the scoring and the rebound and stuff. Everybody looks in the box score, which does seem to get people paid. But also, as they do this going forward, not just for the guys who are producing regular season numbers, but projecting ahead to who's really going to help you win in the postseason. Because right now the bar is the regular season, but clearly that bar needs to move to where it's like, what do you do in the postseason?
Well, yeah, they don't know because most of these
not yet, right?
In the postseason.
Jazz and Thunder tonight, defending champs, 6-6 in their last 12. Tip-off at 6 o'clock. Jake Scott, Tim Lacombe will be along at 5 o'clock with the Jazz pregame show. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
LeBron backing it up, 6 to shoot. They're giving him some space. Three-pointer. Fire. Yes, he will. For the lead. For the lead.
Timeout, New Orleans.
Behind the back.
Clock issues now.
With 4, Luka stumbles, has it at the buzzer! That is Luka Magic, the gun for 3. Woo!
Luka.
Lakers beat the Pelicans 111-103. Another 30-point game for LeBron James. 30 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists. He wasn't playing early this year, but he seems to be rounding into form a little bit here.
The LeBron or Luka?
That was Luka in the highlight. LeBron with the 30-point, 8 rebound, 8 assist stat line. Luka providing his fair share of the highlights as well. He ended up with 30 points as well.
I like what LeBron said afterward, basically that he has to tailor it around Luka.
Yeah.
Because that's obvious now.
Yep.
And you want to win, and Luka's going to have the ball. That's probably the way it goes. And I think he's a willing. Both of them, I think, are willing passers. Probably LeBron a little bit more than Luka.
The teams around the Jazz there near the bottom of the standings. The Wizards picked up win number 10. Jazz sitting on 12 wins. Washington gets number 10. They beat Orlando 120-112.
Shocking.
Shocking.
Yeah, man. Anytime
they had a 26-point lead and they almost blew it. But they didn't. They ended up winning. 19-point fourth quarter. They held on.
It's the rare win for anything that comes out of D.C.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Kings did not win. They got close, but Dallas beats them 100-98. Dallas now on 14 wins, and the Kings sitting on just 8 wins, along with the Pelicans right now. DJ PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
The Aggies continue to hammer the bottom of the Mountain West Conference. They blew out Air Force at the Academy, 99-62. 5 guys in double figures. MJ Collins with 20 points. Felt a little bit like one of those preseason money game waste of time there, PK. Piling on the 37-point win. Felt like a December game.
Yeah, but they can't do anything about that.
Nope.
It's a conference game.
Yep, it's a conference game. They get a conference road win. You're going to have to play the bottom of the conference. You have to win when you do it, and they're 4-0 in league now and 13-1 on the year. BYU also sitting on just one loss. BYU hosts Arizona State. Games on the NBC Sports Channel and Peacock. Utah's at Colorado. 7. NBC
What is
Sports.
the NBC Sports Channel?
Sports Network. What are you calling it?
NBCSN, the old NBCSN is back now.
I know. Where do you find it?
So you have to either be an Xfinity customer or a YouTube TV subscriber to get it right now.
If you have Xfinity Comcast thing, it's up in like 1,000s. Use the microphone feature and find it. That's how I found a game there. Who was on? Oh, it was the Utes were on there this weekend. I didn't know where it was.
Any game that's on Peacock this season will also be simulcast on NBCSN. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
Do you want to see John remain the coach next year?
That's you asking me about next year, Jameson. Like, I'm so caught up in what just happened tonight. I can't focus on that right now. I just told you. Like, he asked me, "Are you stunned?" I'm stunned right now. I'm still trying to process what's going on. Like, I know we lost, but what the like, that's all.
That was Lamar Jackson after the Sunday night game. He would not back up John Harbaugh because he said he was so stunned and he couldn't process it. How could you ask that now? Well, that's the only chance to ask it because they might fire the coach tomorrow, and now John Harbaugh is gone after 18 years with the franchise and a Super Bowl title and a glorious record. They get 2 losing seasons, including this one, 8-9 this year. So he's out, and his agent says that 7 teams have called already, PK. Well, there's 7 teams with opening. 1 is the Ravens. So assuming the other 6 teams all called, that would mean 1 team. I suppose there's a scenario where maybe 2 called and somebody who has an opening didn't call. So
it could be that spring league. Neuheisel just got a job.
He was referring. He did. You're right about that. No, I think he was referring to the National Football League.
But it's trained at Walter Cronkite. When we report facts, there's no inferences and assumptions.
Okay.
It's black, it's white. That's what we do.
It's NFL
I'm
teams.
sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not
league.
apologizing for it. That's the way I was taught. Yeah. Sue me.
So who's getting ready? Who's thinking about we could get him? Miami. What if Buffalo loses their first playoff game? You can play this game going around the league. Maybe Green Bay if they lose their playoff game. Who's
Chicago?
The Jets. No,
LA.
Not Chicago.
Seattle.
No.
Denver.
No. These are the no's. Coordinators getting jobs and losing jobs.
Jacksonville.
No.
I leave anybody out? Charlotte.
Detroit Lions offensive coordinator John Morton let go after the Lions fall from grace and they missed the playoffs this year after having a glorious record last year. Washington Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury, defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr., both out. Cowboys defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus also let go. And the Falcons have restructured Kirk Cousins' final 2 years in his contract with the team. He now has a guarantee of $67.9 million for the 2027 season, setting up a decision the team will have to make regarding holding on to him or waiving him and moving on, What are they going to do? They had a better record than when he played. They had a losing record with Penix. They had a winning record with Cousins. But Cousins is 37, so maybe they'll move on and take the cap hit. Time will tell.
Yeah, he's so old. He's soon to be your uncle.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Morgan Scalley introduced as the University of Utah 24th football coach. PK will spend the whole next segment on this, but a headline that grabbed your eye. One thing he said that grabbed your ear.
Well, his real first name is Ford.
Yeah, didn't know that?
I did not.
I did not know that either.
And you guys yesterday were all in this speculation. You saw something about his connection to the Garf family. I have no idea. And then we find out his grandmother remarried Ken Garf. Oh, what does that mean? You, after the show, you were speculating this and that. And all this wild speculation. I got to get on social media more. I didn't know any of that stuff. But just listening to him talk, he accorded himself well. I told him, I wasn't available to go, but I told him later, I said, that was a good, authentic speech.
Yeah.
That is Morgan Scalley.
Yeah. And I liked what he had to say in the Q&A portion when he talked about some of the holes on the roster and about fear and change. And he's like, hey, a year ago, this was who was going to do this? And then somebody stepped up and did it. And who was going to do that? And somebody stepped up and he started running through the roster and multiple guys who emerged and solved what looked to be problems. Change is constant, and find the people who want to do it and go get it done. It's pretty matter of fact.
Sure.
I liked it.
Yeah, I don't know that I could. That's a nice theory, but what would happen when it comes time to winning ball games? And that's not like they can't do it, but I have more trepidation going into this next season than I do last season. But also, too, I'm probably rose-colored by I already know what happened last season.
Yeah.
So I have a better it's there. It'll never change. It is historic. Everything that they did or didn't do are facts. So I can see it just basically right in front of me. Whereas next season, I look and it's totally blank. And they haven't even had spring ball yet. And we're not even done
with the transfer
close
portal yet.
to being done with that. So it's sort of a mystery. But a lot of teams, many teams, most teams, however you want to say it right now, are mysteries because of what can happen. We saw a thing with Washington late last night that they didn't anticipate. And all of a sudden, that's a big mystery and could have massive implications. So this is an ever-evolving, constantly changing sport, and he's right in the middle of it. So I'm not going to judge him any more harshly than any other situation, that's for sure.
Playoffs coming up, Oregon and Indiana. Ducks running back Jordan Davison is out. Broken clavicle, suffered in the game with Texas Tech. He leads the team with 15 rushing touchdowns this season, but he is out for the semifinal game with Indiana.
Something went wrong. Please try again.
The Washington quarterback that you mentioned, Damon Williams Jr., announced he's entering the NCAA transfer portal, move that was a surprise because he signed a contract to return to the Huskies last week. Sources indicating to ESPN the deal was near the top of the market, which is at $5 million or a little higher, and Washington planning to pursue all legal avenues to enforce the deal.
Well, when I read that, just like, oh, this is just another thing and a crazy slew of things that's never ending. And so, they could pursue legal action, but I don't think that they could pursue legal action to make him play for Washington. Who in the heck would want a quarterback
that doesn't want to be there? Right.
But so it would be maybe some return of money, but if he signs something and the money is going to be for the future, he hasn't gotten the money yet, unless they already gave him all the money in the span of 3 or 4 days. That seems unlikely. So anybody can pursue legal action on anything, and that sounds, oh man, they're going to really stick it to him. But has he received a dime? How much has he received? And if he's received it already, he probably hasn't spent it. So, okay, here you go. And then I'll go take the big money at LSU. So I don't really see the point of what Washington is trying to accomplish here. But I'm not a lawyer, and who knows?
Right. And maybe they did pay him a little bit of it up front, signing bonus style. So get that back. Don't pay him the rest of it. And the only other thing I would add to all of that, because I think all that makes sense, the only thing I would add is, are they going to go for any punitive damages? You owe us this. We should have been getting our guy in the portal. We sat it out. We got all these other guys signing, and we missed out on him. You owe us.
Then you can go if Kiffin takes Williams, then the musical chairs and the carousel. You go take Levitt. Levitt obviously doesn't care where he's at. He's trying to make as much money as he possibly can, right? And I'm sure not obviously doesn't care. That's way too strong. He wants the right situation. Well, Fish is an offensive guy.
Yes, he wants a good situation, and that would be a good situation.
Right. So
he doesn't want a program in disarray, but they had a good year.
Yeah, and Fish knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
I mean, he has the recommendations of many NFL people. That's how he got the job to be a head coach at the college level in the first place.
Ole Miss quarterback Trinidad Chambliss has agreed to return to Ole Miss next year, but he needs a medical redshirt waiver for a 6th year of eligibility. Said he is frustrated as he awaits word on whether he'll get that year or not.
Didn't he have something else that's right now that's a little more important than
that? He does have a semifinal game coming up. Yeah. After they beat Georgia, which is a great win, now they got Miami sitting out there. A day after Kenny Minchey spurned them, the Nebraska Huskers get a commitment from former UNLV quarterback and Mountain West Conference Player of the Year, Anthony Calandria, who starred at UNLV last year. And watching some of their games, including their game with Utah State, he's a wildly entertaining guy. He's when the play breaks down, he is ready to ad lib for sure.
Yeah, now we'll see what will happen with UNLV. Mullen obviously is another offensive guy. If you get money and if you do well at UNLV, you certainly can get to the NFL from UNLV. No one's going to doubt that.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
We have high expectation for us in the second half. We talk about hard and demanding what's the schedule before Christmas, and we kind of battled through, and we were where we wanted to be, but we expect good thing for us in the second half. I think it was a big game.
The Utah Mammoth open a 7-game homestand against the Ottawa Senators. 7:30 tonight for the puck drop. Pregame starts at 6:30 with Hockey Night in Utah. 20 wins, 20 losses, the 3 overtime wins. They are currently below the playoff line. And we were talking about this with Mike Folta yesterday. You can get that interview wherever you get your podcasts. Mike talked about this at length. All year long, it's not going great, but it's road heavy. This is the tough part of the schedule. Well, it's not road heavy now, and this is not the tough part of the schedule. And as Mike pointed out, they had an opportunity like this last year and didn't cash in on it. So these 7 games, big games. Certainly, there'll still be 30-plus games left after this. It won't be over, but you just can't give up these games and give up this time. It's on, PK.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I agree with all that, but I wouldn't rely on, we're home. You need to forget about where you are and attack the game individually, whatever these strategies are from game to game, not thinking, and I don't think they're going to do it, but not thinking, we got 7 games at home, man. We got to go 6-1. You start playing those games with yourself. What happens if you lose the first 2, And you're going to be all of a sudden, you're going to add all sorts of enormous pressure on yourself, on your team. Go play. At this point, I'm wondering if they're capable. We've had enough games to think, if you want to think this way, is this who we are? 1 step forward, 2 steps back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, that type of thing. Are they simply a 500 team? Now, they can prove everybody wrong. I don't know what to think, but I think that's a valid thought process at this time. As we get to January 15th and then January 30th, we'll have even more evidence, obviously. But right now, I want to see, what are they? I know they're decent, and any given is fine. But the mark of anything in any field, obviously in sports, is a level of consistency. And in terms of winning games, they haven't found that yet.
I think I just said overtime wins. It's overtime losses, obviously. I don't know what I have in my brain there.
Wins go in the win column.
Right, I know. 20 wins, 20 losses, 3 overtime losses. They are +6 in goal differential all year. You add up all the goals, so it suggests just what you said, PK. 1 step forward, 1 step back, 1 step sideways. The team that's playing tonight, Ottawa, is in last place in their division and yet has more points and a better record. They're in a tough division, so it ought to be a good test tonight to kick off this 7-game homestand. All right, DJ and PK, Slacker Radio headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today. Those are the Slacker Radio headlines. Well, we'll give Trajan a bonus shout-out. Your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. All right, coming up next, more on Morgan Scally, more on the Utes, the press conference. We will get to that. The question of the day is on the way. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Seeing our first two accidents of the morning. First is northbound I-15 and the 201 interchange. The two right lanes blocked. Heavy delays back to 45th south at this moment. Second is southbound I-15 approaching Parish Lane, and the HOB lane is blocked in that area. And slowdowns begin just after Farmington as you head southbound towards Salt Lake City. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Bad weather in parking lots. Love GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah loves snow. Don't wait for the bad weather. Schedule your snow removal service. GoPave Utah. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. Your KSL traffic update. I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to invent a food line that you just invent by putting stuff in your pocket, and that's how it gets heated up. No need
we don't need appliances.
Yeah, put it under. But have you ever seen those like Indian street food Instagram videos? I go down that rabbit hole sometimes.
What does the algorithm say about us?
I know. There's some weird stuff that pops up. Mine is all sports and food stuff.
That'd be accurate. If I had to guess, that would probably be accurate.
And I do the thing, too, where I'm like, I like that recipe. I'm going to send it to myself. And then I see myself in the mirror as I walk by something in a building. I go, who are you? What are you? What's your problem? That's me. I've started to do that. I send myself Instagram recipes that I can try out on the weekend. I've become like a segment on Studio 5, breaking it out. And I saw this on Instagram. I wanted you to try it. My goodness.
You start your own cooking show.
Oh, I like to cook. I'm one of those guys.
Can you do a cooking show on the radio?
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy, but man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz are back in action tonight in Oklahoma City playing the Thunder. Will Hardy on how the club needs to improve defensively.
It takes accountability of each individual for us to have any collective accountability on that side of the ball. Defense is tiring. Defense is not fun, but defense is what gives you the opportunity to win.
Jazz at 30 updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I think the biggest thing is where were we last year? We were without an offensive coordinator. We were without a quarterback. You had guys transferring on the defensive side of the ball that were key components to our defense. And you had fear. You had questions. And so you have to trust the process that we're going to continue to reload and that we're continuing to get the right people in here.
There is Morgan Scally at his press conference. They are going to continue to get the right people in here, PK. They do that, then the winning can continue. But you know what it takes to get the right people in there?
Money.
There it is. Question up on our Facebook page, how long can NIL last as presently constituted? And then I think understood is, can your favorite school continue to compete as long as NIL is presently constituted this way? Mark Harlan spoke about this, and he, do you have the money to compete? I mean, that's the bottom line every coach wants to know going into a job, right? What's the money for me? What's the money for the assistants? And what's the NIL money for the players? Do you have the money to compete? At what level do your expectations match your money? And Mark said, there's a narrative out there. He used the word narrative, so I thought you'd love that. There was a narrative out there, which I think we all agree with, that Utah doesn't have enough money or as much money, and he finds it confounding. But he also said all of Utah, as long as he's there, the money is going to go through NIL Go. They'll do the revenue share, but the money has to be verified by the clearinghouse. That is where I see the potential hang-up. Because not everybody would sign the paper to play by those rules. It makes me think not everybody's going to go through clearinghouse money, which makes me think other people are going to have access to more money. Not that the U doesn't have it. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But they're going to put it through the clearinghouse. Somebody else is going to have more. How big of a problem is that going to be? And then to your question, how long can this go on as presently constituted?
Well, I think that it is a problem, not just for Utah. It's across the board because no one in this conference is going to have as much money as Texas Tech. And they just got the number one transfer defensive lineman because they've got to replace two guys that they brought in this past season who are going to be first-round draft choices coming up in April. And so they've got to reload that. And we know that defensively they were awesome. And so Cody Campbell, is doubling, tripling, quadrupling, however you want to go down, whatever it takes, he is willing to spend the money. They have no cause, no concern, no nothing about buying the very best. And one thing that Morgan said that I understand he has to say, because they can't offer the most money or probably even come close to offering the most money, because if they offer the most money, then Texas Tech will just turn around and potentially double it.
Yeah.
They did it with David Bailey last year. He was thinking he was going to Los Angeles to play for the Bruins, or maybe to Austin to play for the Longhorns, and the GM, or whoever's in charge of whatever they're calling those guys from Texas Tech, simply said, take the call. Let us just make the pitch. And then he'd already had his degree, as I understand it, from Stanford. And so he goes to Texas Tech, and he was the wreck at Texas Tech. He was a one-man wrecking crew. He was their version of a Lawrence Taylor that was undefendable, basically. I mean, he's really, really good, obviously. So they'll just up the ante, and it's like an auction, and you're going to have to bow out. When I say we're talking about Utah, but I could take that and extrapolate across many teams in the conference and even nation. And so they start saying that, we're going to build this culture that you're going to say, yeah, I'm happy with what the money is, and I'm not going to go after a little bit more because our culture is so good. And that word culture now is thrown around all the time. We have built such an outstanding culture. Every day I walk into that facility, at the football facility I'm speaking of, and thinking, this is the greatest culture. I need to be here. Yeah, you're going to have some guys who are going to say that, and good for them. But the premier talent, if they're going to get $1 million more, what in the world do you expect them to do? And it's only temporary. It's not like people in the working world. We both came from California to Salt Lake City, Utah. And if you would have asked me a year or two before I came and said, hey, what do you think about living in Salt Lake? It wouldn't at all been on my radar. Wasn't thinking it at all until Tom McCarthy, the former owner, the great former owner of the Tribune, called me one morning in June 1993. He called the office because I had moved a couple of times, and I didn't even remember sending a resume. And obviously we know what transpired, and I'm sure you're in that similar situation. I believe you were unemployed at the time. I had a job, so I was dealing from a position of strength. So the point I'm making is we have to uproot our entire families, our future families, because we're still young. We're going to have some more kids, and that was going to be home. These kids, particularly if you're an upperclassman like Bailey was, well, he's only going to Texas Tech for a few months, essentially. If he wants to live there, he can, but he's going to go to his new home in the NFL. So why wouldn't they take $1 million more? It's not like you have to be at X place for the next 15, 20 years, and then it's going to be hard to find another job. No, that's not what their situations is and are. So expect them to not take that extra million or whatever it is really ridiculous. Some may do great because your culture is that good, but I just don't know that culture can overcome the amount of difference in the money, because that other culture, then they're going to preach their culture and everybody's going to culture you to death. So if the cultures are even, why not take the cash?
I think what the point Morgan addresses is you got to have a good situation so that people don't leave. I mean, geez, if you have a bad situation, someone could take off for the same money, right? Yeah, I'm making, I don't know, $500,000 here, but this place is a mess. It's a zoo. Coaches are coming and going. It's weird. We got clicks. We're not winning. Man, if somebody over there has got a good team offers me $500,000, I might go for the same money. Right?
But
it's a better
Texas
situation.
Tech is always going to offer you more money.
If Texas Tech focuses on you, and you're right about they're going out, and you can actually go online. You can look at who Texas Tech is going after. They're going after a couple of redshirt senior defensive linemen, edge rusher
just like
types.
They did last year.
Yeah, redshirt juniors. So these guys have 1 or 2 years left. And all Morgan can do, and all any coach can do when they don't have the most money, is build a culture so if somebody's getting offered $800, gets offered $850, it's not worth moving. I'm in a good situation. I'm supported. We're winning. But it's like you said, if somebody decides to double your money, cultures that the bonds of culture are going to break at that point, and you're going to be gone for 75% more, double or triple your money. I mean, it's going to happen.
But all these people that Texas Tech is going after, they're not in the Utah culture. They're not in the whatever culture. So they're not comparing the culture that I'm in versus the culture that I'm going to, because they've already put their names in the transfer portal, which means most likely A few do return, but most likely
They're
the
gone.
culture that they're in is over. So I have no doubt if you can get people into Utah at the university and also the community, they're going to like it. We've been talking about this for years, and I don't care if you're black, if you're Asian, whatever color, whatever ethnicity you are. If you come to Salt Lake City and experience what it has and the University of Utah and the University of Utah football program, as I continue to narrate, you're going to like it. The overwhelming majority of people do. The track record is there, but they're not in the culture yet. So your culture can't win guys over to make your team immediately better. You can hopefully retain guys, sure, but everybody's trying to make their team better every transfer portal season, and those guys aren't in your culture. So I don't know that your culture can draw them in. Maybe hopefully it can keep them there, but if the likes of Texas Tech and whomever want them, they're probably going to go there. It's what Kyle Whittingham has said for the last 2 years. Dearly departed told us there's going to be a time when the top 25 just draw the line, and it compares basically literally to the amount of money available. The old man said that, and when he speaks from a position of wisdom and experience and knowledge. And it's going to be, I hate to paint this bleak picture because I don't think 11-2 was a bleak season by any stretch, but it's going to be hard for everybody in the Big 12 to compete with Texas Tech when Cody Campbell, not more than 15 minutes after their loss, who beat them? Was it Miami? Whoever beat them in the first round there. I don't even remember who it was. Oregon, right? Shut them out, right? He's saying we're going to double down. We're just getting started. And we see it. We've already seen it here. And the transfer portal hasn't even been open for a week. It's not even close to it. We still got it's only been open for 5 days. And already he's reeled them in. And obviously the highest profile one is Sorsby. And we'll see how good he is. I happen to think he's pretty good. And so, boom, they got him, right? Well, the other guys, Levitt went there. Well, did Levitt not want to go? Or did the Texas Tech just simply offer them more money? That's the situation. And who was it? The reason I put that question up is because I saw somebody at Colorado say, well, wait a second here. I'm giving this money and these guys have no loyalty. I'm a Colorado Buffalo, man. I love this program. These guys, do they really, really love that program? David Bailey may love the program now, but at this time last year, did he love Texas Tech or did he love the money? And loving the money, I have no criticism of that. I probably would have my kid. I'd say, take the money, son, because once you got it, you got it. And away you go there. You'll always have that money. But Sorsby, he probably could have gone to other places, but take the money, son. Yeah. And it's going to be good. You're going to win there. It just seems like this NIL here deal, how long can it last? The good thing is I think there'll be some type of stock market crash at some point.
Yeah, we've got people predicting that and projecting it, I guess.
Sure.
Travis says, without changes in the last 2-3 years, change will happen when attendance and viewership decrease, and that's not too far distant. I don't know that the TV will decrease. I think the attendance first. The TV doesn't take nearly as much a commitment. You're sitting there, you can channel surf to another game. It may not be your team, but it might be entertaining if they're going up and down the field. And all these people watching playoff games, us included, we're not emotionally tied to these schools, but we're watching them.
No, I watched the 1AA thing on Monday, and it was awesome.
Yeah. And when's the last time you watched Illinois State, right? But you got sucked into the game.
I've seen Montana State. I've seen them play in the playoffs already twice. They played Montana a couple of weeks ago, obviously. And I'm a Big Sky guy at heart, and I actually like watching that level because in my mind, it seems like it's a little more pure. I always thought that. Now I think it more than ever, recognizing that nothing is 100% pure. It just doesn't work that way. But yeah, I want a good game. And that game was off the charts good. And just I can go watch a high school game if it's guys, young ladies just balling out in all sorts of competition. That's good enough for me. So I get your point 100%. I think I might be the classic example of the point you're making.
Larry says you'll see colleges that start dropping sports because the way things are set up right now. This is not sustainable for colleges that don't have billionaires in their back pockets. It'll start with them, and slowly you'll see schools have no choice but to drop sports because they're not going to be able to keep up.
Well, and that's one of Cody Campbell's charges is to not have that happen. Mm-hmm. He's spoken about that to you, to us on our show.
Yeah. And you got to say, he has backed it up a little bit because they did write checks for softball, $1 million pitcher, right? So, and that's the high-profile example. I'm going to assume that there were other athletes, other sports they've also written checks for. But while he individually at one school is that now 100 other schools.
Right, but he's trying to take legislation at a higher level.
Yep.
Get some uniformity so these sports aren't dropped. I'm going to take him at his word. There's no question that he is the Texas Tech bankroll, right? He is Wells Fargo. I ought to call him Wells Fargo, man. And that's just who he is. He's the ultimate credit union. And but I do think those types of things, he doesn't know. Who wants to see sports drops? Nobody does, right? I mean, come on. You once told an advertiser that you didn't like the inversion, and I looked at you and I said, who likes the inversion?
Some people tolerate it better than others. Haven't had to deal with it this year much. Awesome.
Right. But no one likes that. Who wants to see sports be dropped at any level? No one. We all recognize the value of them, even if they're overinflated and the emphasis is too strong. And there's been some negative cases that sports has ruined people. We understand that. But still, no one wants to see the women's whatever team cut, or for that matter, the men's team or the boys and the girls teams. No, we want to see more. A couple years back, didn't they put volleyball into Utah high school?
They added boys volleyball. Great. They added boys and girls lacrosse.
Yeah, great.
Yeah,
that's awesome. We all want to see that. We all want to have young people doing productive things and not having idle time, because that could cause danger and problems. And they can get in there and have friends and camaraderie and
another mentor or two with coaches and
assistant
coaches.
We all want to see that. So I know that Cody Campbell wants to do that, but at the same time, he's just going to throw so much money. And I get the Colorado booster talking like that. Why would I give my money if this person is then gone a year later? And what did I get? What is my return on that? And Colorado didn't win. I suppose if Colorado was still playing, that man wouldn't have said that. But obviously they had a lousy season.
I don't know, Kevin says, if NIL is the sole culprit, but greed and money are killing college football. Surely there has to be a way to compensate players for the money schools are making off of them without it becoming a greed fest.
Yeah, I just don't know that it's killing it, though. I mean, the Granddaddy has just awesome ratings.
So does the regular season, though. I mean,
right, but I'm just going as recently as last week.
As recently as last week, right. But there's... college football on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday nights, there's an audience for it, and people are making money off it. And it's not even the core thing, which is college football on Saturdays.
Yeah. That doesn't mean that it can't take a hit, though.
It's true. Jerry, until the ticking time bomb explodes and ruins the game beyond repair. Jerry, taking us down a dark and lonely path.
Yeah. The game itself, I don't think will ever be ruined. The actual game, playing the game. It's something that is, you speak of TV, it's a sport made for TV with the natural timeouts that they have, right? And then they include with the change of possessions, the TV timeouts. And it's just, I don't think there's ever been a sport that's made better for television, right? And I just have a hard time seeing that. If there might be some universities who just say, hey, we can't do this anymore, we'll drop down a level, we'll go to the G5, maybe that might be something that would open some eyes. It does make you a little nervous anticipating about what's going to happen, because in order to compete at the highest level, you do need that money. For myself, as an ASU fan, competing at the highest level really isn't in my mindset. No, just go out, have a good time, win a few ball games, go to a who gives a crap bowl game, and then try again next year. And maybe once in a while you hit magic. But other than that, I don't expect it. I don't expect that program to they can talk all they want, but I don't expect it to compete at the highest level, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, but Morgan set the bar there, playing important games in January, national title can be done here. I mean, he just, boom.
It can be done if they had the money. It can be done. Yeah, but boy, it's just going to be hard to beat that team from Lubbock and see what BYU wants to do. They had an opportunity to lose a coordinator here last week. They did lose one, but the other, and then gave him more money.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Move football with Riley Jensen, our college football expert, coming up at 9 o'clock. We'll talk transfer portal with him. And Tim Lacombe, 8:30 Jazz radio analyst. Stay with us.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
It's funny about Kyle Whittingham. He does not care about his legacy at all, which is weird. I would have thought that would be more of a priority, but obviously it's not. I mean, the bitterness of sticking it to Utah outweighs his desire to have any sort of legacy, which is, I guess, kind of crazy. I mean...
You think he's trying to stick it to Utah?
Absolutely. Gary Anderson said as much. They shouldn't have pissed Kyle off. Use that word.
Yeah.
I don't know why anybody would think any differently.
I certainly don't think Witt was trying to do Utah favors on the way out the door. But again, to your point, like, what was he supposed to do? This is how he's become Kyle Whittingham, is these people around him. So he's going to go back to the well of the people around him to try and do a good job at Michigan, because I suspect he wants to do a very good job at Michigan. You know, he wasn't going to go out there and start over from scratch. I'm not sure that has so much to do with, well, let me stick it to Utah now.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-691-9999. That's 800-691-9999.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Mammoth opened a 7-game homestand tonight against Ottawa. Sean Dursey on the want-to the team has and needs to display.
You saw one line was going out there changing, and the other line's flying out there with the same intensity. So that's important for us. And I mean, we have a really deep team and a lot of good players. So it's how can we all build this together and keep moving forward.
Puck drop set for 7:30 on 1280 The Zone. Pre-game coverage with Adrian Denny starts at 6:30. Hockey night in Utah on 1280.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK. All right, there's the winning and losing. There's the serious stuff, PK. But there's also the stuff that, the fun stuff that people associate with the team, their uniforms, their nicknames. Mark Harlan was taking questions about the Under Armour deal, the look varies so much depending on which company you're with and all that kind of stuff. And people get way into that. And you probably saw this, caught my eye, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office has denied the Athletics' request to trademark the names Las Vegas Athletics and Vegas Athletics. Now, they were the Oakland Athletics. Before that, they were the Kansas City Athletics in the 50s and 60s. Before that, they were the Philadelphia Athletics dating back to 1901. It's been athletics forever. I don't know why they get turned down, but this is reminiscent of the Utah Mammoth trying to get Yeti, and then that didn't work, and this stuff's all convoluted. So when you come up with names for our baseball team that we believe is inevitably coming here with expansion, he knocks on wood, let's have multiple names backed up and ready to go. I don't see how they can turn down athletics in Vegas. That doesn't make any sense to me, but apparently they did.
Well, here's an opportunity to market it geniusly, get it into the Utah market, so call it the Athletics.
No, put 2 Z's on the end. Las Vegas would be horribly disappointed with that.
Who's from Las Vegas?
Half of Utah would be disappointed with that.
Come on. No one's from Las Vegas. You all move there.
Everybody does move there. And we've already seen the Raiders complain about so many visiting fans. Mark Davis has complained, which was literally part of the pitch of like, oh, build the dome. It'll be great. We'll have tourists coming here. And now he doesn't. He's complaining about it. You go to Vegas a lot, and you know people. You've worked with people in the newspaper industry there. Some have been there a long time. Some not quite as long. Is baseball gonna work there? How do you rank all the teams now that they're sitting on the NFL? The NBA may go there. We'll see. Now the commissioner's saying, well, maybe we'll hear something this year. Hockey got there first, obviously.
Yeah, that's an interesting concept. Is it going to work there? To what level is it going to work? How does it play out? What type of, you got to have great ownership and all that stuff. And they're going to have obviously a state-of-the-art stadium. That'll be fun right there on the strip there. At the south, more on the south end. I think it's a kitty corner from New York, and all that. And so what are players going to be looking for there, and what are the fans going to be looking for? It's interesting to see how it will work. And obviously, if you win more. Theoretically, you draw more. But you look at both Florida franchises; they just don't draw at all, man.
Nope.
There's a few years back, my wife and I have been trying to knock off all the ballparks. And it's probably, I don't know, I want to say 5 years, but it's probably more than that now, that, hey, let's spend some time in Key West. We're Jimmy Buffett fans. He talked about Key West. Let's go there. And, well, then we're there. We do it around a Miami trip. And I call up the PR people. Yeah, how many do you need? How many do you want?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we got
pick you up at the
thousands.
airport practically.
Yeah, we got thousands. You want 2, you want 4, it doesn't matter to us. It's going to be a row of empty seats next to you anyway.
Right, exactly. And it was in August, and so dog days and all that stuff. We had a great time, and they set us up perfectly. Absolutely did that. No problem. Other places, it's a little harder, obviously. Tried to get some last year, was down in Phoenix, and getting them, well, they're playing the Dodgers. So that was, oh my gosh, that series was through the roof. And even in that, and then I did get one game. I went through another way, and I believe it was actually on Mother's Day. It wasn't first preference, but that's the way it played out. And that place just packed with Dodger fans. So you're going to get that. But you can complain about it, but Dodger fans' money that is spent in Arizona still counts just the same. So if you can do that, so be it. You can draw some people in, because that's the nature of Vegas as a town. And to think that that's not going to happen is ridiculous. And their money counts the same. And obviously,
having grown up in San Diego and you lived in LA long enough, I mean, if you go to a Dodger or Padre game, there's always 5,000 people rooting for the other team. It's a given. I've had
3 or 4 fights with Padre fans over the years, man. We've
really haven't.
Toe to toe. We've exchanged blows. I hate them. I hate them with a passion.
Now you're talking.
Nobody hates Padre fans.
I know. That's part of why San Diego hates LA. You don't even respect us enough to have a rivalry. No, we have a rivalry with San Francisco. We can't be bothered with you people.
Well,
but we'll take your teams even if we don't want them.
Yeah.
It's frustrating.
But nevertheless, going to a ball game in San Diego, it's I can think of a million things worse.
Yeah, but it's everything. It's Cardinal fans show up all the time. I distinctly remember going to Cardinals games and thinking, are there more Cardinal fans in this section than me? They turned up. So people for Cub fans are everywhere, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, you got those long-standing franchises that have been there. I remember one time my father said to me, man, the Diamondbacks, and he hated every Arizona team. I swear he hated the Glendale Community Gauchos.
Taking it down to the JC level, huh?
Yeah, anything to do with Arizona, he hated them. It didn't matter. ASU, hate. The Cardinals, hate. All the pro teams, hate. And rooted against them passionately for some strange, bizarre reason. And he said to me something along the lines, Diamondback fans, they just can't compare with Red Sox fans. Well, duh. And this was many, many years ago. What the Diamondbacks came in, I think, in '98. So
So he's sitting there in like 2006 or 2007. Yeah. These people don't compare with Red Sox fans. No kidding.
Right. I mean,
Thanks,
you literally
Coach.
have generations upon generations.
Yeah.
We've seen that, man, when the Red Sox finally won the World Series, or maybe it was the Cubs, similar deal. People went to the cemeteries to be by their parents because those two franchises, they were the pitiful whatever, because whatever was going to happen, it was going to be bad. It was going to be Bartman. It was going to give the ground ball through Buckner's legs. They were perpetually jinxed. And now, they've gotten rid of that. And Cubs won 1. Sox have won 3, right? If not 4. And so that's long since been gone. But before that happened, I mean, it's amazing. People broke out in tears, and literally when teams were winning. I remember seeing a picture when, the Giants there in the prior decade, they won 3, right? It was like every other year. It was like 10, 12, and 14, something like that. And I remember watching the 2010 World Series, and they had some big screens. And San Francisco and the city's got some of those little like square block parks, and it was a community gathering, and there was an elderly lady, and clearly she was a widow, right? I assume, because she's there by herself and she's watching, and the last out is made, and the Giants win the World Series for the first time, right, since they moved to San Francisco, and tears are just streaming down both eyes. Like, oh my gosh, this is not just the San Francisco Giants winning the World Series. This has a far deeper emotion that is drawing this out of this lady. She's not exuding. She's not jumping up and down. She's not smiling. She's got no expression on her face, and the tears are coming down. She's obviously thinking it's something else. Well, Vegas, we're going to have to wait out 50 years, 100 years before you get anything like that, right? You're not going to get anything like that anytime soon.
The Yeti and the Mammoth drama took a while to play out. Now Vegas can't be the Athletics, so I don't know. Whatever we're planning for a baseball team, we better have a plan and a backup plan and a backup to the backup plan because this
the Desert Rats.
This sounds unnecessarily complicated. DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bad weather is on the horizon, right? A big winter storm, winter advisories. Are you ready for it, right? Well, when you watch the weather and you're going to see it's going to turn foul and snow and what have you, sure, you prepare for it. That's what it's about. As long as you got something that you know is coming and you're prepared for it, you can better handle it. Now, think about that with your money. Same situation, right? You want your money to be there when you need it. What do you need to do? You need to prepare for it. That's why I'm telling you about the folks at Trajan Wealth. Why? Because they're financial fiduciaries. What is a financial fiduciary? What exactly does that mean? Well, I asked the people at Trajan Wealth, what does that mean? And they told me, okay, they're legally bound and required to put your finances ahead of anything else. They are most interested in you. They have to do that. Of course, they want to make money. And here's the way the system works. When you make more money, they make more money, right? That's just a fact. It's good to know that you can trust a company and individuals, people who are experienced, who know what they're doing. And that I can attest that is a fact with the folks at Trajan Wealth. I know that because I've met with them, and then they will go to work for you, and they work with you, not just for you, but with you to create a plan that you are extremely comfortable with. And then you're just like, hey, I got it. It's covered, man. The money is doing what I need it to do. Does that sound good? I think it does. That's why I'm telling you to give the folks at Trajan Wealth a call. Your local trusted financial fiduciary. Set up an appointment. Initial consultation will be for free. It doesn't even cost you anything. That phone number is 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. I met with them in Draper right off the freeway. You live up north? No problem. I'll come up and meet you up there in Farmington. Farmington and Draper are where they are located. And the website, a lot of information available at your fingertips. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Every student arrives with potential. At the Huntsman School of Business, they turn that potential into possibility. and the possibility gets turned into real-world success. Through hands-on learning, personalized support, and global opportunities, students at the Huntsman School of Business graduate ready, with skills, with confidence, and with a plan. This is where you discover who you are and what you can achieve. Dare mighty things. Visit huntsman.usu.edu. That's huntsman.usu.edu.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz play the defending NBA champs, the Oklahoma City Thunder. The game tips off at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. BYU, Big 12 basketball at the Marriott Center. The Cougars are hosting Arizona State. Listen at 7 o'clock on 102.7 FM. And the Utah Mammoth hosts the Ottawa Senators at 7:30. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, and PK has completely crossed me up.
What?
What are you doing, PK? Posting a question.
Radio.
Did you see those TV viewership numbers for BYU football this season?
Yeah, they were awesome.
Since when do you care about TV ratings? You have lectured us on those for 20 years.
I didn't say, did you care? I said, did you see? And people care about them. It's because I don't do the show for myself. Even though I am an absolute narcissistic dope, I do not do the show for myself.
Nice.
We talk about what our folks, our listenerships, what they are interested in. That's why we go heavy local, right? Jazz, Utes, Cougars, Aggies, Mammoth, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
And here, well, I saw these numbers and I thought, I've got some dear friends who are Cougar fans. I have no problem publicly admitting that. I know you don't really want to go out on the limb and admit that, but I will. And I know that's going to make them warm and fuzzy because those numbers, you want to talk about numbers that were astounding
Thank you,
on a
Gordon.
full-time basis?
Thank you, Gordon.
That's what these TV numbers show for BYU. My goodness.
Just a
Used to be
shade.
for years they were uncool. Now they're as cool as can be.
Just a shade under 9 million people for the bowl win. Just a shade under 9 million people for the Big 12 title game, and 37.5 million overall. Almost half of the viewers were in those two games, but really good numbers.
Second best behind those bought and sold Oregon Ducks
in the Western United States. Yes,
I said in the West.
Yeah.
That's well, I mean, that's where the people would
move over. USC and Washington.
USC,
please.
What was this? 1995 here? I mean, come on.
They were third, 30 million.
Well, that's because they play Notre Dame. Anybody who plays Notre Dame is going to have big numbers. Jeez. And go put Notre Dame on your schedule and see what they do. That's why everybody kills to get Notre Dame on their schedule. I mean, come on. Look at everybody. They more than, if my math is correct, they more than doubled up Utah.
That's true. Utah ended up at about 14.8 million, which was seventh behind the.
They tripled my dear Sun Devils, who I hold close to my heart.
Sorry.
Tripled them.
Yeah. Well, what are you going to do?
And the Mormon church is just growing by leaps and bounds. Leaps and bounds. Cougar fans are being created every single day.
So that 38 million number is only going to go up.
Yes, their fan base literally is fruitful and does multiply. Am I right? Yes. Can you imagine where it's going to be in the year 2525?
If the Big 12 is still alive.
It doesn't matter. BYU will be alive.
If the ACC can survive.
I mean, the Big 12 without BYU, it might as well be intramurals, buddy.
brother, not buddy, brother.
Are you sure?
Oh, go play intramurals, brother.
Okay. Yeah.
It's Division I football. It's the Big 12.
That will never, ever grow old. Will stand the test of time.
I'm telling you, your Mark, I've tried to help you out. You're a fellow Jersey guy like I am. And I think that every time in the title game, as the teams get ready to run out, or as the kickoff is reaching fever pitch, and just as long as Cody Campbell signs off about it, because we don't know who Texas Tech is going to play next December, have them agree to it, and then right before the kickoff, you blast that over the speakers in the Cowboy Stadium. It's Division I football. It's the Big 12. Place goes nuts. They should use that. That's their calling card. It's Division I football. It's the Big 12. That ought to be their logo and slogan. How do they not use that over and over and over again?
Now his voice is getting high and cracking.
Even better, the sense of urgency.
It's the Big 12.
You know what? It's Division I football. It's the Big 12. No passion there.
Then if you
Play
win
that
at
again,
home,
Yak.
like at Yankee Stadium when the
It's
Yankees
Division I football. It's the Big 12.
when the Yankees win, they play Sinatra, right? On the way out as everyone's leaving the ballpark. And you know it's a W because Sinatra's singing. So when Texas Tech wins, then you could play at the end as the losing team leaves, go play intramurals, brother. Taunt them on the way to the locker room.
No, wait. You're trying to get a second team in, and you're going to mock the losing team. That's not really good strategy.
I don't think they care about getting the second team in. Everybody for themselves. The rest of the league cares.
Not, but I think
Tech's
your Mark does.
We're us. Yeah, your Mark does. Your Mark will call and knock it off. I'll find you this for storming, and I'll find you this for the post-game clip.
Well, nothing is going to happen without his approval at that game, and so that's when you got a ready-made slogan, and they're putting Sorsby's name and likeness up on the screens in Times Square. Have that, man. It's Division I football. It's the Big 12. When you put it at that level, there's nothing between them and the other two conferences in the ACC. They are right there. They're playing the exact same thing that you are. It's Division I football. It's the Big 12. And then you could have for like 2 days on Times Square and the marquees, big, bold letters. What is it? And then in parentheses, answer coming soon. And then everybody will look at it. What's it going to be? And then 2 days later, you have, what is it in smaller letters? And then you blare, it's Division I football. It's the Big 12. Oh, my goodness gracious. And right there, leading the charge with viewership is the Brigham Young Cougars with 37.56 million Mormons who watch them play football. That's a lot of Mormons, David.
There's this whole thing about conference expansion. You don't want two teams in one state because, you've already got that. You've already got the viewers in that area. But if these two schools are generating that much in the way of viewers, would somebody take them both?
Who are we speaking of?
Well,
BYU,
probably the Big Ten and BYU Utah because we're sitting here. But I mean, it could apply to any market where two teams were drawing really well. As the Big Ten has expanded, well, there's only one team to take in Nebraska, right? But Rutgers, Maryland, they're not taking two from a market the way they have Michigan and Michigan State, in the same state, or Indiana and Purdue are in the same state. They're not doing that anymore. They're just adding one at a time. But if you look at two teams, it's like, would you take another team in the West that doesn't draw as well? I mean, the teams that draw the best in the West are the four teams the Big Ten's already taken, and then it's BYU, Colorado, and Utah. And Colorado, I don't think it's Colorado. I think it's Dion, and he's not going to coach forever. Maybe one more year, maybe two, maybe three. We'll see how it plays out. But I don't see realigning over a coach a coach who's been there 3 years.
Well, I wouldn't see realigning only over any singular entity.
Yeah.
As far as that goes. And even with Dion, if he coaches the 10 years and they have 8 losing seasons, then that novelty is long since worn off. All his catchy phrases, his spiffy interviews that he does.
You got to win.
Yeah, it just becomes background noise. And then actually he will be pitied, not I don't want to say worshipped, but admired and watched.
Exalted.
He's got to win. You just have to win. These people aren't watching BYU to lose, right? Obviously, they're watching them to win. I think you have to look at everything, and that's why the Big 12 is ecstatic to have BYU in there. There's just no question about it. I mean, because they bring folks to the table. Their fan base, and you can say, oh yeah, well, it's the church affiliation, BFD. It doesn't matter what the affiliation is. It's like I said with Vegas. If they got out-of-towners going to their baseball games when the team comes here in a couple of years, the money counts just the same. It doesn't matter. And they draw everybody. Any beat writer can attest to that because he or she has seen it with their own eyes. Right? It doesn't matter where you go. I tell the story of the Cougars are playing in Auburn Hills, the Palace where they had the Malice, right? Well, that's a little bit away out of Detroit. They've since moved in, but back then they were going to play Michigan State out there, right? And that's down the freeway, having been to Detroit many times. My brother-in-law lived right down the street from there. And so it's in December, and I get there on a Friday night, and it's cold, it's icy, and all that. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, just get me to the hotel. And I pull in the parking lot, and I usually pull up where you can walk in to closer by the entrance to register, right, and then go park the car. And it was up a little incline, and as I pull up, right ahead of me, I see. I don't remember the state. It's a BYU personalized license plate. He's in the suburbs of Detroit 2 weeks before Christmas on a Friday night. They literally are everywhere, right? I told the story. Val Hill told me the story of who was it? UCLA having increased attendance, the AD at SC saying, well, it's BYU, man. Yeah. Schedule BYU, and you'll get an extra 15,000 folks will come to the game. Okay. He does it, right? And I was at that game, and sure enough, they do. So you can't compare them to Notre Dame. No one can compare to Notre Dame that way, but they do bring in folks. And so I get your point, but they do they bring in baggage? Well, it seems like outside of the Sunday play, a lot of that stuff has been mitigated and gone away to the level it used to be, right? Rondo Fehlberg, we talked about this with him. He's been on our air many times. He says emphatically the reason why that they didn't go to these other conferences, Big 12 or Pac-12 before, there's no question it was good old-fashioned religious discrimination. I believe that's a literal quote. Right? He said that. Well, there was a while there when the Big 12 that was an issue here most recently when they were not this time because they obviously expanded, but before that there was a little bit pushback because of the supposed standards against gays. That was a big deal. Well, this time around, did that even surface? Didn't even seem like that was a big deal. And I don't know, has BYU changed their stance on that? I don't know. I don't get into that. It's none of my business. But they were readily accepted. Now, the Big 12 was in a more desperate situation, and they needed BYU more, and that's obviously why they got in. They wanted them even before that, but they didn't expand. So, yeah, I think your point is taken. I would love to see. Wherever they go, BYU and Utah go together. I don't think that getting to the Big 10 solves all your problems. Because you just mentioned some schools and some programs, particularly in football, who suck year after year after year.
Well, the whole money disparity thing we're talking about in the Big 12 and the endless amounts of oil money that Texas Tech has, you're just going to have a different problem. Now, first off, maybe Texas Tech goes with you, so you still have that problem. I mean, who knows how this will play out, if it plays out at all. But if it were to happen, maybe they went with you and you still have that problem. But then Ohio State and Michigan and Oregon would be a problem. Apparently, Indiana is now a problem. Now, Penn State's not short on money. I mean, it blew up this year, but before that, they were rolling.
Why would Texas Tech need to go to the Big 12? Or the Big 10? Or the SEC for that matter? What can they get there that they're not getting now?
More big games, I guess. Is it good for the ego if those are viewed as the two biggest leagues, and more money? Not like they're short of money, but everybody wants more. And I mean, to go to the SEC to be in the same league with Texas and Texas A&M, I think that'd fire them up.
But why? Sure, but why do they need it? What can't they get out of the Big 12? They can get whatever they want out of the Big 12.
They're in the playoff, so it's up to them to be better and win it.
Yeah. So go get what they think is a better quarterback, and hopefully, for their sakes, develop a better quarterback.
I mean, the reason would be that the ground rules are going to change, and even though they're getting what they want now, maybe they don't think they'll be able to get what they want later. And so,
well, I don't think the Big 12 is going to be absolutely denied. You talk about lawsuits if the group of 5 is denied, or group of 6 in basketball, whatever it might be. Well, if they're not going to be denied, the Big 12 is not going to be denied. It's not going to happen there. So rather than worry about what you don't have, focus on what you can do to make the best of what you do have, because I think that. Look at the U of U, their football program, and they just won 11-2, and that says a lot. And they're going to have professionals. They're going to have 2 offensive tackles drafted in the first round, if all the projections are true, which they probably are, right? And Morgan mentioned that yesterday, that Spencer Fano is probably going to be the first O-lineman taken. Well, he doesn't need to go play in the SEC or the Big 10 to achieve that. You got that right here in our backyard. And that's what they need to sell. That's what he was pushing about their culture. What are you looking for as a young man, young woman, when you make your athletic decision, right? Because maybe they can't compete bottom dollar, but everything else. Why can't the U of U provide you as a women's basketball player or as a men's basketball player, what have you? Football obviously is king. They can get you whatever it is that you're looking for, right? And there's a lot to sell. And you can go to the U of U and you won't get lost, man. If you're a star there, you will be recognized. We talk about it all the time, right? The amount of time we talk about college football versus the NFL, what is it, 50-1, would you say? Something like that?
Probably pretty lopsided. When we come back, Tim Lacombe is talking BYU and the Utah Jazz. That's next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got backups northbound I-15 beginning before the south interchange due to an accident. The 201 interchange still has the right lanes blocked in that area. Still quite a bit of congestion southbound I-15 in the Farmington area to try to get past the crash at Parish Lane. It's been cleared, but obviously residual delays in that area. This update is brought to you by UTA. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA and see the difference. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button. Check this out.
Eric Weddle, kind enough to join us.
We need to get back to players that want to be part of our university, that will appreciate what the university can give them. The culture, the buy-in, what Coach Morgan and those guys are going to be emphasizing day in and day out of being great men on and off the field, right? Future leaders, future husbands and fathers, like those programs are what I want my son to be a part of. It's not the guys that are money hungry. We're not going to beg people to stay at our university. We're not going to overpay you guys because they got other universities that are offering more money. Then if that's the case and you don't appreciate what this school can give you, then good luck, because we're going to be fine. The University of Utah is an amazing school with amazing support, and those who want to be a part of it, let's ride.
It's Hanson Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Many of us not only are reflecting on the year past, but we're looking forward to the new year. And a great place to kick in the new year is at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And of course, we're very lucky. We've got 2 locations. We've got Hotel Park City and downtown Salt Lake City at 275 South West Temple. Anticipate that special meal after everything calms down in early January. We all need a little bit of a boost, right? It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Think of those delicious steaks that are served on that sizzling hot plate. And of course, there are other entrees as well, poultry, seafood, cooked to perfection. The side dishes are magnificent. And of course, before you start your New Year's diet, you might want to cash in on one of those wonderful desserts that awaits us at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. This is the time. Make your reservations now. Kick in the new year with Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Fox Sports Radio. Did you know we're on YouTube? Did you know you can find all of your favorite shows on YouTube?
Look at us. We're waving at you right now.
Did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio, and you were the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from 2 Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up. You got some holy water in your bag, baby.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Covino and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington.
Oh, my God. Oh, boy.
The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And the Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio. On YouTube.
That's strong stuff.
By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube. Subscribe. Hit that thumbs up icon and comment away.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz wrap up a road trip tonight in Oklahoma City. Cody Williams on what's helped him improve as a player.
I think watching film has been a big part of it, especially from my rookie year to now. I've watched a lot of film on cuts and slashes. I feel like just kind of learning when to cut, kind of the cues, when their head turns, that's, cue to go. So I feel like I've just been able to, as the years go on, just kind of recognize when to cut.
Tip-off tonight, 6 o'clock, pregame at 5 with Jake Scott and Tim Lacombe. Tim will join us next. This Utah Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
To Win Tickets Wednesday. Don't miss your chance to win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone. Today, a chance to see Toto. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE wins a pair of tickets to see Toto with special guests Christopher Cross and the Romantics. The Utah First Federal Credit Union Amphitheater on August 21st. DJ PK, we're joined now by Tim Lacombe. Tim, good morning.
Favorite song by the Romantics?
What is it?
Oh, I was asking y'all, but you don't even probably even listen to that kind of genre.
Y'all?
I'm going to go with I hear the secrets that you keep when you're talking in your sleep.
Nice.
How are we doing, boys?
We're doing well. We just listened to Cody Williams say get asked why he's playing better, and he says watching a lot of film and looking for cues. You know, he's cutting, he's slashing better. You know, a defender turns his head, that's the cue to go. Tim, that is something that a lot of people driving around listening to this are thinking, my high school basketball, or maybe before that, taught me that. Why are NBA guys learning that? And is the answer is they can't teach you to be taller, longer, faster, and jump higher, so they draft the best athletes and will teach them the game?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. Just the sheer age of these guys. Everybody goes through a different learning experience. And I think, obviously, Cody played for a great college coach. So, I mean, he understands the basic ideas, but NBA packages are a little bit more complex. I think defenses they're a little bit different because they have to, they have to flex outside the lane. So you're not seeing quite exactly the same kind of looks in college and the NBA. But what I think Cody's, I've always said this, when guys get to a certain level of understanding of the game, it slows down for them. And I really believe that's what Cody's kind of experiencing. I think he has identified opportunities that maybe last year came and went so fast you didn't even recognize them. But I have seen definitely a step forward for Cody. And, if he can become a guy on offense that can give you something, defensively, he's definitely built for that end. He's long. He's doing a much better job physically, even though he's still kind of in the bulk phase of his career. He's still got to add some bulk, which will make him even more effective. But from where we were last year and even the start of the season, I'm excited for Cody to have made some headway. And I think that's the most important thing.
Well, since I'm Debbie Downer, because is the excited that you're excited for him making some headway is because he made none last year. So anything is better than last year.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And if you look around the league, the Jazz just played Portland, and Donovan Clingan was picked very high after a year. I don't know how. Especially with the year, he just needed to lose some weight. He needed to become more agile, and I watched him play the other night, and he's a completely different dude. So I think the thing that is tough is to try to, paint somebody as what they are in year 1, 2, 3, because we've seen it with Keontae this year. Growth happens. And, yeah, the growth is different for different guys. But any kind of growth, in my mind, is pretty good.
Right.
And we just saw with the Jazz getting blown out in Portland, we saw Denny Avdia going nuts, and he's breaking out or hitting another level anyway in year 6 at 25 points a game.
Exactly.
Took him 4 years to get to double digits. Now in his 6th year, 25 points a night.
And he's a guy who, he's still got stuff to work on. I mean, there's things in his game, but yeah, you hear it all the time, the whole idea that development is not linear, that everybody is on their own path. And yeah, for Cody, it's almost like having some stocks. You invest in different stocks and you've got one right out of the gate that shoots to double and you're so excited, and the other one's kind of just hanging and maybe going a little bit below. And then all of a sudden you see maybe a 1 or 2% growth on the thing, and you're like, okay, the thing's got a chance. maybe there's a chance here.
How much is it a fine line between seeing, and you use George and you use Williams, and those are two of the younger guys, and there's a slew of them. We can name 4 or 5 others. Their improvement, and DJ just brought up the kid from Portland. Well, when he got there, Damian Lillard was taking all the shots, so that guy ain't going to get any shots. And then they make a change. How much of it is that fine line between opportunity, but you can't just give them opportunity for opportunity's sake? It has to be earned, but yet there's no way they're going to get better if they don't get opportunity. You see that it's kind of a paradox there. And you wonder, how does a coach, in this case, it's Will Hardy, and that's his assignment, how does he handle that? Because you don't want to give, but you need to give in order for them to show you something.
That's a great question. And I think Will is actually a great coach, but I think one of his greatest skills is ability, particularly with his team, to communicate. And we've seen video of him communicating in different ways, on the bench. Sometimes, he's really got to kind of get into them. But I think the reason he can get into them is I get to the games beforehand, and Will come out before the game, and it's different guys, but he will sit down next to a dude on the bench and, chat with him and notice there's some laughter, and then it gets serious. But the bottom line is the way you handle all that is you hold these guys accountable to something that, that's important to you and their development. As they check those boxes, they earn time. And then through that period, there's the whole idea of, like Cody said, watching film and reviewing what you've done, and what worked and what didn't. And so it's just this constant daily process. And for many, it seems, it seems like guys just show up and play, but there's so much to this, and there's so much behind the scenes to guys getting ready to do it. And then, as you said it, when they get their opportunity, that's where everything's got to kind of come together. And so, yeah, it's some of that's dictated by roster and opportunity, but the bottom line is you got to stick with it. You got to stay the course. And I think the reason it's working, I think you're seeing guys come through the Jazz system get better. I think there's a myriad of reasons. I think great coaches, the development guys are sensational. And I've heard it from, more than a couple people. I mean, I heard Love say it the other night or yesterday on a podcast, how Kevin Love talked about how awesome Utah is and how great this organization is run in comparison to a lot of the places he's been. So I think they're maximizing everything they can. It's just time now. And I've been sitting in that seat for 6 years. I've watched this whole thing. I've watched every single game. And this is, throw the last game out because it was not indicative of what this year's been in a lot of ways. But I see a more competitive team. I see a team with better players, more players further along than last year. I see some star power developing. And so, it's hard when you're looking at it every, from a distance, but I think in there every single day, there's a lot going on, and the how far they can continue to push it, we'll see. But I'm excited about the growth, and I know it's hard when you're still losing, but they're losing better.
We just heard, and Will Hardy's talked about this a couple times now, about how bad the defense is, and Will just not pleased that they're ranked 30th in the league again. And I know the circumstances. Last year they were dumping games on purpose and playing terrible lineups on purpose, so that contributed to it. And Kessler's out this year, and obviously not having his shot blocking is contributing to it. But if you had to put 5 guys out there and prioritize defense and just let the other stuff go, maybe it's not the best rebounding group, and that is part of getting defensive stops, and maybe it's not the best shooting group, but if you had to put 5 players out there, so that maybe they were just, the 25th best team defensively, the 20th best team, Which 5 would you put out there, and could you impact everyone's behavior by rewarding those 5 guys with more playing time?
I'd have to trade for a center.
Yeah, they don't have one.
Do that?
They don't have one. You can only you're going to put out 4 good defenders and someone that you will label a center, but they won't be good at that. Right.
Well, I'm going to put Nurk out there because he's, as Majerus would say, he's the biggest ship in the fleet, and we need an aircraft carrier at least inside to eliminate maybe eliminate a couple drives here and there just by seeing the big fella. Can I go to the G League?
You can do whatever you want.
Right?
You're putting the best defenders out there.
All right, Mo Harkless has got to be on the floor. Let's see, not Mo Harkless, Elijah Harkless. I think we've got to go with Taylor Hendricks, and I think we got to go with Cody Williams. And you know what? I'm going to stick Lowry out there because he's tough, he's physical. I've seen some better defense. I've seen some things from Lowry in stretches. So give me those 5.
Give you those 5. Okay, I will give you those 5. Now, I want to talk a little bit about BYU and the 5 that they have playing huge minutes against Kansas State, man. Guys playing 35, 37 minutes. 4 of the 5 playing well over 30. Keita's the only one who didn't. He played 27. Played 3 guys off the bench. You know, in the long run, I'm worried about that. How much it's the same thing that I asked you, the essence of the question. It's on the coaches to develop a bench, but if they're not playing well, do you play them? How does a coaching staff develop a bench that I don't need to play 3 guys, really 4 guys, over 35 of the 40 minutes?
Well, I think that's part of what preseason, what you kind of see what you have, but I was so impressed with the schedule that KY and the group put together. I mean, they really tested themselves and played in big-time games. And, I can only liken it to coaching styles. We used to play St. Mary's year in and year out, and their 5 guys would play, between 34 and 40 minutes. And, they'd sprinkle a couple dudes in. And sometimes it's just style. But what I do know is that first 5 is really good. And the guy that is kind of leading that group, AJ, he's a guy that I saw from distance on film, didn't have a ton of knowledge of who he was, have watched the whole thing, had my trepidations about what could happen, but found – AJ, first of all, is just an incredible kid who works his tail off. I got that from everybody over there. Really respectful kid, and has been a great leader for the team, not just as a player, but I think he's pretty vocal. And then you've got that ability, to put the ball in his hands in the last few minutes of every game, so that shortens games. But I think they've got talent there, and I think they just need to figure out where everybody needs to play coming off the bench. But I would say that is – I would always be a little bit more concerned if my first 5 wasn't great and I had a bunch of decent players on the bench. I think BYU's got the ability this year, minus some foul trouble, which isn't going to happen. But that's going to be important as they get through the Big 12 here to work to try to develop a couple dudes that you really trust. I mean, I love Boscovich. I think that dude, every time he comes in the game, something good happens. And I thought he was good for him last year. I think so. It's just a matter of identifying who those guys are and giving them some time. But you make a good point, PK, in the middle of conference out on the road, you're going to get some bad whistles, obviously some injuries and things like that. So that's something you've always got to kind of be building, even if you don't have it right now.
I was happy he made the non-conference schedule much more difficult, but then I just saw a bite with him where he said he's going to reconsider his non-conference schedule. And as soon as he said that, I'm like, oh, no. And then he stunned me with, I don't know what we're getting out of these Quad 4 games. I think he wants to crank it up and make the schedule tougher next year, and I'm with him. I mean, they beat Riverside, UC Riverside by 47. They blew out UOP, Holy Cross, get 31-point win over Cal Baptist. It sounds like he might jettison more of those games and put some more games in there. That people in the comments section, I saw it posted on social media, and it was Utah State Aggie fans that were like, why don't you come to the Spectrum? Play a true road game during the non-conference.
No.
Yeah, that's a bridge too far. It might not be for him. I was surprised he wanted to make the schedule more difficult because most coaches don't. I mean, the overwhelming majority of coaches don't. But, man, he didn't look like he was joking around when he said it. I'm up for it.
And I like the approach. I like the approach. I think you definitely learn as you go through it. And, yeah, some of those games you walk out after and like, what did we gain here?
Yeah.
What was this? So, for sure, I think with the guys they're bringing in, the home court advantage and everything else, and if you can get teams to come in, that is even the bigger part. But I like that he went out and played neutral games and played Madison Square Garden, got themselves all over the place. That was great.
All right, Tim, we'll leave it right there for now. Thanks for joining us, and we will hear you on the broadcast.
Am I going to see you tonight by chance or no?
No.
No.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. I mean, did I say that on the air?
You did. Get off my radio station, you bum.
See you.
All right, see you, Tim. Coming up, Riley Jensen. He'll join us in about 15 minutes, and we will talk coaching moves and portal moves and what our local teams need next. Stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present?
This is JJ and Alex.
Let's swipe right on our next quarterback.
I just want to see who's available. And coaches are sitting up in their bed at night, glowing screen in front of their face.
Swiping right on.
Nah, he's pretty cool. Hold on. Yeah, okay, sure. Well, I'll look at him. No, absolutely not. Hold on a minute. I want to be able to look at this mysterious transfer portal because the way it's described to us, it is a dating app. College football has to have a one-on-one with Match.com or with Tinder to be like
the dangers of online quarterback dating.
I thought he was a real guy. I met him in person. He couldn't throw worth beans.
He said he was 6'3". He's only 5'10".
We got catfished in the transfer portal.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-444-2013. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-2013. That's 800-444-2013. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/audio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/audio for 55% off.
The new year means new health goals, not just for your body, but your finances too. But did you know financial health is directly related to identity protection? You need LifeLock because your personal info is in endless places that are outside of your control. It only takes one mistake, and not even your mistake, to expose you to identity theft and lost funds. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second and alerts you to threats you could miss on your own. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it, backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. In fact, restoration is guaranteed or your subscription money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or other financial losses from identity theft alone. Resolve to make identity, health, and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. That's promo code NEWS for 40% off at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Mammoth went 2 out of 3 in New York. They're back home to open a 7-game homestand. Michael Carcone on the identity his line is developing.
Yeah, I think every line has an identity. My line specifically, we just want to get pucks deep and hunt. I got 2 big bodies I'm playing with that can get the puck back. So just put it in places for them and, get the pucks to the net and just crash.
Puck drop tonight, 7:30. Ottawa Senators are in town. Hockey night in Utah starts at 6:30 with Adrian Denny on 1280 The Zone.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Mr. Mac Utah County High School Players of the Week are Tabby Clark from Pleasant Grove and Ashton Schewel from Lehigh. Clark led Pleasant Grove to 3 wins over the holiday break, averaging 15 points a game and nearly tallying a triple-double with 19 points, 14 rebounds, and 9 assists and a 90-67 win over Esperanza from California. Schewel scored 33 points in an 82-77 win over Berkeley, California, and followed up with 19 points in a rout of Mount Si out of Washington. The Utah County Player of the Week Award, proudly presented by Mr. Mac. No one buys, no one sells, no one cares the way they do. Absolutely no one. DJ PK, we have the question up. How long can NIL last as presently constituted? PK, it seems like I can't go to social media without seeing that debate. It looks like I can't click on any of the major websites without seeing some kind of analysis of which team is up or which team is down in NIL, who's losing players, who's getting players because of NIL. Kyle was right when he told us 4 or 5 years ago, this is the single most important thing. It is outstripping everything else that has been important about recruiting. So to the degree that collectives and local businesses and donors line up, this is everything now. This is the time right now. The Utes, the Cougars, Kyle with the Wolverines, you've got one shot in the portal to fill your gaps. And why would somebody change teams and move halfway across the country? Man, culture works when you're trying to get someone to stay put. But if you're trying to get someone to move and you've got a hole to fill and you've got to do it, money, 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 and money. I mean, the playing time's already answered. You have the hole.
Of? Who's this Kyle you speak of?
Nice.
When are we going to make the announcement that I am the new Michigan beat writer?
Seems like just a matter of time. I tried out for the job and was rejected. I think it's going to you.
When it comes to beat writing, I've never won a major award, but I do have a little experience.
A major award.
Just packing in, more awards. I've never been recognized for any of that. And so, but it is a dilemma, man. It is a dilemma for football programs who have been doing the right thing for so many years and work so dang hard. And you're going to be judged by winning or losing. And it used to be, well, if you ran a clean program and your kids were doing community service and they were graduating and going on into stay in the community and be productive, that was all great, but you better win. Even that didn't matter. And how you're but you're teaching young men and women to be better people and to have these nice, productive lives that we want for every single person, every baby who's ever been born. Everybody wants the same thing. You may accomplish it in different ways, right? And you've done great in that way. But if you don't win, it doesn't matter. And we always had a little bit of a conflict with that. At least I have, and I think a lot of folks do and have had it. Now it's you can do all those things and then get aced out because some ultra billionaire is willing to get his kicks out of 18 to 22-year-olds winning football games, of all things. It seems so preposterous that that's what they're doing, but yet that is the situation. And you're over here losing some players who can be big-time difference makers because you are just a little short of cash. Meanwhile, everything else, literally A to Z, everything else, you're doing great at. That is the new dilemma in college sports that we have. And it's tawdry, and it seems almost a shade dirty, but yet at the same time, DJ, we want kids to be paid. We just don't want this much and this much chaos going on. How in the world do we clean it up? As I'm talking about it, I feel my head hurting. It's like I'm getting a headache. What we understand the symptoms and everything, but what do we do about it? What can be done about it? I just don't have any answers that can be done about it to make it so it's a better system for all involved.
I think that we just passed the off-ramp that you wanted and that Mark Harlan clearly wanted when he spoke yesterday. Without question, the BYU administration, Brian Santiago, wants it. I think we can run through all the coaches too. And I just saw a take in the last commercial break. And there's a lot of crazy, weird, nasty, hot take stuff on social media. This one, I thought this guy was honest. You can debate how right or wrong he is, but to me, it just sounds like he just spoke from the heart. Whittingham Corner at Wolverine Corner. There's a conflicted guy. He writes, I hate to sound like a boomer here, but I don't find this transfer portal stuff fun or entertaining at all. The sport is ruined, and it's going to be almost impossible to rein it back in. I'm glad kids are getting a bag, but it's gone too far. They just passed the off-ramp, where the NIL, it's all going to be reviewed. I mean, if the kid legitimately brings that kind of value to a company, then it's okay. But it can't be pay to play. But everyone had to sign it, and they didn't even get close to getting everyone to sign it, which tells me everyone isn't going to follow it. They're going to call it NIL in a lot of places, and it's going to be pay to play. Period, end of story.
Pay to play.
Yes. So it's not changing. Your head's.
You guys said that early on. Yeah. We won't pay to play. Yes, you do.
Yep.
You do. You spend it any way you want, but you pay to play. And I've got no problem with it because you're winning.
Yeah.
And in basketball, you're 13-1. You're going to win tonight, and you're going to get in the NCAA tournament and see how far you go.
If you're going to be good, then that's what's going to have to happen. Yeah, it's a requirement. Absolute. No way around it. All right, when we come back, Riley Jensen, the local teams building coaching staffs, now trying to build rosters. Where are the holes? Who can help? We'll talk with Riley coming up. Stay with us.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss Program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, and we are joined once again by Riley Jensen. Riley, good morning.
My guys.
Riley, I have a theory to run by you because you are our guy as much as we are your guys. I'm looking at all the wailing of gnashing of teeth, and I get that, man. There was a lot of change all at once. And, Then Morgan's got to go out and hire more coaches than he expected. He probably always expected he'd have to hire 1 or 2, but he had to hire like 5. And now strength and conditioning and all that. And BYU's had changes too. But I'm looking at Utah and BYU and Michigan and thinking any one of those schools might win 10 games this year. I'd bet one of them does. Now, you could sit here and argue maybe they all could. Seems weird that they would all hit. I guess we can't rule it out, but it wouldn't seem to be the way to predict. How rosy or not do you view things for these schools? Because we have people in the community pulling for one or more of these teams and probably pulling against them as well. How much winning do you expect right out of the gate after Kyle Whittingham scrambles all the puzzle pieces in the box?
So I think I'll start with Michigan. I think they were 9-3 last year.
They were. Lost the bowl game for 9-4.
And it was like a disaster behind the scenes. Like you're bringing some stability. You're bringing like great coaching. You're bringing the same type of toughness that we've always known the Big Ten for. I don't think there's any question that they're going to have 10 wins. And so I just think, boy, what a great setup for Kyle Whittingham and for his crew. And he pretty much landed every coach that he wanted to land. And so that indicates the kind of money that's being paid out. I mean, some of these guys are really tight with Morgan as well and with Kalani. And it had to have been the type of money that it changes lifestyle, not just, there's a couple $100,000. Like, I feel like in some instances, some of these guys are getting paid double what they were getting paid at their other schools. Now, I don't know the exact numbers or anything like that, but typically that's why you're able to get everybody that you want to get. Secondly, I think that the culture at BYU with Kalani is fantastic. It's funny because there's 2 phrases that always go out about quarterbacks about maybe Bear will have a sophomore slump. And then there's always the coach's thing that in between year 1 and year 2 is where the most growth takes place. So I don't know which one's going to happen, but I get a feeling that he's going to get better because there's still a lot of things for Bear to grow with. And I've talked about this ad nauseum with you guys where the way that you can tell a veteran quarterback is comfortable is when he can throw the ball downfield over the middle. Now, some of the people that are listening right now are like, well, Bear was throwing the ball over the middle against Texas Tech, but there was a couple of telltale signs that Aaron Roderick was actually telling him where to throw the ball in the Texas Tech game. And so for me, there's still a lot of growth that can take place with Bear that's going to make them even better, right? And then up at the University of Utah, what I like about what's going on, look, this was something that if things were going well for Morgan, that he was going to have to learn how to do anyway, because when you're a good coach, coaches leave. They go and they take better opportunities. They get opportunities to either grow in position or grow in money, and you have to replace coaches. What I like about what I'm seeing with Morgan is he's replacing these coaches with stellar men. I'm sorry, but Kevin McGibbon, there's not a better guy out there. I'm not sure that there's a better human being out there than Coach McGibbon. And so there's a whole bunch of really, really good things going on for all the schools. Does it give every single school angst? Of course it does. I mean, and I think it was Hans that brought it up on the radio. He just felt like as soon as Kyle signed with Michigan that it was going to leave a dent in every program. And right now we can see that every single school in the state of Utah right now has been affected in some way or another by this. I mean, you got Skylar Ridley going from, Weaver State up to Utah State. You got Robert and I going in. You got McGibbon going to the University of Utah. And then, of course, all the coaches from BYU and Utah that went to Michigan. And look, as much as we don't like change, these coaches are used to change a lot more than we are, if that makes sense. Now, we're spoiled a little bit at BYU and Utah in the sense that there's been a lot of continuity. But, man, the long answer to your question is I would not be surprised if all three teams have 10 wins next year. Because I think the culture is good. I think the excitement for Morgan is good. I think what Kalani has established at BYU is good. And I think the stability that Kyle Whittingham brings to Michigan is going to be exactly what they want. So I'm excited. I love all this stuff. At least it's all good news for these coaches in the month of December, because there's some coaches that I talk to in the month of December and it gets real depressing because it gets real dark for a minute.
And Morgan brought that up in his press conference, in which he's talking about, putting the program in a positive light. I thought he did a great job. But I told him later, I said, I thought that speech was very authentic. It was very much Morgan Scally, and that's who he is. And he presented himself in a raw manner, getting emotional, talking about his family, his parents, and blah, blah, blah. So he's a real human being there. And he's so, the word that comes to mind, as I told him, is authentic. It's just, that's who Morgan Scally is. And he brought up the fact that, well, at this time last year, there were a lot of questions because they were bringing over essentially an entire new offensive staff, right? So it's and they went ahead and won 11 ball games, so they had a really good season. They were a really good team. And his point was, well, we're in the same situation this year, and look what we just did last year. And the thing that I think is different, where I want you to come in and offer your expertise, is on, okay, he brought in Atawaya, who brought his running back. He brought in Jason Beck, who brought Micah Simon, his receivers coach, who brought a receiver. And obviously they brought Dampier in. So there was in terms of Simon and the receiver Davis and the quarterback, even though it was brand new to Utah, those guys had a familiarity. Now you're bringing a coaching staff particularly from the offensive perspective, is like scattered. You took guys from all over the place rather than a couple of guys, and they had already a connection. They just brought what they did over to Utah. How do you think, as far as a challenge of all this stuff coming together, because McGiven has seen obviously Dampier play, but he hasn't had that relationship to the level that Jason Beck has, and then so forth on, go right down the staff. They don't have that connection with each other nor the players. How much of a challenge do you think that will be?
Well, I mean, I think that's the key to coaching, right? Like that's always the tough position as a coach, is can I build a relationship with this player that then in turn helps him to play to the very best of his ability. I have known McGiven since his first stint at Utah State. He's a local guy. He's from Orem, Utah. He is just as authentic to himself as Morgan is, and I think that's what I think is going to be a good thing for these players. There's no hidden agenda. There's no huge ego with Coach McGiven. I mean, you have to have a little bit of an ego to be a coach, in the sense that, like, you take pride in what you do, but it's not about, like, pounding your chest and look how great I am. And so I think Dampier's going to love somebody like McGiven. I love what you said about Morgan, because I think authenticity is probably the biggest key to a coach. And really, it's a key to all of us in life, is just to be as authentic as possible, because when you're authentic, people can trust you. And that's really what you're looking for. That's why you'll see guys out there that loved Bill Parcells as a coach, and you listen to Bill Parcells on the phones and listen to him just ripping into players and ripping guys. But, like, I would have loved to play for Bill Parcells because he didn't move the goalposts on you. He was authentic. He told you exactly what you needed to do to play. I think that's what's true with Coach Mendenhall. I think that's what's true with Kalani. I think that's what's true with Morgan. I think that's what's true with Coach Whittingham. And I think we're starting to see that this coaching tree that has kind of developed underneath Lavelle Edwards and Ron McBride from years ago is really starting to, like, branch out and show you that way was a winning way for a reason. And these guys are great coaches that have either coached under Lavelle or played under Lavelle, or coached under McBride, or played under McBride, and then and then their trees. So like McGibbon was underneath Coach Anderson, and it's really impressive the legacy that those two coaches have left, in my opinion. They're not only leaving their signature on the state of Utah in football, but they're leaving their signature around the country now.
Positions you're really worried about, or positions you're very excited about because who has landed in to fill a hole? Any players you've seen where, you're pretty active in the high school scene, you know a lot of coaches, you're really excited for somebody who's brand new and we don't know about them?
Well, I think everybody knows about Celeste Moa at the University of Utah. Was going to go to Tennessee, and then they were able to keep him at the University of Utah. I think he's a fantastic player. His dad Ben played for the University of Utah, I think, on that 2004 team that won the Fiesta Bowl. I think he's a really, really exciting player. And then I'm really, really interested to see the hiring of Jordan Gross and what the offensive line now looks like going forward and how they improve at the University of Utah. And then obviously I don't know who the defensive coordinator is going to be at BYU. I'm a little bit concerned about that. We've talked about this on the show before, but I mean, there's guys that have coached under Jay, but Jay is Jay, and it's nuanced to be a defensive coordinator and know what defenses to call when. And he has a lot of good experience there. But Kalani was also a fantastic defensive coordinator, and I think between Kalani and the guys that coached under Jay, it'll be really interesting. I'm interested to see what happens at that position or at BYU on defense. And then I think offensively, they're losing a receiver. I'm interested to see who's going to step up at the receiver position, because the better and better that Bear Bachmeier gets, the better the receivers are going to be. And is it an opportunity for Cody Hagan to step up and be the guy that everybody thought he was going to be? Is it somebody else that comes into the program? What is that going to look like? And I think there's an opportunity for that to look really good. I think there's also an opportunity, for the offensive line at the University of Utah, the defense at BYU, and the receivers at BYU to maybe not look as good as we'd hoped. And so those are some positions that just come to mind.
Matt Campbell goes to Penn State, and it's upwards of 20 guys from Iowa State that are following him, including the quarterback, Beck, obviously. And so it looks like he's decimating the roster at Iowa State with the players wanting to go. And so far, as far as Michigan from both BYU and Utah, because it's affected both programs, obviously, from the coaching angle. Unless I'm missing somebody, no one's committed yet. It doesn't look like there is going to be the level of departure that there has been from Iowa State to Penn State, which for these programs is really good. You don't want to lose a bunch of players, obviously, players that you've been counting on and been in your system for 3-4 years. And that's how you win, is having veteran dudes who've been around under these coaches. So I think that it's sending a strong message that these kids like it. Now, Utah's lost, 3 or 4 kids that were supposed to be stars. I don't think that BYU, they got guys in the portal, but I don't think they're looking for playing time. So we understand that they're not looking for the bag, as they say, or they're not frustrated with the situation, so they want out. To me, that is a powerful recruiting tool that you can use. That, hey, when Jay Hill left, so far anyway, and Guilford, obviously, there hasn't been guys leaving, and then virtually the entire offensive staff at Utah, along with the head coach, there hasn't been a bunch of, maybe they'll end up going, but for right now, how much do you think they can use that as a recruiting tool? Our guys like it here.
Oh, I think you use whatever you can as a recruiting tool. Obviously John Henry Daly, there's a real possibility that he could end up at Michigan.
Yeah.
An excellent talent and an unbelievable player. But I think I don't mean to disregard him, but I feel like defensive line and defensive backs at the University of Utah kind of grow on trees. I mean, obviously they've developed them and stuff like that, but that's a position that they can continue to recruit and continue to develop to become really, really successful. And I think it's a testament to these coaches. I think the underswell of love for Morgan Scally is gigantic. I think the underswell of love for Kalani is gigantic. And I think I've heard through the grapevine a lot of times, like, oh, I love Kalani. I'm just having a hard time with my position coach. You know what I mean? Like, they love him. They love him. And so it's, you know, and that's kind of how it should be. Like, the position coaches should be the ones that are pushing you, and you should love your head coach, right? He should be building you up and making, and I think that's an indicator that Kalani is making that a great destination to be. I really do feel like there's a vibe at BYU that there hasn't been before. I feel like in the past it was a little bit manufactured, where it feels a little bit more authentic, the vibe that's there. And then I think Morgan, and as much as I think Kyle was unbelievable, I think Morgan is a little bit more of a dynamic personality in the press and isn't afraid to be authentic. Now that may change because he may get burned by the press and feel like, oh, I got to be more like Kyle. But I think in the beginning there's going to be some things that are really fun to listen to, and he's gonna give some insight that maybe we haven't heard in the state in a while.
Kyle is where the industry is going, and I mean sports. I don't mean college football. No. More buttoned up, less access. You know, Kyle, when he does his press conferences, he's really good. But as PK would recount during the week, the total number of minutes he was available was pretty small. The stuff he said, you know, really landed and was true and all that kind of stuff. He gave us some really good insights, but it was 15 minutes on Monday. It was 2 or 3 minutes on Tuesday, and it was 10 minutes after the game. You know, there wasn't a lot. So if you choose to be out there now, I think there's a huge void to fill. And I think you can really get your message and your spin out there. It's available for the people who want it. You know, I'm calling the soccer games, and so I go down to the facility every Tuesday, sometimes on Fridays if they're at home. And so I'm going to have PK doesn't do any of that, doesn't have to, and we have Pablo on, but Pablo is open in that way that most coaches aren't, and says stuff that's really true, and it gets PK's event. PK has more buy-in to soccer because Pablo's willing to talk. And you can debate that. I mean, right, PK, isn't that pretty much it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, if you're going to explain to me how it works and the difference between winning and losing and coaching young guys up and getting them to develop, like, you get me, and there aren't a lot of people who do it. And when they do it, they're good, but a lot of people are really closing up shop.
Look, I don't know how we got sidetracked on soccer here, DJ.
Yeah,
but,
he's an example of what Morgan can be.
I mean, let's drive the ratings here and get back on track. And talk about football.
All right, Tanner. Ethan. Who was the third one? Sterling, yeah.
Ethan, Tanner, and Sterling. I got 5'7" guys telling me about the intricacies of the pitch, and I want to talk about football here. Okay?
Yeah.
So here's the deal. Deion Sanders has showed that if you have a personality, you can draw some attention. Now, has it been perfect? Is he the greatest coach in the world? No. But, man, you have to admit there's some bells and whistles and some different feel about Colorado than there ever has been. And I think in his own way, not in as much bravado and not as, you know, as big of a personality as Deion, I think Morgan's going to be able to do that in his own way. And as long as he stays authentic to himself, I think it'll be a great recruiting tool for the University of Utah. I mean, Morgan, look, he worked for 1280 The Zone for a while when I was selling radio there. It's a dynamic personality. Like, that guy has a lot of energy, and he has a lot to say, and he is fun to be around. And, you know, you start looking around, and I've got an 11-year-old son, and I think everybody hopes that their kid can play college football. I mean, I'm looking around the state right now going, holy crap. Like, if Bronco's still around, Eric Kerr is still around at Weaver, if Kalani's still around and Morgan is still around, who would you rather your kid play for? I mean, these are outstanding individuals, like outstanding individuals. And you don't think about that much as a player as you do as a parent about, like, hey, you want whoever is being the leader of his team to be some sort of a father figure that is echoing some of the things that you feel and think about life. And I can't think of 4 guys that would be more exciting for my kid to play for than the 4 guys that are right here in our state.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I agree. This is just a great time. All these guys that we've known for years, and we all want to see them do well. In terms of excitement, that even at Weber, just hiring Eric the way they did, man, that just all of us at the radio station, we're going to be watching Weber a lot more than we used to. And we're probably going to be talking about Weber.
We know you will. We know you will because you turned on.
Yeah, but if I will, that means they will, because nobody's better doing it than me.
It's going to be really obnoxious watching you just like jump on the bandwagon when we've all been sitting there at Weber for a while. But we'll take you.
I will be on the Weber bandwagon, but I've been on the care. I care. That has been my motto for years. I care.
Yes. I know. It was a little obnoxious when you turncoated, and you just became all about Corner Canyon. But
I had to convince you. You thought the guy was a bum.
I did not. When did I ever say that? See,
when you were coaching at Alta, you'd send me texts. Overrated, clueless. I still got the evidence, Riley R. Jensen.
This is so typical of the media. Like, do you still beat your wife? Like this is the whole thing. No,
yeah, I beat her in golf.
Myself for something that didn't happen.
Sure. Keep here. Get me take that shovel away from you, man. You're digging a hole.
The first person who said to me, not only could they do it, but that they should do it, was Riley R. Jensen. They've got to do it. He was on the press box at Skyline High in commercial breaks during the state quarterfinal playoff game, PK, and he's like, they've got to do it. They've got to do it. I'm like,
yeah, and I hope
that's a big ask.
DJ.
It's a big ask.
Did you pay him?
What?
Did you pay him to do that?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up, PK. What?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Ask Nate, man. I don't handle the money. I've told you that. Go talk to Nate if you want money. Leave me alone.
Who's that? Your financial advisor?
No, he's your boss.
Bernstein.
Well, he's one of your bosses. One of your 8 bosses or whatever we have now. I don't even know.
Listen, if I don't get paid by KSL, I just go to DJ and he has Hamilton. His butler.
Right.
His butler gives me a little check on the side.
Yeah, there's a reason. There's a reason why we call DJ our Cody Campbell.
Right. And I've gotten to know Pendleton. He's a great guy. He's a great guy.
I got a big TV. Paycheck is why I live in Utah.
And a massive one at that.
I think I'd rather talk soccer. All right.
You saved the school $600,000? $600,000.
Riley, I don't even know what that noise was. We better go. It might not be okay. All right. Thank you, Riley.
Hey, thanks, guys. I love being on with you guys. Take care.
All right, there you go. Riley Jensen talking a little football. PK, what do you think? How many 10-win seasons? We're going to be following all these teams. At the start of this year, I thought I was pretty positive at the start of this year. I thought BYU's going to win at least 8, and Utah's going to win at least 9, maybe more. And sure enough, Utah goes to 10, and BYU goes to 11. Obviously, they added bowl wins on top of that, but we were just talking 12-game predictions at the start of the year. When you start thinking 10-win seasons, I know the rosters aren't even set yet. So, but is it out of the realm? Is it on the table for you?
Oh no, it's not out of the realm. It is definitely on the table because of the fact of the success that they had last year, and the amount of folks returning with Bear, and we assume Devin. That's a great starting point right there. I don't care who's coaching. That's a great starting point.
So as much as we wring our hands over Texas Tech, why don't we come back after the break and we'll catch people up to date on everything that we've been talking about in the show, as we always do. But I think there's one more point that, like, we're only looking one direction. We're only looking over one shoulder. We got to look over the other shoulder next. The view might be better over there. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
It's funny about
Kyle Whittingham, he does not care about his legacy at all, which is weird. I would have thought that would be more of a priority, but obviously it's not. I mean, the bitterness of sticking it to Utah outweighs his desire to have any sort of legacy, which is, I guess, kind of crazy. I mean...
You think he's trying to stick it to Utah?
Absolutely. Gary Anderson said as much. They shouldn't have pissed Kyle off. Use that word.
Yeah.
I don't know why anybody would think any differently.
I certainly don't think Witt was trying to do Utah favors on the way out the door. But again, to your point, like, what was he supposed to do? This is how he's become Kyle Whittingham, is these people around him. So he's going to go back to the well of the people around him to try and do a good job at Michigan, because I suspect he wants to do a very good job at Michigan. You know, he wasn't going to go out there and start over from scratch. I'm not sure that has so much to do with, well, let me stick it to Utah now.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/audio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/audio for 55% off.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply, subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz wrap up a 4-game road trip tonight in Oklahoma City. Will Hardy talking about Walt Clayton Jr.'s strengths.
Walt's energy output has been much better. I think also he's understanding leverage. He's a little bit smaller than some guys, but he's really strong. Walt's a way better defender when he's angry. And I think that Walt's always carried a pretty big chip on his shoulder, but defensively, I've seen it show itself with his physicality, his ability to absorb contact.
Jazz, tonight, 6 o'clock tip time. Pre-game show at 5 with Jake Scott and Tim Lacombe. This Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. We've been talking a lot of football this morning. As you might expect, we just had Riley Jensen on. We've talked transfer portal, NIL. The stories are out there. Guys are flying around. There's a quarterback at Washington who Washington thinks is reneging on a deal, and then there's apparently going to be legal action there. It's all kinds of craziness. PK, you were talking about Texas Tech doubling down, tripling down. That was a good press conference by Morgan Scalley. I think winning the press conference can be overrated, but you don't want to lose the press conference. You don't want to create problems for yourself. He got up there and was authentically and enthusiastically himself, told stories about his life, why he ended up where he did, and why he feels the way he does, and talked about some of the specific coaches on his staff. So all of that was good. But you were talking about, there sits Texas Tech looming with all that money. And we were talking about the TV ratings and about Utah and BYU teams in the West. Well, there's the 4 teams in the Big Ten. They're pulling in a ton of viewers. But other than that, it's BYU is actually second behind only Oregon and Colorado and Utah. And Colorado's riding Dion, and we'll see how long that lasts. What are the future of these two teams? And we can sit here and talk about Texas Tech, and it's true. But when Mark Harlan says, there's a narrative out there that we don't, that Utah doesn't have enough money, and it confounds him because he thinks they do. I started thinking, what West Virginia and Iowa State and UCF and, I don't know, K-State, wherever else, do they look at BYU or Utah money and think, well, we don't have that? I mean, we were just talking about 10-win seasons, and nobody knows for sure. Rosters aren't even set, but are they at least in play, and is there hope for them? And I just wonder if somebody else – we look at Texas Tech and think, well, of course they're going to be a race for the conference title. Look at all the built-in advantages they have. But do people look at Utah and BYU the same way? I mean, it's all relative, right? You look over one shoulder, that guy's gaining on us. You look over the other shoulder, and those guys aren't getting that close.
Well, I think it's relative to a degree because Ford is talking about winning national championships. Ford and Scally. And so...
Okay, so now are you going to stick with Ford as a nickname for him? But given that it's his given name, it's not really a nickname, so will you evolve to like Mustang or Explorer? What are you going to do there?
I think I might go FMO.
I don't think you should do that.
What kind of noise was that?
Yeah, okay, that was me expiring. That was me exploding. The end is near.
What's wrong with FMO?
Hey, Yak, as nicknames go, doesn't FMO have all sorts of problems that haven't been fully considered?
Yeah.
What problem?
Yak is with me.
It's called the law of unintended consequences,
right.
and that's going to have all kinds.
What are they? What are they then?
We'll talk about them in a meeting afterwards when we speculate wildly about coaching openings.
You know those 10 a.m. meetings we've avoided for years successfully? This will get us right back in.
We've had a nice little streak going. Got a good little thing going here. Don't mess it up.
Yeah, they're all generated by me.
Epic Dave Rose quote right there. Stay with that quote.
I think that, it's relative. I get your point. And I'm not obviously as close to those other conference members that you just mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
We're extremely close to BYU and Utah. I felt when I first got here, I said this before, that what the heck is going on with Utah, man? Why aren't they better in football? It makes no sense to me. It seems to me they got a lot of stuff going for it. And it came to pass that I was right. Not that I did anything. It was McBride and so forth that they all did it, and the players, and they're the ones who deserve the credit. And it was so cool to see Ford hug, not just shake Ron McBride's hand, but go over there and hug him. Ron McBride, legend, undisputed. Yeah. Everybody knows that, right? But sure, I think our programs have more advantages, and finally, years ago, Utah took advantage of them in the way they've gone, and they're a great football program. But they're all striving for the same thing. Ford is talking about wanting to win national titles, and every year now, this was my fear that I spoke about this time last year, as I was worried about the money allowing Texas Tech, which had only had 2 8-win seasons in 10 years, and they had 5 or 6 seasons of losing seasons recently here in the last 10, 11 years. We're not going way back here. This is not back in the Frank Kush days when they were winning the WAC all the time. Wow, or Jerry Tarkanian, why can't they get back to that? No, we're talking about very recently. This has flipped the switch once it became so-called legal to be able to do that. And if you want what what BYU wants, you're going to have to go up against that cash. And so, yeah, it is relative to compared to Iowa State, which just lost its coach and most of its roster, or the critical components of the roster. Fine, you got an advantage over them, but that's not necessarily who you're competing with for the ultimate prize, because everybody wants that prize. And that's where I'm concerned. I have no doubt that Morgan Scally can come in here and keep this thing rolling. And it is rolling. And the same thing, Kalani's got it rolling. But are they able to compete with that other team? That's the thing that worries me. And it worried me. And I said it worried me before they even started playing the games in the 25 season. And it came to pass my worry was accurate. And I'm a worrier.
You are. That's a fact. You're not making that up for. You're not making that part up for radio.
Right.
Listen to Riley wherever you get your podcast. Tim Lacombe talking Utah Jazz and BYU basketball wherever you get your podcasts. Jazz are playing tonight. It's the Thunder. Seems like there's no hope, PK. Seems like this is an 0-for-4 road trip, and then they'll come home and we'll see what happens. They've been much better at home than on the road.
But what I want, and what I've been stating all season, and it goes against everything that sports is to be about, I understand that, but I want a moral victory tonight.
Stay close, compete. Don't get worked right from the get-go like in Portland.
Right. That's what I'm asking for.
You beat Detroit and you beat the Spurs. You're not that pathetic. We saw it over 2 games. What the heck happened? Bring it.
I want you to compete to the best of your ability. And your ability isn't as good, collectively speaking, as the opponent tonight. I understand that. I am fine with that. But don't roll over and get slaughtered to where I'm embarrassed for you watching. Now, I also have a self-interest. When I watch the game, I want to be entertained. I don't want to see, like I saw against Portland, I couldn't get out of that game fast enough. I'm grateful it was a late game. We got to get up early. I blew off the fourth quarter. I was ready to stay up and watch the fourth quarter. It was competitive.
No need. It was over.
There was literally no need.
Utah Mammoth open a 7-game homestand tonight against Ottawa. Ottawa's in last place in their division, but it's a great division. They've actually got a winning record. They got a better record. They got more points than the Mammoth, so it ought to be a good test. But the Mammoth need to get going. So the hockey. Puck drops at 7:30, pregame at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. The Jazz have a 5 o'clock pregame, and the game tips off at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. And BYU should beat Arizona State tonight. NBC Sports Network and Peacock. The Cougars ought to beat the Devils. Utah's at Colorado on ESPN Plus at 7. There you go. Plenty of sports tonight. We're coming back with your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
It's what you want.
Do you know I was babysat until 8th grade? Dolores Arnold used to babysit me every day after school. And
Dolores?
her husband, yeah.
Look how you got like 220-pound 8th grade hands.
Can we not focus on that?
You walk in like, hey, Dolores. Hi, Hans. I think it's funny the thought of a 8th grade Hans Olsen probably pushing 2 bills, sitting in and being babysat.
You guys let me know when you're done so I can finish my story.
Tell us more about Dolores.
Anyways, her husband, Don, liked MASH.
Sitting next to Don on the couch watching MASH.
Hey, Don, can I borrow your shaver?
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
It's a new year, and Aleve is here to help you keep your New Year's resolutions on track. Whether it's a daily walk, hitting the gym, or spending more time with friends and family, Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you moving with long-lasting body pain relief so you can chase those dreams and achieve your goals. Don't let body pain slow you down. Keep going with Aleve, because this year is your year. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Les Olson IT is trusted for businesses providing state-of-the-art printers, copiers, managed IT services, and licensed security systems for Utah. Work smarter with Les Olson IT.
Les Olson IT.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Mammoth opened a 7-game homestand tonight against Ottawa. Sean Dursey on the need for buy-in from the entire team.
When we're going 4 lines, all 60, we're a tough team to beat, and I think that confidence is something that we have to bring in and night out.
Listen to Mammoth on 1280 The Zone. Pregame at 6:30. Puck drops at 7:30.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I can't believe today was a good day.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for your feedback. How long can NIL last? As presently constituted. Utah County Ute speaks for a lot of people, I think. Hopefully, not long. Utah Clubber, though, probably more realistic. As long as alums are willing to fork out loads of dollars for players, it'll last. It won't be pretty, but that's the way it is now.
Yeah, you're talking about Indiana. Well, stories are coming out of Mark Cuban because obviously he's an alum there. That's how he made his millions. When he started broadcast.com to listen to the basketball games, while football is off the charts now, obviously. I don't want to see it not last long. I just want to see some more sanity to it because I've always felt that these kids deserve a share of the pie. I think everybody thinks that. And we're the ones we're going to see. They're the ones we're going to see. We're going to watch. They're the ones that bring us out of our seats. And, watching Dampier do his thing 1 week ago today in Las Vegas was fun for me. That was very much fun watching him go. And that's what he did. I mean, he literally went. And so why shouldn't that young man get something? But, particularly, and I think that at the quarterback spot, and there's already rumors now, Devin Dampier to Washington because Jed Fish, when he was at Arizona, was his only P4 offer. Boom, here we go again. And so the thing that I think that bothers us is the outrageousness, buying success rather than earning success. It's not the sport way, so to speak. And I think that all the kids who aren't playing, they go in the portal. Oh, you want more playing time? Great. Good luck. But I think we all have a problem when starting quarterbacks, and there's been a number of them leave. It used to be a Joe Burrow goes from Ohio State to LSU. I think Fields or somebody was ahead of him, right? And so he goes to LSU, blows up, does his thing, goes to the NFL, and obviously he's a really good quarterback. We're okay with that. But what we're seeing is all these quarterbacks who have been veteran starters leaving. And it just what are you doing? A fan, I get it completely. Fine. For me, I don't care. But for the fans, they don't like it. You're starting here. We're worshiping you, and you're leaving us. Why?
I get that they're linked, but try to separate NIL and the transfer portal. And I know they go hand in hand. But to me, the transfer portal is 80% of the problem. The NIL is 20%. And kids should have the right to transfer, especially if all their coaches bail out on them. I get that. But I really think there is a part of fans, this nostalgic, romantic part of fans. They want them to be their guys. They want to see the kids grow up. They want to know their stories. If college sports has lost anything, the thing that's talked about the least that they've lost the most is the newspaper that used to hit the driveway and the beat writer cranking out the features, which the cranky newspaper guys would always say, oh, that's soft. It's just a feature. It's just good news. I'm the hard, crusty. But the fans felt like they knew the players. They at least knew a little bit about them and gave them something to hold on to. And they like seeing, and it is hard to understand when you're younger, but the older you get, the softer you get, and the more you're like, you want to see young people develop and take off. It's cool. Kids that we knew, PK, when they were 7, we knew them when they're 17. Now they're 27 or they're 37, and they got their families, they got their career, they got whatever. And it's cool to see that arc. And fans want to see a little bit of that in college sports. Now, honestly, they probably want to see a little bit of it in pro sports too, but they definitely want to see a little bit of it in college sports. And it's been lost because the newspaper doesn't hit the driveway and there's nobody getting paid to write all those features that used to get cranked out, and the players don't last at the school long enough. I don't think it matters if it's BYU, Utah State. The fan bases don't like each other and they battle all the time. And the one thing they can agree on is I don't know the players without a program. Who are these guys coming and going? Basketball, football fans probably saying the same thing. Who are all these guys?
Yeah, I do think we're okay if they're in search of playing time.
Yep,
particularly
I agree.
in football,
There's nuance to the transfer portal.
But look at all these guys who have been starters. I can name 5 guys off the top of my head, the Washington kid being the latest.
Yep.
And now, boom, I go on social media right off the bat, and I know a little about Fish because grew up 5 minutes from me back in Jersey. I've talked to him. I haven't talked to him since he left, but I got to know him a little bit. He's an offensive guy. He recruited Dampier, wanting to bring him down there when he was at Phoenix, and Fisher was down in Tucson. And so now Utah fan got to deal with that again. Oh, is that something that could happen?
I don't. I have zero insight onto whether it will or won't happen. This has just happened, and I haven't heard anything. I don't think you have either. But it's the scenario that would be worrying, PK, because Morgan's right about the culture. To pull him out of a good situation, Morgan's got a relationship. Ford has a relationship. The staff does, right? But maybe Fish has a little bit of a relationship too. Okay, Morgan's got some money. But wait, Washington has money too. That's when you start to worry. You got both those things. One can be a problem. They're not going to have
the money for Williams.
Two.
They got money available to give. They're going to get somebody now. Yeah. Another kid who's probably got a track record is going to come to Washington if Williams, in fact, leaves, and the rumor is LSU. If that happens, well, do they just go get Levitt, who, he started this last year, was injury riddled, but last year, obviously, he started. And so then he wants to leave, and he's just chasing schools left and right. We never thought we'd see a day, but we have seen it where there's more loyalty and there's more he's our guy in the professional ranks than the college ranks.
DJ and PK, we're out of time. Jake and Ben are next right here on The Zone.
Well, that's our show.
This concludes the entertainment part of our program.
That was fun. I think it went really well.
See ya.
I'm out of here. I'll see you. Bye-bye.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy, but man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
The new year means new health goals, not just for your body, but your finances too. But did you know financial health is directly related to identity protection? You need LifeLock because your personal info is in endless places that are outside of your control. It only takes one mistake, and not even your mistake, to expose you to identity theft and lost funds. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second and alerts you to threats you could miss on your own. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it, backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. In fact, restoration is guaranteed or your subscription money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or other financial losses from identity theft alone. Resolve to make identity, health, and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. That's promo code NEWS for 40% off at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thanks for making us a part of your Wednesday. What's happening over there, Ben?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm grateful to Scott Gerard or maybe Alex Geary. Was Scott Gerard on remote yesterday? He was? Okay. Grateful for Alex Geary because he signed me out of the computer without, sending out any embarrassing tweets or something.
You mean you signed into social media, or do you sign into your whole account?
Like my whole thing.
Your whole thing. And then it just logs you in automatically to your social media stuff.
And he could have sent out, my email is up.
Whatever you want. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he could have really done some damage and chose instead to just log me out like a fine coworker. Or at least I think he did.
Yeah,
I don't know. I should probably check my my outbox or
check
whatever.
your DMs.
I received a nasty email from Jake Scott last night.
That makes some sense.
So if that indeed did not happen, big shout out to Alex Geary. Thanks for being a good teammate. But Ben, life is good.
Happy for you.
Yeah, last night was a good night. My wife was off for bridge night, so I just had the girls.
Oh, bridge night. I didn't know you were married to a 70-year-old.
We're a bridge family.
Are
Ben.
you?
Yeah, we play a lot of bridge.
Oh, good.
My 8-year-old on our trip to Virginia, she just started to learn.
Board games, card games, underrated.
Yeah, we like
great family activity
in my family.
Shout out to your wife, who's not 70.
No, she is not.
I went to high school with her.
So she was doing that. So I just had the girls. So you know what? So my wife does not eat pork. She just doesn't. She never has. Doesn't eat. So I bought the nicest looking pork chops.
Okay.
Oh, dude, you've ever seen? They were delicious.
How'd you make them?
Oh, I pan fried them. I considered grilling them, but I had a bit of a time thing going on.
Got the wife a sous vide for Christmas. It's like the big wand that boils water essentially, and then you put stuff in the bag, and then it cooks it in the bag. And pork chops was the first thing we tried, and I did not do a great job.
No.
But then I made barbecue short ribs, and they were absurdly good.
Much better.
So good. So I need to try pork chops again.
So then, get the kids to bed or whatever. You know what I did immediately after that? I went to sleep.
Early bedtime.
I mean, early. I crashed out before 9. And I got to tell you.
Before 9.
Before 9.
Wow.
I crashed out before 9.
Good for you.
I feel terrific.
Yeah,
this morning.
I bet you do.
I tell you, the older I get, the more I appreciate sleep and that sort of thing. And kids get in the way or whatever. But, those late games, where the Jazz are on the West Coast or whatever, and they go late, and then, you've got the tight turnaround in the morning with the kids. It adds up.
And you're just returning from the East Coast.
And
you probably needed it.
Body clock is all wonky. And I was like, what do I want to do? We were talking about living alone during the break. But last night, it was like, I have time for myself. I could do whatever. I could watch TV. I could do something productive.
You're calling an audible. Go to bed.
And I went right to bed.
Homer Simpson meme, laying in bed all cuddled up.
Oh, it was magic. Magic. And I was slightly aggravated because my 4-year-old called me back into her room at least 15 times.
Yeah.
And it was like, you know what's good for me? I'm just calling it a night.
Yeah, in bed.
I'm just doing it.
Yeah, good for you. Not my style, but I do get it.
I feel terrific today.
Yeah, good.
We told Christian to enjoy sleeping in on New Year's. This is going to be the last time he's going to do that.
That baby on the way.
I'll tell you the first, and we can cease to be sidetracked and talk about the news of the day, but the thing about having a newborn is you really do prove that you can function on so little rest. Like, you could be so tired and you still function. You still make it happen. But it doesn't mean I want to do it again.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Doesn't mean, but anyway, Christian, you'll be surprised on how you'll be functioning with so little rest.
Can't wait.
It's worth it. The payoff is so high.
Well, the payoff is super high, but you can wait, actually. Yeah. You should enjoy, for these next several months, sleeping in. I know you got to be up.
Or maybe you'll get a good sleeping baby and it won't be an issue. I had a pretty good sleeping first baby. So
for us, first, yes. Second, absolutely not.
He'll stop at 1. You'll be fine.
Second, absolutely not. Still to this day. Did you catch the press conference yesterday?
Morgan Scally.
Morgan Scally, yes. His introductory press conference at the University of Utah, even though we've all known Morgan for quite some time.
Yeah.
What did you think? What was your takeaway?
You know what my takeaway was? I saw the evolution of a person turning into a head coach. I have talked to Morgan. I've interviewed him a dozen times, I've never seen him in the head coaching role. And yesterday I saw his flavor as a head coach the same way when we go to Big 12 Media Day, Pac-12 Media Day, Mountain West Conference Media Days, whatever it's been, and you talk to coaches and everyone has kind of a different sales tactic. And that sounds demeaning. I'm not trying to belittle culture setting and the style you want to. But I do think I picked up on what Morgan is going to be like as a head coach, and he felt like a head coach to me, which in all honesty is a good first step because you never know, and people can lose press conferences, and it's not the biggest deal if you lose a press conference. Who's our guy in Arizona right now?
Oh,
Brennan. He's not a great press conference guy. He's kind of soft-spoken. He kind of does that when he's talking. He's a good coach.
Yeah.
So you don't have to win a press conference, but I thought Morgan felt like a good press conference head coach.
I agree with that part. It's funny, and I'm not automatically disagreeing, but my initial reaction was, this is still the same dude I knew when I worked with him.
Sure, I'm sure.
You know what I mean? I almost thought it almost stood out to me that he didn't sound like a head coach. And I'm only saying that just based on the way you framed, because I actually thought, this is still a 26-year-old dude who's out there cracking jokes and acting goofy.
He is goofy.
And by the way, his sincerity about his family, a lot of time I roll my eyes at stuff like that when I hear coaches say it, because
we've seen a lot of bad family men claim to be good family men.
Hugh Freeze is up there being I just love my okay.
Patino loves his wife.
But knowing Morgan behind the scenes, that all that stuff is genuine, and he's not shy about sharing it, which I think is appealing. But that's he's if he had stood up there and acted like a crusty, serious person, I would have kind of thought, oh well, he's
putting on his wit mask.
He's putting on his head coach hat, and that feels like a head coach. It felt like the same dude, which I do think, and this is where I agree with you, I do think in today's day and age, authenticity really connects with people.
Yeah, and that doesn't have to be happy authenticity.
No. And he is very authentic. Like, he's got the type of personality where he can't really hide it because he's just
Morgan.
He's just out there.
Yeah.
It's the type. That's the type of guy that he is behind the scenes too. So I actually found that refreshing because I didn't want to see. I've heard Morgan do interviews where he's stuffy Morgan, and that's because that's what the coach wanted
that's what is expected of him,
of his coordinators and assistants. Witt would rarely let them do interviews, and if he ever let them do interviews, it was in a friendly space. And if he ever let them do interviews outside of a friendly space, the only answers that you got from coaches were, "Well, yeah, we're very prepared," and Morgan did that. And that all stems back to where Witt was burned by like Dave Christensen, who did some interview where it just made Witt mad, and all of a sudden nobody else could talk ever again. Even though Witt himself did a weekly hit with DJ and PK when he was the defensive coordinator at the University of Utah. But that being said, I was glad that was not what we saw.
I agree with you.
I don't think that's how he's going to connect to young people. The challenge, and you talk to longtime coaches, Ben, and I'm sure you hear this or have heard this, but the ultimate challenge for a college head coach specifically is figuring out how to connect with increasingly changing young people. How, as an old person, do you connect with young people who have completely different interests, completely different views on the world, and it never stays the same? It's constantly evolving. How do you connect with those young people? And different coaches find different ways. And you can kind of tell when older coaches lose some of that connection. And I think Morgan's connection to young people is going to be his authenticity.
I agree with you. I think that'll be a strength. I think that's going to be a real strength of Morgan's. His ability to match or bring an energy level that's even above what young people have. Everyone talks about, the Gen Z hiring difficulty right now of kind of this malaise that kids have in general. And you're going to have to bring a spark out of them because kids have it. You just may have to find it a little bit more. That, the crustiness that Kyle Whittingham had, and not cruelty. I never thought Witt was cruel at all, but he certainly had an edge and was kind of hardened. Morgan doesn't have that right now. And look, it will be filed down. This bubbliness that Morgan has will not survive, unfortunately. And that doesn't mean he's going to become a bad guy. You only have so much energy to put out into the world, I think, when you have that job. And so that naturally kind of reduces you and your ability to have that type of burst. I think Ron McBride has gotten it back more since he's left coaching because he has more energy to do it. And Witt could as well once he leaves coaching. But Morgan's going to lose a little bit of that. But that's just forward facing. I suspect behind the scenes he'll be able to keep it.
I think he might be jaded by Witt a little bit. Ronnie never turned into that. That was never him. He was always accessible. He was always out there. He was always himself. He had the Mafia hat on. He
certainly was not.
He was never
Witt's
that
hardened.
And that
level.
Witt's personality was what it was, and he found a different way to connect with young people that I don't think will be Morgan's way. But I hope the job doesn't necessarily do that to him. It could, but
it just does to every coach I've ever met, and I've known coaches during their careers and after their careers.
I think there's a difference between putting on an act at the beginning, because you got to do that, and then eventually your inner self comes out. And actually knowing somebody, like I didn't know Quinn Snyder. I didn't.
No,
I mean,
sure.
He would know me from looking at me probably. He'd know my voice because I interviewed him a bunch of times, but I don't know him. But the act that he put on at the beginning compared to how he behaved at the end was totally different. But I think he was more like how he behaved at the end as opposed to the beginning. Because you got to sell it at the beginning.
Yeah, for sure.
You have to. You have to sit there and look at the media bozos and answer their questions with a smile because you have to put a good foot forward. And then eventually, as you become more comfortable, I think more who you really are comes out. Morgan is really like that.
I totally get it.
He is really like that. So I would
like
hope
that?
in the same way that Kalani is. Remember when we were talking about spicy Kalani at the beginning of the season or whatever, and I was hoping that was an act and not some sort of change in him, because that's not who he is. He's not an angry guy.
And it was. It was an act.
Right.
He went back to being Kalani.
Exactly. So I don't think the job has necessarily jaded him. Bronco, I don't know. He might be an interesting one to talk about during his run at BYU, but I always thought the mask he put on was super awkward. He was not authentic. He's much more authentic now than he was when he was the BYU head coach.
First year Will Hardy is different than third year Will Hardy. And Will still has Will traits, still has really good press conferences, still really tries to answer your questions, can occasionally joke around with you, but year one he was just way, I don't want to say looser, but I think maybe had a little bit more energy to deal with some of the nonsense.
Yeah, thanks, I mean, he was probably selling it a little bit at the beginning, but he's not mother trucking reporters either, which
not publicly.
Is, I don't know, is he? I mean, you can.
He's fiery. Yeah, I bet he is behind the scenes. I bet he hates some of the questions.
No, I know, but he's not humiliating people.
Not yet.
Publicly. Oh, yeah, I guess not yet. I mean, he was nice to us at Media Day. That wasn't that long ago. Probably didn't want to do that if I had to guess.
Yeah. He's not like some of my questions in the last little bit, but that's all right.
It's all right to not like questions. I don't think that's what I'm getting at.
Uh-huh. Yeah, of course. No. But he is different. He's just a little bit hardened. I've just seen that in his life.
Right.
Or his answers, I should say.
Quinn Snyder really had no interest in Quinn Snyder being a part of the public conversation in any way that was outside of
that realm.
His job description,
yeah,
I
right,
guess.
Exactly right.
Like,
yeah.
he didn't want to be any more accessible than he had to be.
Right.
He didn't really care about that. I think that's more attuned to him.
I think that's
Kyle Whittingham was super paranoid.
Right,
I think he gave us way too much credit. I think I think like you become insulated because you're the Utah coach and you're almost untouchable. I mean, see Rick Majerus, where you can behave however you want, and and you stop doing things that you don't want to do, even though they may be better for you. And then Witt went entirely the different direction, where he thought, like, well, these guys are stealing from me. I'm going to have Jan Jorgensen frozen out of practice, even though he's on the radio. Like, I'm going to have the baseball team build a wall around fall camp. I mean, almost like crazy, because he didn't feel like he had to be any more than that. I think Morgan will be more than that.
I agree. Now, Morgan's going to be on the brighter side, the glass half full, more than Witt was, certainly.
Morgan buys into the fluffy Utah man stuff. I don't. I mean, how long is that Utah man stuff going to stick around with everybody if he all of a sudden loses 6 in a row? I mean, it's that is fluffy. I believe he buys into it. I think that lasts about 10. How long is that lasting, Mark Pope?
Right. Right. He's in year 2. He's going to get fired after this year, probably.
He's going to get fired in the middle of the year if he's not careful.
Yeah. No, I'm totally with you.
But I do think he will put a different face on the program that will be more charismatic and more engaging. But he's got to watch it too. I mean, when you're out there, you've got to be authentically good, not authentically bad.
I hope he doesn't become paranoid. That was a word you used, and that you see that with coaches, and it's basically a death sentence. The second coaches start to become paranoid, the clock starts ticking, because then people start to have it out for you. So I hope we never see that.
At the very least are suspicious.
Yeah, and so I hope we never see that from Morgan. Yes, the bubbliness, you call it the fluff, will just dissipate. And look, it's his first press conference. This is one of the greatest days of his life. He's 1-0 as a head coach. Yeah. Like, he should be excited. If you're not excited now, you're never going to be. I don't think anyone's criticizing Morgan's performance yesterday.
No, and I'm not even calling it fake. I'm telling you, I think he believes that. If he didn't believe that, he would be the defensive coordinator at Washington or something. Right. By now, So I just don't think that the administration / fans truly believe that, because it's a results-based industry. I mean, that Utah man stuff will buy you an extra week or two maybe. But
yeah, and honestly, I don't know how much it matters in today's day and age of the transfer portal and NIL and all that stuff. I mean, if you're going to somebody to try and sell culture and somebody else is selling money, a lot of the kids are going to go for the money still. And maybe that's a way to sift out players that you want to have and don't want to have. And Morgan believes he can win with guys who just want to be a part of the culture more so than the guys that are the highest talent with the money. But
well, that's what he has to sell.
It is. But I do think a lot of coaches realize, I tried to sell culture too, and then I realized money was the most important thing, so I've got to figure out how to get more money.
Yeah, well.
mean, that's the nature of the sport right now. It's why the sport stinks, but it is the nature of the sport.
It's what you're going to have to sell. And I don't know if people have an accurate grasp on who is getting the money and how much. I think
At Utah or period?
Period. I think most college football programs are existing almost in the same way that they used to. Like not spending, certainly not the university spending the full 20, and not having an NIL arsenal. I mean, if you look at outside of the top part of the top conferences, I mean, how much is, God, what's not a wealthy Big 12 school? Like, how much is Iowa State really spending?
Yeah, it can't be much.
I mean, how much is Utah State really spending?
How much is Utah spending?
How much is Utah spending? Yeah, right. I mean, I think the idea of the money thing does apply, but maybe not quite. It applies to the top 10% a lot. It applies to Ohio State a lot, and these schools that are spending big time dough.
And 4 or 5 schools have really benefited from it.
But even then, they're spending that big time dough on 4, 5, 6 players, not 100 players.
Yeah, the 70th guy on your roster is not getting $100,000.
So I do think like the culture argument will still carry weight, and you can recruit that because it's not okay. So you're not going to get the $5 million transfer quarterback. Okay. But what about the other 95% of quarterbacks that are out there?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and you just got to be competitive there. You've got to have similar money, and then you have to sell culture. And that's where culture does still matter.
Utah still has to find diamonds in the rough and polish them up. That will be their edge. It always has been their edge.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's at some point in the Pac-12 run, they kind of pretended it wasn't their edge, but it still was. They weren't getting the same recruits USC and Oregon and everything else was. They still had to find guys. They still had to go get the 2 stars and turn them into 5 stars, whatever that means. That's still how they're going to be doing it. And the good news is the 2 star isn't making any dough, and nor is the Weber State transfer, nor is the Montana State transfer, nor is the Colorado State transfer, for that matter. So, do we want to play that culture clip?
I've always been about creating culture. Culture is what you believe, it's how you behave, and it's the experience that's delivered by that behavior. The experience has to be awesome. If the experience is not awesome, if they don't believe in the culture and they don't see the fruits and the benefit of the culture, they'll leave. So you have to create a culture that's strong enough that maybe a higher dollar figure doesn't sway. Then you have to have great support, which we have. So the biggest thing to me is establishing a culture that people experience, right? Through their behavior, they experience greatness, and they don't ever want to leave it because they know they're getting the best.
I think Morgan's going to do a good job of that.
Well, I love how fluffy that became, but he believes that.
Mm-hmm.
And if he believes it, he can sell it, I would guess.
Yeah, and I think he has the energy to create it, and then he's got to find the coaches around him that can sustain it as well. And then you have to win. I mean, all of the pieces matter. There's no one trick to winning it all. You've got to have the culture, you've got to have the talent, you've got to have the money. All 3 probably matter just as much as one another if you want to have a sustained program.
And we didn't even get to my very favorite part of the press conference.
We got a long show today.
Which we can get to later.
Okay.
All right, top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Former BYU basketball coach Steve Cleveland.
When I look at the football situation in Utah and what Kyle's doing, there's nothing about that to me doesn't make sense. He gave them everything at Utah. Going to Michigan is another level and next step. You know, what a great honor. And it's not taking anything from Utah. They have an outstanding football program. It's a great institution. And anybody that's going to begrudge him for leaving, they're just not very smart. When a guy gives you everything that Kyle gave, and then people are going to be critical of him and criticize him, blow those people off. That's insane. It disgusts me that conversation even take place. I'm happy for Kyle. I'm happy for his staff. It just doesn't make sense that people would have that kind of an attitude. Just very narrow-minded, and I'm not interested in hearing the nonsense that's coming out from some of these people on radio and TV.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz play the defending NBA champs, the Oklahoma City Thunder. The game tips off at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. BYU, Big 12 basketball at the Marriott Center. The Cougars are hosting Arizona State. Listen at 7 o'clock on 102.7 FM. And the Utah Mammoth hosts the Ottawa Senators at 7:30. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Fox Sports Radio is taking over YouTube, and you can be a part of it.
Pay attention!
Just go to YouTube and search Fox Sports Radio. Hit that subscribe button and smash that notification bell and catch all the videos from your favorite shows. 2 Pros and a Cup of Joe, Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd, wow, Covino and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington, The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon, and The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio on YouTube.
Subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply by February 11th and get your application fee waived. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Get your application fee waived through February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Jazz at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Jazz head coach Will Hardy talking about his team struggling on defense.
You know, defense takes a relentless level of competitiveness because there are so many situations that happen in every game. And am I supposed to go over the screen or under the screen? Well, the reality is that doesn't matter as much as not getting screened. Stop running into the screen. That is the only answer that never works, is just running into the screen and dying.
Jazz at 30 updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tonight, I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel alive. And the world, I'm turning inside out.
Time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1. Sounds like we're getting an outdoor NHL game.
Yeah, I think this is interesting. There's a press conference coming up later today, but Frank Cervalli, who's kind of the Shams Charania of the NHL, says, as Biz Nasty 2.0, do you follow him on Twitter, Biz Nasty 2.0?
Yeah, he's a Barstool guy, and then he
okay?
does NHL on TNT stuff.
I don't know who that is. But shared with Spit and Chicklets, which is kind of one of the other big hockey Twitter accounts. Says Commissioner Gary Bettman and Utah Mammoth owners Ryan and Ashley Smith are holding a press conference at the University of Utah's Rice Eccles Stadium this afternoon to announce an outdoor game, which is interesting is it doesn't sound like it's the Winter Classic. He says an outdoor game, which is previously, if I recall, Ryan Smith had said, we're going to figure out a way to do something with an outdoor game. And he has always talked about Rice Eccles, which, by the way, you have always said he should extend a branch, an olive branch to the University of Utah, something that Larry H. Miller did to really kind of keep both fan bases involved, though obviously Ryan's a huge BYU guy. But this would be a big coup. I'll be curious if it's a Winter Classic or if it's just a different type of outdoor game. It was weird. They played the last game in Miami. I honestly was amazed they could keep the ice frozen, but they know what they're doing.
Well, technology is a thing.
It is. Refrigerators exist.
I've always liked the concept of this. I've always thought it was cool that the NHL does it. I think introducing the factor of weather into a sport where that usually doesn't matter. Like, I hope it pukes snow.
Uh-huh.
You know, whatever.
Yeah,
I hope it absolutely. The wind is howling and it's snowing like crazy.
December Buffalo game.
Yeah. I mean, just think like, oh, well, there's a new element to decide the winner or loser. I find that fascinating. What did they do on the aircraft carrier, a college basketball game?
I think it was, yeah.
Imagine if it was rough that day or something.
Yeah, right. Rough seas.
Rough seas. Poseidon was angry that day. That would have been kind of hilarious.
So we'll see.
Or it didn't happen. But yeah, whatever. Whatever you can do to find cool ways to draw interest to the sport, to the team, all of the things. I think that goes a long way introducing the NHL and the product into this market and really converting fans. I think it's cool.
Now, look, it very well could be the Winter Classic. We will see. But I know Ryan had said we'll figure out something one way or another. And, we have talked about Ryan Smith being in this kind of holding pattern as an owner that we haven't really seen him, certainly with the Jazz, have to put the pedal to the metal to win games yet. And we don't know if he's going to be able to win as an owner. And same with the Mammoth. They're trying to win this year. We'll see if they're able to get there. But he is pretty innovative. And I've called him an infrastructure owner so far. He's been able to build a lot of buildings, and he's attracting attention. He is bringing a lot of attention to Salt Lake City. And if you can get an outdoor game here in Salt Lake, he does have to. We talked so much in the last segment about developing culture with Morgan Scally. Ryan is going to have to really develop a hockey culture. We've talked about it a little bit. The building sells out, and the interest outside of the building when the game's not being played, I don't think is through the roof. And I think that's part of just having a young team that came upon so quickly. There was no build up to sell. Like 3 years from now, they're going to play their first game here. He was dealt a difficult hand, and he played it extraordinarily well. But now he's got to sell that the game's good. And this type of event can be a positive for that.
Yeah, I think so. I want to go.
Sure. Get some tickets. Get you in the lottery.
And I don't want to do much.
No, I don't.
I want to go to bed before 9.
I want to have food. Yeah, you don't want to leave the house. So if you want to go to this game, that's really saying something.
I know. I'm surprised surprised myself.
Get you some binoculars and put you on top of the. I don't even know what the buildings are up there anymore. What's the building in the north end zone? Has Utah on the top?
Give me a hot
hyper
toddy.
Building? Is that the old hyper building?
No.
Well, whatever it is.
It's the field house.
The field house. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the hockey crowd is a beer drinking crowd. What are they going to do about that?
Make beer available.
Open up.
So was the monster trucks crowd, and I think they found a way to get some beers and some people.
I don't think so.
Did they not?
The north end zone has some weird thing where they've got a club or something. I don't know how they get around the laws, honestly, because there is some booze being served at some point up there in that new thing. But yeah, they won't be selling beer on the concourse. No way.
No, not on the concourse, but they'll figure out some way to.
I mean, you always get the super loaded people in the suites booze.
Yeah.
But what about your normal blue-collar hockey guy that just wants to slug some Molsons while watching the Mammoth play?
Yeah, remember their first game broke the alcohol sales record at Delta Center.
It was interesting. If you've not been to a game, like, they make a whole thing the same way, and they should. This is part of NHL culture. They do the beer chug cam. Like, they absolutely embrace that. They've leaned into that. I think that's a credit to Ryan. You don't have to chug beers, but I don't think Ryan's a beer drinker at all, but I do think that's part of the culture. That's what people go for. That is a part of what sells in the NHL. So they go and they find people holding a full cup, and you're expected to finish your beer on camera. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, you're not making something up. You're not labeling these people the way I've labeled them as Android users. These are beer drinkers.
More of a beer drinking crowd.
Yeah,
correct. All right, what's next?
Number 2, Jazz at Oklahoma City tonight. Our guy Ben thinks this is a buzzsaw.
Yeah, this is just going to be a potentially difficult game. Now, look, the Jazz also played terrible in their last game, and I'm not sure the Jazz right now are we lay down for teams because we're not playing well. I actually think one of the things is they've been pretty resilient. They are winning games after losing stretches that nobody expects, whether that's beating Detroit and then San Antonio in back-to-back nights. I'm not sure this is a team that organically is going to lose 10 games in a row because they go on a skid. I think they're too talented for that, so I would expect them to come out and give it a good run tonight. They don't have the talent of Oklahoma City. Yeah. But I do think Keontae's like legitimately a good player. I don't think he's going to get shut out in this game. He had a tough time, I thought, against Portland. I bet he bounces back and plays well, and if he plays well and Lowry plays well, the Jazz are at least going to keep this competitive. They have the ability to keep it competitive. They also have fallen behind by 16 points to open games 5 times this season.
Well, listen, Oklahoma City sucks now, so that does factor into things. I think what you were saying about the Jazz used to be true. I don't know if that's true anymore.
Which part of it?
Everything post San Antonio win to me, I don't know if I expect them to show up and be all that plucky, and I don't know if I blame them.
Well,
frankly.
I did use the word organically.
Yeah, I mean, even if Keontae plays well, I don't know. It feels to me like after Ben Anderson wrote that tweet about should the Jazz.
That's why I should never say anything out loud.
Should the Jazz just bag it and try and get to the play-in because this is going to get gross because they're good enough to beat Detroit and San Antonio on back-to-back nights. And they answered your tweet.
They did. And I would like to think it has to do with me.
They said, you know what, Ben?
Watch this.
We're not going to do that.
Good idea, Ben. Zig.
So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking of that Portland game too much. Because they did show some pluck against Golden State and ended up coming up short. So maybe we see them give Oklahoma City a run. But
no, I mean, I wrote my last story. I think the Jazz are walking into a buzzsaw. I think they absolutely are. And I think Oklahoma City is going to hand it to them. And it's the 4th game of a winless road trip so far before they come back to Salt Lake City, only for 2 more games, but easier games here at home. They've got Charlotte and Dallas coming up over the next couple of days. So I would get the human nature of it as well, just no showing on this trip. And look, these young players are hitting the rookie wall now. You are going to start seeing that. I know Ace Bailey hasn't been on the floor. Maybe his return tonight, if he's able to return, he's still questionable, would be helpful. But still, a lot of young players here have not fully adjusted to the NBA schedule. So some of them are going to start to have bad nights. Walt Clayton has played more games now, I suspect, in the NBA than he played in college last year. If not, it's really close. Probably right around 27, 28 games that he's played. Probably played 35 last year in their national championship run in Florida. It just starts to wear on you, and it's a much harder schedule, and it's far more condensed. So you will see some natural regression there, I think, from the young players.
I'm trying to think of a good comparison to how I feel the vibe of the team might be. In Major League, when they put up the cardboard thing of the owner, and they said, every time you win, we take a piece. You know what I'm talking about? And then they come back and win the pennant because they're super motivated to, show the owner or whatever. Can you imagine if the owner won? And they're like, no, you're going to lose.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, we're showing some. They're like, no. You're going to lose.
You're going to lose.
I think this team thought, okay, we're going to go show some people. We're going to go win some games. Keontae's going to take the next step. And now they're like, that's cute, but no, you're not. And that's got to be defeating.
We should pull up.
Does that make any sense?
We should pull up the Kevin Love clip. I'll send it to you. But it's on the Old Man and the Three. We'll have to blur it out. Kevin has some language because he's 37 and no longer cares about what he says publicly. Look, it's a podcast. You can say whatever you want. He really is praising the culture. And Nurk the other day, talking to him after the game, he really is praising the culture of how good it is right now in Utah. Now, some of these guys, older guys, may like it because they're still being invested in, but it's not like going to beat you down culture. Like, you're not beating up the players for not playing well. Nurk probably loves that he's not getting, he's getting coached, but no one's screaming at him, I don't think. So he's probably pretty happy about that.
Nurk's playing half the games and actually playing when he's in the game.
So he's happy.
Yeah, I'm sure he loves the culture.
Yeah, and Kevin Love can do it.
Kevin Love had another 2010 night. He didn't think he'd sniff that for the rest of his career.
We should play that before the end of the show, though. He really is praising it. It's interesting. I'm curious what to make of it. I honestly don't know.
All right. What's next?
Number 3, big news out of the NFL yesterday. The Ravens fired John Harbaugh after 18 seasons.
I do think this was coming, and I'm not against the shakeup to the status quo. And this is not the same as Kyle Whittingham leaving Utah. Kyle Whittingham just won 10 games. And it does feel like, again, even my wife, who's a very casual football fan, big basketball fan, but casual football fans, why is Lamar Jackson never able to win at the highest level? She's even aware of it enough to be like, why is this team underachieving? I thought he was really good. It's he is really good. He's not on the field a ton. Certainly hasn't been this year. But I could absolutely see them needing a little bit of maybe a little more innovation, maybe a little younger player or coach to bring some new energy.
I don't know. Is the answer to struggles firing a good coach? John Harbaugh's a good coach.
He's just a good coach, yeah.
He's a good coach. And his phone rang, according to his agent. He talked to 7 different teams the second the news broke.
And the reason why that number is important is there are only 6 openings at the moment.
Right.
So people are calling with the current head coach saying, but if we did have an opening.
The Giants are reportedly begging John Harbaugh to take the job. He's been unemployed for 24 hours, and the Giants are begging him to take the job. Maybe the answer to your question, Ben, isn't John Harbaugh.
No, sure, absolutely.
You got to ask yourself, why isn't he winning? Well, maybe the answer isn't because the coach is failing. But you know what the coach is easy and obvious. And so, I don't know, maybe they bring in somebody new and fresh and whatever. But, Jerry and John and Carl never won the championship. Was the problem Jerry?
No, of course not. No, I don't think Harbaugh's the problem.
In 1997, should Larry Miller have fired Jerry? No,
of course not.
No. Why is the answer to fire a good coach if you know they're a good coach? If you want to do the Kyle comparison, and you said, well, if Kyle wants to stay, you should let him do whatever he wants. I'm assuming your logic in that is, why would you separate yourself from a good coach on purpose? I feel the same thing about the Ravens. Why would you separate yourself from a good coach on purpose?
Do I think their next coach is going to be better than Harbaugh? I do not.
I don't either.
Harbaugh's a Hall of Famer, right?
So why would you make that decision?
Years. Because I do think sometimes you do need a new pair of eyeballs on it. And look, maybe it's not a guarantee it's going to work.
So John forgot how to coach is the argument? I don't believe that either.
I do think there has been some... And I'm not a diehard Ravens fan. I like the Ravens, so I watch a lot of their games. But I do think it's gotten a little lackadaisical. And I don't know if that's the coach's fault. Sometimes things sour. Sometimes you have enough losses that things need a change has to be made. And I understand the difficulty of moving off of Lamar Jackson because he's really good. He's in his prime, and he's still a MVP candidate every time he steps on the field. So if you want to find a new approach, you're picking one or the other, the coach or the quarterback, and they chose the coach.
Good luck. I do think Baltimore's a good job.
It's a very good job. Yeah.
I think their ownership has proved themselves fully invested in everything. I do think that's a good job, but
Harbaugh should take a year off, is my thought. I won't be surprised at all if he's the head coach of the Giants next season.
By the way, before we move off of coaches, real quick here, do you know that now that the Raiders have fired Peter Carroll, that they are paying somewhere in the neighborhood of $50 million to coaches that are not going to be coaching their team?
That's why you should take the head coaching job for the Raiders.
Next year, they're going to be paying Antonio Pierce $8 million, Josh McDaniels $10 million, John Gruden $10 million, Peter Carroll $16 million, and this may be the best, Chip Kelly. They're going to be paying him $6 million.
They're still paying Gruden?
Oh, yeah. In fact, they may be paying damages to Gruden. They may be paying him.
Yeah.
They may be paying him even more.
Civil penalties.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
No, I cannot.
Like, that is why the Raiders are failing. Like any company, if you said, if my wife's company was paying 5 different CEOs who didn't work there a total of $50 million, they wouldn't be in business anymore.
Yeah. Oh, no, of course not. No, yeah. If we were paying 6 former radio hosts the graveyard that is Jake Scott's career, bodies he's just put into the ground, if they were still paying all your co-hosts, yeah.
$500,000 a year.
You'd be doing a solo show.
That's crazy.
It's awesome.
All right, stay tuned. More next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bangs! G-Bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. The new year is here. Of course, we're all thinking about ways that we can improve our lives. Have you ever given true thought to the financial well-being of course, yourself, but your family as well? Not only in the short term with things like peace of mind, but in the long term as well. Setting goals and, of course, accomplishing those goals. Well, give Trajan a call, 801-210-6800. Sit down with them in person. They have offices in Draper and Farmington, so there's one close to you. But sit down with them and just let them go over it. They're very good. I've done it. They make things very simple and understandable, and they can help you do those things like set goals when you want to retire and what kind of lifestyle you want to live when you retire, and then help you put the train on the tracks to make the right decisions to get there. Truly a team of people on your side. 801-210-6800. You can also go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 and TrajanWealth.com.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Fox Sports Radio. Did you know we're on YouTube? Did you know you can find all of your favorite shows on YouTube?
Look at us. We're waving at you right now.
Did you know that you can find the best clips and the best videos from your favorite shows?
All the interviews, clips, everything is there.
This is why you're the smartest listeners in the world.
Completely agree.
Because you went to YouTube and you searched Fox Sports Radio, and you were the ones that hit the subscribe button and the notification bell. You're the ones that watch videos from Two Pros and a Cup of Joe with Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, and LeVar Arrington.
You can't even make this up. You got some holy water in your bag, baby.
Dan Patrick, Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Covino and Rich, The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington.
Oh, my God.
Oh, boy.
The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Think about that for a second.
And The Ben Maller Show. Fox Sports Radio. On YouTube.
That's strong stuff.
By searching Fox Sports Radio.
Check us out on YouTube, subscribe, hit that thumbs up icon, and comment away.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Coach Torney giving his thoughts on Daniel Boots' performance.
I really like this game today in a lot of aspects. They went at him, did not intimidate him at all. He kept going in the net. He kept cutting in the net. He had great chance. He made great play throughout the game, along the wall, with the puck, without the puck. So really like this game tonight.
Stay tuned for Mammoth at 50 updates, 50 past the hour every hour here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hear the drums echoing tonight, and she hears only whispers of some quiet conversation.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Wednesday, meaning it's a Win Ticket Wednesday. Caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. You're going to get a pair of tickets to go see Toto with special guest Christopher Cross and the Romantics at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on August 21st. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Ben, I've got to pay off the tease on my favorite part of the Morgan Scally press conference.
Okay, let's hear it.
And one that I can really honestly identify with. Have you ever really, like you public speak, right? Or done introductions or anything like have you ever done a real build-up and then just blown the...
Crash the plane?
The
delivery.
The delivery.
Yeah,
like a really good wind-up.
Absolutely.
And then just spiked it. I'll tell you my most embarrassing one here in a minute, but this 100% happened yesterday at the Morgan Scally press conference. Mark Harlan got up there, did his thing, welcomed everybody, thanked everybody, then builds into the intro of Morgan Scally, builds into the introduction of his next coach,
setting it up,
and here was how it ended.
The 24th head coach of the University of Football program, Mr. Morgan Scally.
I said, what?
The University of Football program.
What?
Morgan Scally.
Yeah.
I mean, wound up for a while.
Yeah, right. Had a speech.
Talked about the Utah man, all of that. Get right to the everybody's getting ready to be excited.
University of Football.
University of Football. Now, this happens so much. I find it hilarious every time. It happens so much in politics in particular, but I got to imagine it happens in like people speaking at church. Stuff like I imagine like you spend your whole speech winding it up like I'm getting ready to get the delivery and bam. I told Christian, you remember when I think it was Chuck Schumer, somebody it was like introducing articles of impeachment against Donald, like a really big moment. And he said, instead of insurrection, he said,
yeah.
Like this big long build up and then drops the E word out there.
Yeah.
But mine, this was so bad. So I used to work with an FM DJ whose name was Randy Rose. That was his on it. Like, hey, Randy Rose, spinning the hits.
Yeah.
His cubicle was right next to mine. I'm up at the John Watson Chevrolet High School Player of the Week thing for in emceeing it for basketball. And our guest speaker was Randy Ray, the head coach at Weber State. So I give this big, long wind-up, and I was like, and so now let's welcome head coach at Weber State, Randy Rose, everybody. And I didn't even realize I did it. I got to the back of the room, and our sales guy was like, Randy Rose? What's the matter with you? I said, Randy Rose? What?
I didn't say that.
I didn't say Randy Rose. I said Randy Ray.
You go back. And you listen.
It's like, nope. I said Randy Rose. Sure did. And I built it up, too. I wound it. I was excited that Randy Ray was there.
Ladies
Coach
and
at Weber
gentlemen!
State. He had just coached Damian Lillard.
Yeah.
All these guys are from Ogden or northern Utah, you know. They all stoked Randy Ray is there. They all want to be recruited by him. Randy Rose!
The great Randy Rose. You've combined Dave Rose, Randy Ray, and Randy Rose.
And Randy Rose.
Yeah, you got all three of them.
Appreciate you jumping on. Enjoy the family this weekend. We'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate you, Jake. Have a good one, man.
We all do it.
I just think it's funny, the big wind-up, and then you get
Absolutely.
to the delivery, the moment. Here it is.
Matt Harpring will not travel with the team and had his MRI revealed degeneration of a joint in his spine and a slightly bulging a disc in his back.
The University of Football.
The University of Football, Morgan Scally.
Morgan Scally.
The 24th head coach of the University of Football program, Mr. Morgan Scally.
Listen, we all make mistakes, but the timing of those is really funny.
Yeah, absolutely. The guy who climbed Everest, but he's blind.
I mean, Eric Weihenmayer climbed Mount Everest, but the best part about that one is the but. But
did you know
he's gay? I mean, he's gay. I mean, he's blind. We got to find that. Oh, man, that's so funny. But, yeah, big wind-up.
Right after the break, we're going to interview Eric Weihenmayer, who climbed the highest mountain in the world, Mount Everest. But he's gay. I mean, he's gay. Excuse me, he's blind. So we'll hear about that coming up.
Okay.
But
here's the kicker.
Here's what makes it unique. Any idiot can climb Mount Everest. But this guy, he's a gay man.
Homosexual. What?
So
I mean, he's blind. Oh,
so
well,
shout out to
unique.
Mark Harlan. We're making the fun, but I've been there.
Oh, of course, no,
we've
natural.
been there. Oh man, my favorite. I don't know if we can find this. What President Biden was trying to say: "Get ready, you're in for a problem." He had this big thing, and he's like, "To my Republican friends," and it came out, "Get ready, Bal, you're in for a problem." Big long thing, and then just nope.
Kevin Garnett.
Oh yeah,
tried to sell Adidas shoes. Impossible is nothing was what he's supposed to say.
He was supposed to say "impossible is not," which was the tagline.
The tagline for the whole year
for the whole company.
Impossible is nothing. Kev, we're going to give you $1 million. I don't know if that's the truth, but we're going to give you $1 million, KG, after you win the title. Scream it. He says the wrong tagline. Anything's possible.
And just a terrible actor, too, by the way.
Absolutely.
I mean, just dreadful. That'd be like going up to Patrick Mahomes, being like, okay, are you ready? What are you going to do next? I'm going to Busch Gardens.
Yeah, right. I mean,
Disneyland. Yeah, that's right. Oh. So anyway, the next, 24th?
The 24th head coach of the University of Football program, Mr. Morgan Scally.
University of Football program.
Oh, man.
There's always going to be a 25th.
You know what? Tape lives forever, too, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, thus that stupid Matt Harpring thing is honestly like 20 years old.
Yeah.
Still here.
Survived.
Still haunting me.
God bless whoever saved it.
I love it, what a little kid I sound like, too.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody.
Matt Harpring will not travel with the team and had his MRI revealed degeneration of a joint in his spine and a slightly bulging a disc in his back.
It's only slightly bulging. It's only slightly.
Jake, do you remember last year randomly when your voice was really high for like a week?
I do. I still don't know what was the
We were
matter.
having a good laugh about that while you were gone.
Really?
Yeah.
I still don't know what my problem was.
What happened there?
Hey, you live life on the radio, and you're going to have some good weeks and some bad.
No one's perfect.
Nope. Sure not. Randy Rose. The great coach at Weber State. Coach Damian Lillard. Pay attention, everyone. All right. Stay tuned. Mike Smith, who's never made a mistake in his life, is joining us coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports newsletter.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho. And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110. or rgsutah.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Who's got it better than us?
Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I could fly.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. We're going to talk to Mike Smith here in a minute. Ben, I got to hit you with this story real quick because it is truly what I hate about not only sports, but specifically the World Cup.
Okay.
So North America is hosting the World Cup.
Uh-huh.
And ticket prices have kind of grabbed all the headlines, but
Okay.
there are other controversies as well. FIFA is doing like surge ticket pricing and charging like $5,000 a seat for every game, which is wild. But Canada, the U.S., and Mexico are all hosting the World Cup. It's like a joint effort, right?
North America.
So one of the locations for the World Cup events is going to be at Akron Stadium, home of Chivas de Guadalajara.
Okay.
And they're doing a bunch of work on the stadium to get it up.
Not Akron, Ohio.
No. Akron Stadium.
In Mexico.
In what I'm assuming is Guadalajara. So they're doing some work on the stadium to get it up to snuff. Not a surprise. One thing that has happened is they've surfaced at least 456 bags of human remains.
Not human waste.
No.
Body parts.
Like, yeah.
They found a mass grave?
Not all at once, I would guess.
Okay.
I think it's more of a...
All right.
This was a common area to...
Dispose of bodies?
Disappear things.
Disappear people.
Yeah.
Okay.
456, in fact.
It's a lot of people.
It's a lot. Now, you could imagine that this has stirred up some controversy amongst the, people who live there.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, the government is basically sweeping this all under the rug so that they can get the venue ready in time.
Sure.
Here's a quote. Let's see. The government cares more about money, not citizens. This is a citizen, Servin Garcia. They even remove our missing persons poster so visitors do not notice the magnitude of the problem. They announced that the work is almost finished, but it's not true.
Take that missing persons poster down.
They want to speed everything up so that when the World Cup arrives, everything looks normal. We will keep working with or without the World Cup to bring light to whatever we find. So instead of taking the time and being like, wow, we should really investigate,
where did all these bodies come from?
456 bodies. They're just saying, no, you're crazy. We got to get this stadium done.
Got soccer to play, man.
The World Cup's coming to town. What do you want us to do?
Yeah.
It's kind of the gross part of sports. No? Remember all the forced laborers to get the Qatari World Cup going?
Uh-huh.
People were dying by the day. Everyone's like, well, can't wait to see Germany play.
I'm not a big soccer guy, so I don't follow the World Cup all that religiously. But, man, it does seem like it might be the worst sports event in the world as far as this type of corruption goes.
Yeah. Organization, you want to throw
Yeah,
FIFA is
certainly
right up there with the Olympics as being
And everybody
corrupt.
thought, remember that guy Sepp Blatter that was so terrible? And then they got rid of him, and now it's still just as bad. It's part of the problem is the way it's set up.
Who was it? Who was it who made Nelson Mandela get off of his deathbed?
That was the American rep for the
FIFA?
world for FIFA. The problem is every country has a vote in FIFA.
Mm-hmm.
So whether it's the smallest Caribbean country or the U.S. or wherever, you have one vote, right? So all these small countries are all taking bribes to vote
Yeah.
one way, right? And so countries who in theory are like, well, let's get rid of the corruption. Well, they have the same amount of power as the countries that are more than happy
It's like the Senate.
Not
represented by
population.
It's just that you exist.
It's just that you exist.
Okay.
So then all these little countries are corrupt. And then the people whipping the little countries, whipping from a vote sense.
Yes.
WHIP, right?
Yeah.
Whipping votes. Those
That's the only way to spell
are
whip.
corrupt. Remember the rep from the U.S. had not only a luxury apartment in New York that would cost millions, not only for himself, but had one also for his cat?
His cat, that's right. And there have been kids who have gotten scholarships. Maybe that was Olympics. But yeah.
That was Olympics.
Yeah. Well, life's good. It's good to be in power. Good to be in
I
a
guess.
position that you need to be swayed.
But how terrible is that? Instead of saying, you know what, guys, we got to really find a new venue because we found 456 dead, missing people. This is a massive crime scene. We've got to
up the
find something
bones.
else to do. That's the
Grind them up,
response.
dump them in the water. We get some dump trucks out here. I'm not built for that.
No,
I'm really
it's
not built for
terrible.
that. I put a patio in my last house, and I was digging it up, and I hit a blanket, and I was like, oh, what's this blanket? And then I realized jangling around, there was a bunch of bones in there. It was clearly somebody's family dog from who knows when. And I couldn't touch it. I just reburied it. I couldn't, there was something that felt like I was desecrating something holy. And it's like, it was a dead dog. I don't care about this
Sprinkles.
dead dog. Yeah, whatever. Who'd been in there for 50 years. In fact, the owners were probably dead at this point, too. Far more important than the dog itself. But I was like, I stumbled upon something historic. I did end up putting it in the garbage. But yeah, that point of,
But
get a bulldozer.
I got to tell you, the sheer number is what really grabbed my attention.
456 is significant.
Maybe this says something about me, but if it were 2, would you be like, well, stuff happens?
An accident. Went camping, disappeared, never found him. 456 is...
It's like maybe somebody should look into that.
Yeah, what did we stumble upon here? Yeah. Well, I hope it's a good World Cup.
I hope the matches are great.
Poltergeist, isn't it the house is built on an ancient burial ground?
Is that what it is?
Same a little bit with The Shining. I think it's the same thing. It's used to be an ancient burial ground or reservation. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if things work out well.
Some poor excavator who's just trying to do your job. Like, Bob, we have another one.
Well, do you want your job?
Just plow it over.
Plow it over.
Oh. All right, let's really change the topic.
Cleanse the palate.
Yeah, let's move on. I feel like we need some music or something. Let's get out of the zone phone. Joining us now, of course, you see him on KJazz, Jazz Plus, SEG Plus. He's probably all over the planet because he's the one and only Mike Smith with us here on Jake and Ben. What's going on, Mike?
Hey, Mike.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Doing well. Hey, Mike, I'm really curious. Everyone has bad days at work. Not you, but everyone else has bad days at work. When a team absolutely no-shows the way the Jazz did in Portland, in your experience, having played in the NBA the way you did, what happens? Why is that most commonly?
Okay, you mean what is the reaction by the team and the coach and all
happened?
that? Or how
happened?
can it happen?
How does it happen?
It just happens. It can totally happen. Sports are fickle that way. How did Tiger ever shoot a 74? How did he not win every time he teed it up? It's just sometimes you have an off night, and I felt like they missed shots. I feel like they missed makeable shots in that game, and it got them off. And then maybe the weight of the road trip starting to play on their minds a little bit. And Portland could have their number. Portland just seems like one of those teams that can play really hard against you. They didn't even play a point guard, right? They put Denny Avdia, a 6'8.5" guy, as kind of their facilitator, and the rest are all longer players. I think Klingon had something to do with that too. I think he changed some shots and he made people think about shots. Not that he's an all-world defender yet, but his mere size forced Lowry to really work at the rim. And I will say this, it felt like we just missed some makeable shots, and it started to go in a direction that's, it's just, I'll give you a personal experience. There's a year, 1995, I'm playing for the Clippers, and I've had 7 good games in a row, really good games. And our coach is Bill Fitch. Bill Fitch was a player hater. Bill Fitch is Larry Bird's coach in 81. When they win the title, he's a Rocket coach. He won 1,000 games, and he probably lost 1,400 games. But I think he made the Hall of Fame because of that one title. And Bird used to tell me stories from the old Fitch days, how he just hated players. And he said, he's like, Smitty, just be glad you never had a Bill Fitch training camp. They were brutal. But anyway, he's my coach on the Clippers. I have 7, 8 good games in a row, and we come out and we play. Bernie Bickerstaff was the coach. I can't even remember. It's in the old sports arena in L.A. And Bernie comes over to me before the game and says, you were a part of our scouting report. Like, I don't know why he was saying that, but maybe to get in my head, but he was like, basically he was saying, congrats. Like, you've made it again. Like, you were in the league, you were out of the league, you're back. Like, you were a part of our scouting report coming off the bench. Like, we had a game plan for you. And I had probably 9 open shots. And between me, you, and Ben and Jake, I didn't miss many open shots, right? I was a good shooter. And I missed all 9 of those in the 18 minutes I played. I later made like 2 layups, and so I finished the game 2 for 11. And every shot felt like it was golden. Every shot felt like it was pure as pure could be. And 8 of the 9 hit back rim and came off. It's just a weird thing in sports. Like, it left my fingertips, and whatever signals your nerve endings give your hands to your brain, to your body, to kind of mimic and provide feedback for all the practice you've done, they all felt like they were down. And they missed long. And, like, sometimes there's nothing you can do. Like, it leaves your hand, and you're like, that's going in. There's other nights you might shoot a shot, and you're like, that's got no chance, and it goes in. And you take it. You're like, okay, well, I'll take that one. Didn't feel good when it left my hand. But sports is a weird thing. It just can happen on a given night. And then if multiple players have an off night, especially on the Jazz, where you're dependent on 2 guys to have great nights, then you can get beat up. And unfortunately, that was kind of the case.
If outside of Keontae George, Mike, which I do think Keontae is the biggest story so far this year with the Utah Jazz. So if we take Keontae out, what do you think is the biggest story, positive or negative, going on with the team right now?
I think the reemergence or the re-solidification that Lauri Markkanen's an all-star. I think that's story 1A to Keontae's breakout year. And I think the offense in general, in other words, the ability to move the ball, and that their passing has become part of their identity, that their ball movement is just a staple of a Will Hardy coach team, that's something that you can just see happening and becoming part of their nature. And that's cool. Like, it's becoming part of the Jazz way. Like, they're going to show up and they're going to move the ball. And it's not going to be a lot of isolation ball. It's just going to be fast-paced movement. And that makes basketball fun to me. I think that's the most fun way to play. You get that ball moving and get 35 assists a night. And it wasn't that way at the beginning of the season, right? But, like, December on, I think our offense is like, let's just exclude the other night against Portland, but to that point, our offense is 8th best. That's kind of cool. You know, there's a ways to go. And, you know, you're trying to build a championship team and a contender. So there's pieces still to find, and there's progress still to be made on the defensive end. But I'd say Keontae 1, Lauri 1A, and the identity of a Jazz offense today would be, let's just call it 2A.
I'm not ready to crown him, but a lot of people were willing to bury him, and that's Cody Williams, who really over his last 6 games or so is playing pretty well. He's shown well when he's on the floor. He's not great shooting the ball every night, but he's aggressive going to the rim. His defense, I think, has always been solid. He needs to get a lot stronger. But what have you seen from Cody Williams?
I've seen a change in his demeanor and in his confidence. And whether that means the game is slowing down, I don't know, but it appears like it is slowing down to him visually. But most certainly his demeanor has changed. His confidence has improved. The look in his eyes is much more certain. And he's kind of developing this knack to cut at the right time. But decisive forays to the goal are a huge step in the right direction. And I don't give up on guys early. So speaking with our great leader, Danny Ainge, not too long ago, he's telling me the story of Andrew Neesmith, who Boston drafted in the middle of the first round, a few years back. And, came in with whatever acclaim he had And Danny told me, frankly, that Romeo Langford beat him out. Like, Romeo Langford just played better in practices, in games. The game was not too fast for Romeo, and for Neesmith it was initially, and so he was struggling with the sporadic minutes he was getting, and he wasn't producing. And Danny said, I never judge guys too early, because fast forward 3, 4, 5 years, Romeo Langford not in the league, Neesmith a starter on an NBA finalist last year. He goes, so he says, you just have to be careful that the game can look too fast for a young rookie who doesn't get the right kind of minutes. And I think that was certainly the case for Cody. Last year was unfair, as Will Hardy has said, for the whole season for him to be thrust into that to see what he could become. And he should have maybe spent the whole season in the D-League and just continued to develop, get stronger, build confidence. And so if you're seeing it, Ben, I'm seeing it too. He's getting better. He's getting more confidence. The reps are coming, which is cool. And he's starting to make the most of it.
Ben and I were batting about a theory yesterday about defense, right? And what, why good defensive teams are good defensive teams. And my theory is that if the team's best player, the alpha, whatever you want to call it, is busting their butt on defense, then everybody else has to. And if you look at some of the great defenses, you know, like the Bulls in the 90s, like Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen got after it. Everybody else had to get after it. What do you think about that? What do you think about that theory? It's not so much about scheme, it's about effort and who is putting in the effort.
Well, I think most coaches at this level are going to have the best schemes in the world. They shouldn't be short on schemes. So there are a few coaches who tend to stand out with their ideas, their schemes, but most at this level are going to be good enough to come up with concepts and theories that are going to work. So I do agree that more important is effort. I do agree that if your best player is also a dogged defender and gets after it, it sets the tone for the others. But I do think length matters. I think shot blocking at the rim matters. And I think a collection of, in other words, not just one good defender, but multiple good defenders. So it's not just Pippen and Jordan. It's also Horace Grant is a terrific defensive rebounder. And Ron Harper, you could put on any of the three best wing or point guard players in some of those Bulls years, right? So it matters. Like that kind of defensive DNA, I think, matters as well. But there's no question guys can come into the league not a great defender and become really good defenders. I believe in that too. So I think I'm with you on all that.
Mike, we appreciate you. Thanks for jumping on with us as always. And we have a road game, so I'm going to see you tonight, right?
You will. It's you and I and the coach, Tim Lacombe, tonight will wax deep on what the heck is wrong with the Oklahoma City offense.
Well, I think they forgot how to play basketball. I think that's the thing they just
Their
forgot.
defense is still elite. I think they're 6-6, right? In the last 12 games after starting the year 24-1. But we'll get into it tonight if anybody wants to tune in. For one thing, they were number one in the league in assist to turnover. They're 13th in the last 12 games. Their offense has gone from top 3 to 22nd in terms of efficiency, if you just take the last 12 games where they've lost 6. But that'll be fun to dive into tonight.
Mike, you're the best. Thanks, bud.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay. See you guys.
There you go. The one and only Mike Smith.
A theory on NBA Reddit. The OKC Thunder are 24-1 before the Earth passed through the debris trail of the mysterious asteroid 3200 Phaethon and are 6-6 since. You buying into that?
No.
The annual peak of the Geminid meteor shower when Earth passes through the debris stream shed by the asteroid 3200 Phaethon. The Thunder only lost one of their first 25 games. The Geminids are no ordinary meteor shower. While most are caused by comets, this shower is caused by an asteroid. And while most meteor showers do not affect human history, this one inarguably caused OKC Thunder to stumble from their path of greatness to 6-6. So, a theory. Something you can use tonight.
Are you into astrology?
Not even a little bit.
You strike me as a guy that would be.
Why?
I don't know.
Why? I know what my sign is.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what anybody else's sign is. I couldn't tell you. I don't know what my wife's is.
Christian, are you into astrology?
No.
What are you?
I know my sign.
What is it?
I'm a Taurus.
Pathetic. That's why you and I have such bad chemistry. Gemini.
Yes.
Yeah. That's why we can barely work together. Jakester, what are you?
Cancer.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Fitting.
Cool.
Apropos. Yeah.
Nice job.
I'm not denying it.
Yeah. We're going to start asking every guest what their sign is.
We are?
I am.
Okay. Stay tuned. What you got Wednesday? We don't even know what we're going to do. Coming up next. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
She bangs. She bangs.
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business. Les Olson IT.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
All right, Utah, this is your shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game in Santa Clara on February 8th. If you've ever dreamed of stepping onto football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. To qualify, just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask about Ivory's super low rates, as low as 4.99% for a 30-year fixed. So get off the sidelines, visit an Ivory model home today, and enter for your chance to see the most incredible halftime show and the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. That's ivoryhomes.com/super.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Jazz at 30 update. Here's what Will Hardy says Portland did so well against the Utah Jazz.
They do a good job of pressuring. They've got big, physical, athletic wings. You know, we're 26 for 49 in the paint. I think there's 7 or 8 of those shots that we normally make that we just missed. I also thought we made some questionable decisions at the rim in different moments. You know, it's a combination, but I do think that, you know, we talked as a team at the end of the first quarter and then again at halftime that we needed to do a better job of screening as a group.
Jazz at 30 brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope's in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake Scott rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around. Flush it down, flush it down.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben, Anderson. It's time for What You Got Wednesday. If you're new to the program, every Wednesday, Ben and I go head-to-head in 2 5-selection drafts, one sports-related, one not, and then we put it out for a vote. It's been a long time, Christian. What's our last result?
So last week you were out. Ben and I did it, and I swept him. I won 53-7 in Best Local Sports Stories of 2025, and Best Movies of with Animals. I won 67-33.
You have to rub it in. Relax.
Well, I'm 2-0, I think.
So does that mean Ben picks first twice, or what?
Sure.
Okay.
Even
though I had nothing to do with it?
Going back to the previous time you both did it, I think Ben swept you.
So this was more about you rubbing it in that you beat Ben.
Why don't you go first?
Yeah, I wanted to brag about it.
Okay.
Why don't you go first? If I beat you both times? Because I did. Why don't you go first? That's why Christian got both the number 1 picks last time. Because I beat you in both.
Okay. What is today's sports-related topic?
Let's go with best all-time players from the college football playoff semifinal teams.
Indiana, Oregon, Ole Miss, Miami.
All right.
This is funny because one of these teams has no good players historically. One of these teams has a couple of good players historically, and I really mean historically.
Uh-huh.
And then one of them has maybe the greatest all-time roster of all time.
It is tricky.
So It is a little bit interesting.
I would agree. All right. Is there an automatic number 1 pick?
No, I don't think there is, because the school that you would take it from, I don't think there's like an obvious, that has to be the guy.
I'm going to take Ed Reed.
That is who I had number 1 on my board.
Because I think everybody loves Ed Reed. And he could have been, he's in the argument for best safety of all time. I don't know if it's a runaway, but he's in the argument.
From Miami.
From Miami.
He is who I had number 1 on my board as well. He's the first player I thought of, so I guess maybe that does mean. Christian, did you think that was the number 1 pick?
No, I had another player.
Okay. I'm going to go with beloved here, and I'm going to go with Sean Taylor, who was just an incredible player, and obviously life cut absurdly short. But Sean Taylor rivaling Ed Reed as far as maybe the most beloved players on this list. So such a cool player.
I'm going to go with Michael Irvin.
Went all Miami. As expected. Mike Irvin. Good guy.
A lot of energy.
Bizarre amount of artificial energy all the time.
What do you mean artificial?
Dude's just going. He's just like bouncing around the room at all times. Motor mouth. What's going on there? Good pick.
Michael Irvin. Well, he was awesome.
I'm going to go with another notoriously good guy. Ray Lewis from the University of Miami. Big Ray. Watch your back.
All right.
And that's the last Miami player I think I'm going to take.
I'm going to go with Archie Manning.
Okay. From Ole Miss.
I don't like the Manning family, but, I mean, that feels appropriate.
All right. I will get into my quarterback as well. And I'm going to go with one of the greatest college football players I've ever seen. Somewhat of a bust in the NFL, but he is still playing, and that's Marcus Mariota. Marcus was an awesome college player.
Yeah. He was fine.
Won the Heisman. Was a great player.
The Heisman?
Sure.
All right. I'm going to go back to the well, Ben, and we'll go with Warren Sapp.
Sure. I'm going to mix it up. I'm going to go with Patrick Willis from Ole Miss. I wanted to get representation for all the schools. Patrick Willis was awesome. I know he's had some injury. He had injuries in his NFL career as well, but was a good player. Patrick Willis was awesome. Give me Patrick Willis.
Let's see here.
You only have one pick left. This went quicker than I expected.
I have one pick left, that's all?
Yeah, that's it. Because the Miami thing, we could have each had 5 from Miami and been right.
Well, I am honestly shocked that you haven't made one pick yet anyway. All right, do I stay with the Canes? You know what? I'll mix it up. Why not? Antoine Randall L.
From Indiana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a good quarterback in Indiana, but he was a really good receiver for the Steelers.
Won a Super Bowl. If I remember correctly, threw a touchdown in the Super Bowl. And everyone was like, he was a quarterback in college. Do you remember that?
Should have seen that coming.
I was like, yeah, everyone knew that.
Uh-huh.
It was like his whole thing. And I'm going to go with actually the greatest quarterback in Indiana history. And I hate that it's so on those, but like Fernando Mendoza rules. He's a great player. He's the reason Indiana's going to win. And yes, did I call him Esperanza last week? I did call him Esperanza last week. That's not his name. I was looking at Christian Esparza, and I mixed up his name.
Mm-hmm.
Fernando Mendoza.
All right, review.
Our next list is so up your alley.
Yeah, it's going to be really funny.
Yeah.
Jake had the number 1 pick. He went Ed Reed from Miami, Michael Irvin, Miami, Archie Manning, Ole Miss, Warren Sapp, Miami, and Antoine Randall L., Indiana. Ben went Sean Taylor, Miami, Ray Lewis, Miami, Marcus Mariota, Oregon, Patrick Willis from Ole Miss, and Fernando Mendoza, Indiana.
Who did we miss? Who did you think I was going to pick?
Santana Moss, obviously.
Yeah.
The guy you have picked as the greatest receiver to ever play.
Yeah.
Russell Maryland was awesome.
Yeah, how did I miss Russell Maryland?
Willis McGahee, I almost took him too because he was so good at Miami. He was pretty good in the NFL, but I don't know if people... He wrecked his knee in the national championship game. He was really awesome. I don't know. Who else did we miss, Christian?
Maybe a couple other Oregon players, but I think this list is fine.
Deuce McAllister? Am I right on that? Went to Ole Miss. He's a good player.
All right. What is our not sports?
This is right up Jake's alley. Least likable celebrities.
Oh, yeah. There's so many.
And this is inspired by a person who we may draft, so should we just not say it?
No, we can say it. It's the Chevy Chase doc is all the rage out there, and apparently he's really an unlikable person.
I've just only seen one clip of it, and it's with the director or the woman who is interviewing him for it. And she's like, yeah, we're just trying to unpack Chevy. He's like, you're not going to be able to do it. You're not smart enough to be able to do it. I'm super complex. It's like, are you, Chevy? You just kind of seem like a jerk. And I get it sounds like you had some trauma growing up, and that stinks. But you also have
but not very likable.
All the tools in the world to fix your trauma, and your decision is to be terrible.
Is there an automatic number 1 pick?
I have a list of 10 that I came up with
Off the bat?
blink of an eye. So I don't think so, but I do think there might be one favorite that I have.
I'm going to go with Diddy.
Oh, the freak off himself?
Diddy.
Oh, so that's the route we're going.
I think
Okay.
some people like Diddy.
Okay, I'm going to go with Diddy. Unlikable celebrity.
I think there's
Blowing
a
up
difference
cars and
between
stuff?
villain, like bad guy, like should be in prison for the rest of his life, and unlikable.
All right.
I'm not necessarily going criminal.
That's murky because there could be a lot of dirt that we don't know about.
Do
That
you
a lot
like
of
Diddy?
No. But I'm saying a lot of celebrities may have done horrible things that the public just doesn't
Okay,
know.
but let me tell you,
interpret how you want.
Who would you rather hang out with? Sean Diddy Combs or my number one overall pick, Ellen DeGeneres? Ellen is secretly running a criminal organization.
Yeah, but I don't think Ellen's doing that. I think I think I'm gonna go with Ellen.
You'd rather hang with
I'd
Ellen?
rather hang with
She's gonna
Ellen.
like make you dance, which Diddy may have done the same thing.
I think I'd
Different
rather
styles of
hang. I think I'd honestly rather hang with Ellen.
Nobody likes Ellen anymore, and Ellen was, Ellen represented a lot of different groups at a lot of times, and everyone has turned on Ellen.
Agreed. All right, I'm gonna go with. Carl, this is a choice, right? I'm gonna go with Kris Jenner.
Okay, that's Chris with a K, yeah.
Uh-huh. I mean, I think everybody hates the Kardashians, right? And she's kind of the
Patriarch.
the
matriarch.
matriarch.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go with Mr. He's King of Hollywood right now. He's been appointed, Mel Gibson. It's too bad Mel is as good an actor as I've seen in our life. He's really had it, but
well, he directed Braveheart. He's a good director.
But people who worked with him don't like him. His family doesn't like him. The Ricky Gervais introduction, I think, at the Oscars of "I like a drink as much as the next guy, unless the next guy is Mel Gibson," is one of the funniest lines I've ever heard in my life. Just absolutely horrid racism, alcoholism mixed in. It's just he's got it all. Mel's got it all.
A little bit of it all. Man, there's so many I could take, but I don't know if they give me any votes. I gotta go with Bill Cosby.
Sure. Bad guy.
Bad guy.
Yeah, not a good guy. You gonna take OJ next?
No, OJ's dead.
It doesn't have to be living.
In my book, it does.
Okay. That's fine. I can't believe you didn't take this guy number one overall because he might be the most hated in the world right now. And it's Will Smith.
Oh, yeah. Everybody hates that guy.
Everyone hates Will Smith. He's a bizarre...
Getting sued by his violin player.
He's a violin player. He's kind of a phony. Yeah, he's just like he's a mess of a person, Will Smith.
Just to be funny, I should... No, I'm not going to do that. All right, I'm going to go with... Okay, this is going to give me no votes, but this has got to be it, right? Hilaria Baldwin.
Okay.
Whose name is actually Hillary. She's from Massachusetts, but fakes a Spanish accent to make herself more interesting. And there is at least a semi-decent chance that Alec Baldwin had no idea she wasn't from Spain until well into her marriage.
You're from the Northeast?
You're not from Spain? There's he did interviews where he's like, oh, I'm married to a spicy Spanish person. And then it comes out her name's Hillary.
Yeah.
And he
was wamboozled.
Hilaria Baldwin.
It was her birthday yesterday.
Was it really?
Shout out.
Happy birthday.
I will go with Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah, Rosie. Irish citizen now.
Yeah, she's abandoned. She's an expat. I don't know how to spell Rosie O'Donnell. Rosie. Also a little bit like Ellen. Had a big talk show host. People really liked her. Went after Tom Selleck.
All right. And this one, I never bought this guy's act, but I don't know. But you got to go with Dr. Phil.
Okay.
Because...
Yeah.
Quite the list.
TV bozo pretending to help people is...
And Oprah's guy.
And exploiting them for his own
Oprah's
self-gain.
whisperer.
Yeah, he's like Jerry Springer, except for Jerry Springer never pretended to be anything else.
Yeah.
I'm just going to bring on sick, demented people and benefit from them personally.
Yeah.
Dr. Phil does the same thing, but disguises
he's not
it
a dirtbag.
as, yeah, I'm trying to help.
Yeah, there was some authenticity to Jerry being a dirtbag.
Yeah, he really was. He portrayed it well. Dr. Phil.
All right, and then I will just go number 5. I'll go Kanye. Everyone's turned their back on Kanye. He's pretty untouchable as a person. So Kanye West.
All right, review.
All right, Jake. Starting things off with Diddy, Kris Jenner, Bill Cosby,
firing.
Hilaria Baldwin, and Dr. Phil. Ben went Ellen DeGeneres, Mel Gibson, Will Smith, Rosie O'Donnell, and Kanye West.
We didn't draft Chevy Chase.
Nope.
Gwyneth Paltrow, pretty disliked.
Well, a menace to the ski slopes, obviously.
Jonah Hill is pretty disliked. James Franco of that group of comedians also has been, I don't want to say canceled, but certainly pushed out of the zeitgeist. Katherine Heigl. No one likes the local resident Katherine Heigl.
What's the matter with Katie Heigl?
I don't know. People hate her.
What?
I don't know why. People don't like her. I can't believe you didn't take Alec Baldwin. I can't believe you took his wife.
His wife is far more aggravating than
You think
Alec.
so?
Oh, yeah.
He shot a person.
I still love Hunt for Red October.
He's got some great movies. He's got more good movies. I don't know if that's true. He's just got a lot of absolute banger movies.
I thought of taking the adult novelty heiress.
She's not a celebrity. Doesn't count.
Oh, she's absolutely a celebrity.
No, she's not.
You don't like the reason
We
she's
talk
celebrity.
about her on the Jake and Ben show.
all the
That doesn't
time.
mean she's a celebrity.
She's married to Page Six. That's all they do is celebrities.
That's not a real celebrity. I would have argued against that. What's her name? Jordan
Hudson.
I would have really argued against it.
She's like a semi-pro cheerleader.
She's in a co-ed intramural adult cheerleading class, and her boyfriend comes and watches
And
her
makes
every
Bill
week.
go. That's the funniest part. It really is. How do you know that Bill doesn't make his own decisions anymore? Because he's going to that.
No athletes on the list. No LeBron.
I wasn't thinking athletes.
No, I didn't go athletes. I wanted to go
LeBron.
non-sports.
But too many people like LeBron.
Bill Cosby played college football.
Like nobody likes Kris Jenner.
It's true.
Nobody likes Dr.
Nobody
Phil.
likes any of these people.
No.
What a list.
All right. There you go. Yeah, Will Smith really shouldn't have slapped Chris Rock. That was
a big mistake.
That was a big, on his night too, where he won the Oscar.
It's pretty amazing that some people can survive anything, and Will Smith cannot get away with slapping Chris Rock publicly,
dude,
in the middle of an award show.
Build a million bridges.
That's true. But no, some people can. Some people can slap Chris Rock and get away
I don't
with it.
think so. At the Oscars.
That was a weird choice.
At the Oscars, not at the Golden Globes. That kind of behavior is not only tolerated but encouraged.
Yeah, the Critics' Choice Awards.
Yeah, I
whatever you
mean
wanna do out
they
there.
want to brawl for sure. But the Oscars?
Some dignity.
Come on. All right, we wrap up the show. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button.
Check this out. Eric Weddle, kind enough to join us.
We need to get back to players that want to be part of our university, that will appreciate what the university can give them. The culture, the buy-in, what Coach Morgan and those guys are going to be emphasizing day in and day out of being great men on and off the field, right? Future leaders, future husbands and fathers, like those programs are what I want my son to be a part of. It's not the guys that are money hungry. We're not going to beg people to stay at our university. We're not going to overpay you guys because they got other universities that are offering more money. Then if that's the case and you don't appreciate what this school can give you, then good luck, because we're going to be fine. The University of Utah is an amazing school with amazing support, and those who want to be a part of it, let's ride.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my good friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, I talk all the time about having a team of good folks on your side to help you make the correct decisions and consider the right things when it comes to the financial well-being of you and your family. Well, team, I'm using that word very much on purpose because Trajan is a fiduciary, meaning you are quite literally on the same team. The better you do, the better they do. So there you set specific goals that are important to you, and Trajan is going to be a team of folks on your side to help you get there. It is so simple, and they make it very simple. Give them a call. Sit down with them today. 801-210-6800, 801-210-6800. They will walk you through it. They'll help you set those goals and tell you exactly, or show you, I should say, exactly what they can do to help you get there. 801-210-6800. You can also go online to trajanwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com. 801-210-6800 or trajanwealth.com.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems? Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth at 50 update. Here's Sean Dursey on his overtime game winner against New York.
Lawson Krause does a great job of kind of winning a battle. Me and Schmaltz have a pretty good connection, give and going with each other, so he gave me one. I tried to go back. For Krauser to win that battle is a key play on that. And then, 8 has eyes on every side of his head, so I knew if I just kind of beat my guy to the net and get open, he was going to find me.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got him Matrix and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Ben, we were talking about Mark Harlan with his big wind-up only to flub the delivery on the intro to Morgan Scallion. How honestly understandable that is, because we all,
we've all done it.
We all make mistakes from time to time. How about this one? Amy Poehler, you're aware of her work?
I am.
She was on Saturday Night Live and some other show that came on after The Office.
Parks and Rec.
So she once went up to Gwyneth Paltrow and said, Cold Mountain, how was the mountain? Asked her about Cold Mountain. To which Gwyneth Paltrow said, I wasn't in Cold Mountain.
I wasn't in Cold Mountain, nor is it about a cold mountain.
And then apparently they had a kind of a funny, awkward exchange about Amy Poehler thinking she was Nicole Kidman.
That's
Yikes.
a tough one.
Yikes.
They are blonde. They don't look at all similar. Gwyneth has like round features, round face, and Nicole Kidman is like the sharpest features.
And isn't
in the biz
Nicole somewhat older?
Older, and is like the star of that movie. She's the face of the movie.
And that was 2003, so was a huge star. Nicole Kidman was a huge star.
And so was Gwyneth. That was kind of at the height of Gwyneth's power too, right? She was still riding off of Seven. So yeah.
I mean, that's rough.
That's not a great one,
Yeah.
especially as a fellow celeb.
That's like you going up to Austin Age and calling him Danny.
Yeah. Really nice to meet you.
You were great for BYU back. Well, I guess that would apply. You say, wow, you were the player of the year. College basketball, that's a big deal. That's my dad.
I was at a Jazz pre-draft practice with this guard who played at Kentucky, who ended up being a second-round draft pick and didn't really make it. But he was in the building. It was after Jerry had retired, but Jerry was still kind of around some of the practices, Jerry Sloan. And he goes over and he's talking to Jerry, and we're all sitting there kind of waiting for him to come over and talk to us. He talks to Jerry first. I'm like, yeah, so what do you know about the Jazz program? He's like, oh, John Stockton, Karl Malone, great coach, and Jerry Sloan. We're like, oh, yeah, what's that conversation like? He's like, I don't know. Can't wait to meet him. It's like, oh, you were just talking to Jerry for 5 minutes. You had clearly been prepped by your agent of like, here are the names you need to know. John, Karl, Jerry Sloan. I don't know if this was even the Ty Corbin era or after that, but yeah, had no idea. He had just been talking to Jerry Sloan.
Whoops. I remember I met somebody who confused me for Jake Hatch, and then the disappointment on his face when I told them or him that I was not Jake Hatch will always stick with me.
That's a tough one. Oh, never mind.
Oh, you're the other idiot, Jake.
I have met several people who I talked to and like, oh, you're on the radio, cool. What show do you do? Jake and Ben. They're like, oh, I really like Jake. Well,
appreciate you jumping on. Enjoy the family this weekend. We'll talk to you soon.
Appreciate you, Jake. Have a good one, man.
You're welcome, Steve.
It happens. Well, you're a tent pole.
But
you've been around a long time.
Honestly, Gwyneth for Nicole Kidman, that's rough.
Yeah, that's an awkward one. I guess hopefully your identity as a comic means you can play that off forever going forward. But you just went home just like I want to curl up and die.
Gordon once confused Zane Beatles for Zane Taylor, which I thought was somewhat forgivable.
Yeah.
They were both offensive linemen on the same team.
Yeah, that's
They're
totally
both
fair.
named Zane.
Yeah.
Of course, you see him on PTI. He is a dang legend. He's Woody Page with us here on the Jake and Ben Show on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Actually, I'm on around the horn. Pardon the interruption.
I got to tell you. Apologies. No, you know what? I take those apologies back. The terrible things that he said about our community, I don't feel bad about that.
You don't need to.
I don't watch your stupid show, Woody.
Jeez.
Didn't it get canceled?
I think so.
All right.
I think it was Sean Mannion who I missed. No, it was
the Oregon State Beav?
The Oregon State Beaver. Or maybe it was the Stanford quarterback at the time, another tall, kind of redheaded guy. And he sat down and I said, Brett Hundley's with us. Well, Brett Hundley's an African-American male, and these two were white guys.
And he played for UCLA.
He played for UCLA. And I knew it wasn't Brett Hundley. I knew who Brett Hundley was.
Is that kind of...
it was the build-up.
Yeah.
Joining us now, Pac-12 Media Day, sitting down on the Paramount Studios parking lot, Mr. Brett Hundley. Nope.
Actually, no, that's when Hans called Yogi Roth Mikey M. That was kind of a funny one. Yeah, again, big wind-up. Welcome to the show!
Couldn't be more excited to have you.
I'm Mikey M. No, it was the other way around. All right. We'll talk some University of Football tomorrow. We'll hit into the Jazz as well. Stay tuned. Hanson Scotty coming up next.
Christian.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The 24th head coach of the University of Football program, Mr. Morgan Scally.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, folks, let's get it. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, it is a Wednesday. It is Danny Ainge Wednesday. You'll hear from him coming up at 12:30. Also, our good friend of Hans, Brock Heward, will join us coming up at 2:05. Fired up to chat with him.
Like so many out here in this world, I'm just FOH. You know what that is, Scotty?
What's that?
Friends of Hans.
I hear it. I hear you.
I'll tell you, the college world missed that guy's voice.
Yes.
I thought Robert Griffin did okay.
Yeah, he was good.
I think Brock's better. Robert was solid, though, but Brock's better. It would be nice. You could bump a couple of those loudmouth college idiots that are terrible at their job and are in there for really dumb reasons. You could bump those guys, put in Brock, and keep Robert, and probably be better.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I cannot believe the ineptitude of some of the people that throw color on football.
Yeah.
It's shocking to me.
Yeah.
And we just sit there and let it happen. It's like, this guy is terrible. You have no idea. You literally don't even know what's happening on a football field. How are you in a booth calling a football game? It's pathetic. It's absurd. You shouldn't be there. Brock's one of those guys that I leave the volume up.
Yeah.
I listen intently because I'm like, oh man, that's really interesting that you saw the safety depth and you were able to remark on the safety depth led to the crosser's performance, whatever it is. And there's just so many that don't get it.
No more of this. Well, that's got to hurt, Bob. That'll leave a mark. He'll fill that one tomorrow. Like, okay, thank you, Captain Obvious. We appreciate that.
The guys, this is really exciting, isn't it?
Thanks
for the color on that one.
By the way, it was really fun hanging out with Mike Sanford because Brock Heward's on his staff at Christian Valor.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, his son, Mike was showing me some highlights of that kid, Brock Heward's kid.
Oh, really?
Titus, the quarterback.
He's going to be a senior?
He's going to be a junior next year. He
Just a
started
junior?
as a sophomore.
Really?
And tore it up. And Mike said that as a sophomore, they didn't start him the season, but after game 3 or 4, he's like, yeah, we got to go with your kid. We got to go with him. And Brock was a little hesitant. He's like, we want to move him along slowly. And he's like, no, we got to. And the kid took over and just.
You remember his nephew made a stop here at Utah.
That's right.
Sam Heward.
Sam Heward, yeah.
I think it was his name. Made a stop here at Utah, just couldn't get the opportunity. So I think he moved on. But he did stop here for just a minute, and he was a baller too.
Wasn't he like a Stanford or where did he come? He transferred here from somewhere.
I think it was Stanford to here.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I remember right, it was Stanford to here. But if Titus has a future in the game, he's going to be a Husky.
And
those Hewards are very tightly attached.
Yes. When you got Mike Sanford, who was the former offensive coordinator at Notre Dame, and you've got Brock Heward as the quarterback coach, you should be set up to be successful. And, they were.
Mike Sanford's really good.
He was incredible.
Yeah, he's really
when he
good.
settled in, like he's made for media.
Mm-hmm.
Like he is spectacular at his job.
Well, and he works at it. You remember Big 12 Media Day, he came over to our booth and he introduced himself to us, and we're like, no introduction really needed. We've been covering your career. And he was like, this is what I want to do. I want to do this. And it's really tough. People don't understand the transition from coach or player into the world of media. It's really tough. It's one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. Just the overall emotional change and mindset change that you have to go through to step on a mic and talk to the everyday person when you have lived this experience of sports and you're trying to express what you see and what it means to you and how you would internalize it as an athlete or a coach, but you're trying to put it in terms that mean anything to anybody that's driving in a car or sitting at a computer listening to a game or a show.
Yeah.
It's so hard, and you're jumping in and you're dealing with people that have made an amazing living at journalism and people that are really good at journalism. And you're like, okay, so I got to be compatible with this guy. How's that going to work? And I remember jumping into this business and bumping into people at Jazz games that didn't like me and didn't like my humor and didn't like anything about me. And I'm looking at them like, I really don't care what you think. And then as I learned, it was like, actually it matters what they think to a certain degree.
Yeah.
It matters what they think, and it matters what emotion I trigger in them or any one of our listeners. And it's so tough to make that switch. But I think Sanford's done a really good job at it.
He really has. And if you don't follow him on Twitter, he's a really funny Twitter follow too. He does a really good job. It's really hard. And I know people like you have the dream job. So why are you guys complaining? But like last night, Utah State's playing Air Force. And I know you've been to the football stadium. You probably haven't been to the basketball arena there. But it seats maybe 5,000 people. It's old, rickety. I actually like the building because you can feel a lot of history there. But and they pack in. There's a hockey arena attached to it.
How many people did you said?
About 5, maybe.
Oh,
tops. That's capacity. But last night there were maybe 600 people there total. There were more. There were probably
that's so horrible.
There were probably just as many Utah State fans that were there as there were Air Force fans.
Are you being literal?
Well, you know what? I will show you a video during the break that I took around the arena. I was going to put it out on Twitter. I did that once to San Jose, and it kind of took off, and everybody's ripping on. I don't want to make anybody look bad, but the reason I bring it up is that as a broadcaster, I don't have a color analyst on the road, so I'm doing a solo. And again, I'm not complaining. I'm just giving you the circumstances because I got a couple people tweeting at me last night, and Utah State wins that game by 40. And there's no buzz in the arena at all. And it felt like calling a game in a mortuary. And I had one guy tweeted at me.
That's so bad.
And one guy tweeted at me, he's like, "Hey, are you whispering? Like, what's going on there?" And I'm like, "No, there's just nothing going on here. No, there's no vibe to the game.
You just
no
feel
excitement.
Like you're talking in an open arena.
It was disjointed. It felt like I was calling a junior jazz team a game.
That's heartbreaking, man. That shouldn't be how it is with Air Force.
Yeah, and the fact is,
because Mount West basketball is still good. There's still a lot of good teams.
Oh yeah, there's great teams. And I felt like, man, am I letting down the listeners because I can't overcome all of this and paint a better picture and make it at least sound exciting? But I mean,
how do you generate the energy?
I tried my best. I was, as Lloyd well knows, I was ramped up on 3 rock stars, so that's about the best I could do.
That was as good as you could go.
Yeah.
Well, that helps. It's just when your heart stops.
I don't know if maybe meth is the next step. Maybe a little crack. I don't know.
Scotty's going to go from high energy in a 500-person arena to zero energy because he's having a hard time breathing.
Clear.
Do we need to start pumping in some crowd noise on places like this?
It might, because fortunately they don't go to San Jose State this year because that one's the worst. Wyoming's actually good. Wyoming gets really bad too, but they're actually pretty good this year, so they'll draw a pretty good crowd. But last night I was just like, I got nothing else, man. I don't know what to tell you.
How was South Florida?
Oh, awesome. How
about Charlotte?
Charlotte was good. South Florida was good. It wasn't packed, but it was at least there was a good environment. It felt like something was going on.
How will Boise be this Saturday?
Boise's going to be hopping.
Okay,
that's the game of the Mountain West Conference right there.
Well, Utah State sits at 13-1, and you're looking at like. The Aggies should be generating a lot of interest and excitement because they're bringing a 13-1 record. Boise State should do it. But is that still in the Taco Bell?
Yeah, they renamed it Extra Mile Arena.
Oh, the old gas station.
But yeah.
That's classy.
No Mas Taco Bell.
Oh, man, that little red carpet inn was attached to an Extra Mile that Amanda and I would stay in when we go up to watch Mackey's volleyball. There was one hotel.
That was attached to an Extra Mile.
It was attached to an Extra Mile that was right in the perfect spot. That was where I was doing the shows. Remember, I'm like doing the shows from the truck stop Extra Mile.
I love it.
I'm like, this is bad. People are walking out of the showers there, shaking off, and I'm getting water in my face as I'm trying to do the show. Jeez, put a towel on.
Bubba, knock it off.
Go the extra mile for me. It's called Extra Mile. We go the extra mile for each other.
And the dude's just shaking all that body hair is going all flying all over the place. What you like what you see?
Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad.
Hey, I tell you what, someday you and I are going to go down memory road. And we're going to talk about the weird things we've done to produce radio on this station and other stations.
Bro.
People don't know.
People don't know.
People don't know. We've done some stuff.
Some people do know that bumped into me or drove by my car in a JCW's parking lot.
Yeah.
2:00 in the morning. Me and Matt, Elisa.
Oh, yeah.
Sitting in the car doing a
post-game show from your car.
Hey, my all-time favorite is the driving Nebraska. That's by far. That was cool because you guys were doing the broadcast, doing the post-game from that BYU Nebraska game while I'm driving.
We have pulled off some broadcasting miracles.
Oh, yeah.
How we even had any reception, cell service in those areas, I have no idea.
Honestly, it was so remote. Heading in from Nebraska into Wyoming, and we're able to do a show, but a lot of broadcasting miracles. So Boise State was not great.
No.
But Utah State coming in.
Yeah, and Boise's gotten a lot better. They were picked to be really high in the conference. I think they were picked third. And they started out terribly, and then they've kind of righted the ship a little bit, even though I think they're only 1-2. Did they play last night? Or maybe they play tonight. But they started out the year in rough shape, and now, they play Grand Canyon at home. So they're going to have a whole week at home ready for Utah State. And that's one thing that Boise State does. They get up for Utah State in basketball.
Is Grand Canyon like a Mountain West Conference rotator? Because I see you got Grand Canyon.
Yeah, no, they're first year in the conference. So they brought them in a year early ahead of everybody else that's coming in next year.
I was wondering why.
And
because you're on the road at Grand Canyon.
I know, next week in Phoenix. Grand Canyon's an interesting situation there because they've got the conference they were in. They announced that they were going to the Mountain West, and the conference they were at said, okay, that's cool. By the way, this year in basketball or any other sport, if you win it, you're not going to the NCAA tournament. You're not representing our auto bid because you're leaving. And so they came and begged and pleaded, hey, Mountain West, can you let us in? Early. And they're like, all right, fine, go ahead.
That's crazy. And here they sit 8-5. They've had some success.
Yeah.
They beat Wyoming. They beat Utah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they've got a good history down there because they're a for-profit school, so they've got a lot of money.
Speaking of basketball, I was able to score a couple of tickets for the BYU-Utah game this weekend.
Ooh.
So I'm going to be out there very, very close to the court. And I'll get an opportunity to put my eye on A.J. DeBansa.
There you go.
And just kind of see what Alex Jensen's up to and what this Utah team is up to. But, yeah, I'm going to be as close as you can get to that action.
I need to
shout out to Sean. Thank you. Appreciate you.
What up, Sean?
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, we also have another shout out. Leroy, get feeling better, buddy. Our Leroy Vea, Tanya's husband. What did he say? Injured his shoulder? Is that what it was?
Neck.
His neck?
Yeah.
That dude is awesome, by the way. If you have a chance at a company party or anything to spend 5 minutes with him, that dude loves his high school football. He is connected better than anybody else out there. And I know he's been coaching. I don't know if he's still coaching or not at the high school level in some way, shape, or form, but one of the best dudes on the planet.
And he's hurt his neck.
And so we got the text last night that he's laid up. And so all he's got available to him is our podcast, is our show.
That's awful.
And so here's the thing.
We're trying to heal him.
He's already dealing with excruciating neck pain. He's probably not very mobile, and he's got to listen to us. Like, that's a fifth circle of hell for a guy.
That poor guy. You poor man. Scotty and I will come over with some liniments and oils.
Yes.
And we'll make this up. We'll massage that muscle.
Lloyd will perform that for you as we exit to the other room.
Three of us can handle it.
Yes.
Lloyd will get up on your back and with his foot rub.
Stick that knee right in there.
Walk on your back with his heels. He's very good at that. But get feeling better, Leroy.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Hans and Scotty, let's get to it. Starting lineup right here on the Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
That is your starting lineup, brought to you by Mountain Land Supply, where the pros go for plumbing, landscaping, irrigation, agricultural irrigation, HVAC parts, and a whole lot more. Find a location near you at mountainland.com. All right, so we had the press conference for Morgan Scally near the end of our show yesterday.
Dominated.
And we had a little bit of time to talk about it, but I think we need to revisit that a little bit because Morgan slayed it. Mm-hmm. And it was just from the heart. And that I am so glad because, you know, you're going to hear from the president, you're going to hear from the AD, and everybody wants to let their voices be heard at those press conferences. And they like, oh, you know, a foundation of excellence and blah, blah, you know, like, and I'm not knocking those guys. I'm just saying, like, they have their little key phrases. The paradigm is shifting at the university. Like, nobody cares. Like, it's just word salad. And nobody really is interested in any of that. And then Morgan gets up, and I was a little worried because I know that in a big organization like the University of Utah that really cares about public relations and image, that some PR guy was going to get into the head of Morgan and say, okay, do not deviate from this script. This is what you need to say. This is how you need to say it. You need to thank this person, talk about how we will be aggressive and we will play hard football and we will do it the Utah way. And then you can handle questions after that. And I'm glad that either nobody did that or Morgan just completely threw it away and said, I'm going to speak from the heart. I'm going to tell you what this university means to me. I'm going to tell you what football means to me, what my family means to me, what my religion means to me. And I'm just going to lay it out on the table for everybody to enjoy. And look, you like it? Great. If not, I'm not changing because this is who I am. This is your new head coach at Utah.
Man, he killed it. I think it's one of the best opening pressers I've ever heard.
Yeah.
For a head coach. And I think a lot of that came from how much he loves the university. I think you could tell there's a real connection there, and he's excited to have that job. And you could tell that when he was talking about his grandpa that had passed, that had been such a big part of Utah when he started taking Morgan and his dad started taking Morgan, and the Scally family was so connected to Utah that he wished his grandpa was here so that he could share with him the news. Like, I did it, man. I'm the head coach of the university. What a proud moment for him, and what an exciting time for him and his family. And, you know, I've told a couple of stories about Morgan, but I'll tell you, Scotty, he's done a couple of things for me in the past that are amazing.
Yeah, same.
Well beyond the sport, and that's just Morgan. I would be proud to go play for Morgan. And,
if I had a son and Morgan said, come play for me, I'd send him there tomorrow.
Yeah, proud to play for Morgan. He's just a great guy, and I think he's going to do great things. The staff that he's assembled is some of the staff it's out of the pocket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's thinking outside the pocket. Kevin McGibbon is an out of the pocket hire for the University of Utah. The safe play would have been to call Andy Ludwig, and I think that people were thinking. I think
Lloyd said it was a foregone conclusion.
I did not.
So there's
one.
I did not. Lloyd said there's one man for the job.
No, we're not doing this.
Dude, you threw the whole podcast into a whirlwind.
Al, come on home.
All
hey,
I
Al,
mentioned was if A-Rod didn't happen, where does he go? Where do they go? I said maybe that's a possibility. He's only 1 year out.
Did you give a name? Did you mention a name?
I mentioned Andy Ludwig.
Okay.
And did you guys? And did you say should get the job?
No, I did not.
I don't know. I beg to differ on that.
I'll try to forget the exact wording, but I'm pretty sure it was should get the job.
So the big question with Morgan right now is obviously the guy has an incredible knowledge of the game. He's well qualified, but in this landscape of college football, you've got guys that may want to leave. There's guys that may want to come in, and he was asked how he'll handle retaining players and how he'll get what's the sell job to keep them at Utah.
I think the biggest thing is where were we last year? We were without an offensive coordinator. We were without a quarterback. You had guys transferring on the defensive side of the ball that were key components to our defense. And you had fear. You had questions. And so you have to trust the process that we're going to continue to reload and that we're continuing to get the right people in here.
And you know what? Even when you do lose people, to have trust like, we're going to be okay.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. I mean, Utah was in kind of a weird spot at the end of last year. You had some key pieces leave. Again, as you mentioned, you didn't have a quarterback. You didn't have yourself where you wanted to be in terms of the offense. You lose key defensive players. And what did Utah do? Oh, they just ripped off an 11-win season, 11-2. And their two losses were to the two teams that played in the Big 12 championship game. Yeah, that's a hell of a year.
It's a hell of a year, man. The other thing that I want to establish with Morgan is I'm hoping that Morgan Scally gets ample time. And I think he will because he is such a Utah man. Ample time. Because I watched Kalani Sitake go through hard times.
Yes.
Really hard times. We watched Kyle Whittingham go through hard times and hard situations. I'm just adding it up. So Kyle Whittingham, he had 21 seasons at Utah. Is that right?
Yes, 21 seasons.
I think in 21 seasons, Scotty, I think he had 10 different offensive coordinating scenarios.
I think you're right.
Okay, I'm gonna go through it.
Okay.
Dave Schramm.
Yeah.
Norm Chow.
Okay.
Combo of Brian Johnson, Aaron Roderick.
Correct.
Combo of Dennis Erickson, Brian Johnson. Dave Christensen. Combo of Aaron Roderick and Jim Harding.
Yep.
Troy Taylor for 3 seasons. Andy Ludwig returned.
Mm-hmm.
You got an interim in Mike Bajakian.
Oh, that's right. There you go.
And then Jason Beck.
Yeah. 10.
That's 10.
Yeah. By the way,
in 21 years.
Yeah.
So everybody will remember Kyle Whittingham as a juggernaut, a successful program-building beast. He went through 10 offensive coordinators. All I'm saying is understand what these – don't just think of, oh, these legends, man. These legends, they just hit the ground running, and it was all big money from there on. No, be ready to bite your tongue, hold your patience, and continue to buy the tickets and go to the games. Because the fastest thing that'll get Morgan Scally bumped is if he goes a couple of 5-win seasons and those stands start to empty.
Hans and Scotty, breaking news. Lloyd, via his Instagram, is that right?
Yep.
Wayshawn Parker has announced he will return and has re-signed with the University of Utah. So Kevin McGibbon will have the services of Wayshawn Parker coming up next season. We'll talk more about that coming up here in a bit, but Danny Ainge, no big deal, as he joins us every Wednesday. Joins us next here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Former BYU basketball coach Steve Cleveland.
But when I look at the football situation in Utah and what Kyle's doing, there's nothing about that to me doesn't make sense. He gave them everything at Utah. Going to Michigan is another level and next step. You know, what a great honor. And it's not taking anything from Utah. They have an outstanding football program. It's a great institution. And anybody that's going to begrudge him for leaving, they're just not very smart. When a guy gives you everything that Kyle gave, and then people are going to be critical of him and criticize him, blow those people off. That's insane. It disgusts me that conversation even take place. I'm happy for Kyle. I'm happy for his staff. It just doesn't make sense that people would have that kind of an attitude. Just very narrow-minded, and I'm not interested in hearing the nonsense that's coming out from some of these people on radio and TV.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
The new year means new health goals, not just for your body, but your finances too. But did you know financial health is directly related to identity protection? You need LifeLock because your personal info is in endless places that are outside of your control. It only takes one mistake, and not even your mistake, to expose you to identity theft and lost funds. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second and alerts you to threats you could miss on your own. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it, backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. In fact, restoration is guaranteed or your subscription money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or other financial losses from identity theft alone. Resolve to make identity, health, and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. That's promo code NEWS for 40% off at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Will Hardy hoping his team can find a defensive identity.
We've identified the type of shots that we're trying to take away, but we need more of a scramble mentality on every possession. Right now, we are late mentally, and we do not have the athleticism as a group to make up for that physically. It takes a lot of anticipation to do those things possession after possession. You know, defense takes a relentless level of competitiveness because there are so many situations that happen in every game. And am I supposed to go over the screen or under the screen? Well, the reality is that doesn't matter as much as not getting screened. Stop running into the screen. That is the only answer that never works, is just running into the screen and dying.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by University of Utah Health, for you, for life.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
12:33, Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Danny Ainge is going to join us coming up here momentarily. Love Will Hardy press conferences. Love Will Hardy quotes. Says, look, you can go over a screen, you can go under a screen. You just can't go into the screen and die.
That's something that'll never change.
It's like, yep.
That's something that'll never be okay.
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. You know what? That's fair.
Totally get it.
Unless you're Kobe Bryant in the first play of an Olympic game and you go through a screen and knock Pau Gasol on his backside and make a statement.
Yeah, that was a big moment. That was a big moment, but I do love Will Hardy. I think he is very good at his job. I think he's had some heavy lifting, obviously.
Yeah. Yep.
And you can hear frustration in his voice, but you can also kind of sense the resolve of his coach. Like, I'll get this. That guy, I'm going to keep harping on it.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep telling him, you go around or you go over, or you go under. We're just not going to get hung up on it. And we're going to continue to improve.
All right, time to chat Utah Jazz and NBA basketball with the legend, Danny Ainge.
It's time to talk Jazz basketball with the CEO of the Utah Jazz and NBA legend, Danny Ainge, with Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Danny, it's been a minute. Holidays treat you well. How are you?
Yeah, doing well.
Hans, Scotty, Happy New Year to you guys.
Happy New Year to you. I bet it's been a busy one. Are you as heartbroken the football season's over as Scotty and I are?
I mean, I love football. Yeah, it's fun watching. We still got some NFL playoffs, so that's good, and we still got some college playoffs. But yeah, it's winding down.
Yeah, it's
that
a sad
time of year.
deal. But these college playoffs are good, though.
I know you're knee deep in the NBA, and that's been your life for forever. But there's always that running joke that the NBA season doesn't really start until Christmas Day. I know that's not the case for guys in the middle of it, but do you kind of see a more focus from the national media onto the NBA once you get past Christmas Day?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, it's like that traditionally. I think Christmas Day games are like more watched than any games leading up to that. So, yeah, I think that's probably the case. I mean, football is a great sport. I'm a huge fan, and so like everybody's watching football, especially playoffs, college and NFL playoffs right now. It's crazy.
Well, there's
so
fun. A lot of good college basketball too. It's exciting. I mean, we got some good basketball in this state, and I know that keeps you busy. How much time in your job, in your role with the Utah Jazz, how much time do you spend watching college talent?
Every year is different. Some years a lot, and some years a little bit less, depending on what our focus is, depending on who I have on the staff, et cetera, to do those things. So yeah, I mean, I think it varies from team to team and time to time.
Is it hard not to get caught up in crazy individual performances? Last night I was watching that Houston game and just an incredible play. And I know you can't talk about specific players, but when there's like a singular moment of a guy makes a play, and I was with the Utah State coaching staff last night. We were coming back from Air Force, and all those guys were up on their feet just like, whoa, I can't believe that just happened. How hard is it not to get swayed by those little particular moments and instead look at the big picture on a player?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you try to look at the biggest picture you can. Kids are coming out their freshman years in college now, so sometimes the big picture is not painted yet. But I think that, yeah, you pay attention to the great moments, but there's a lot of players that have a lot of those great moments, and you try to add them all up and see what at the end of the year. But yeah, especially NCAA tournament time, it's tough sometimes to not pay attention to someone who's played in the Final Four and playing amazing.
I've honestly wondered that, Danny, quite a bit, and I'm sure you felt it in your college career and as you were trying to move into professional sports. I felt it as I was trying to move into professional sports, and there were certain moments, like I remember I opted into 2 Senior Bowls, and I thought that those Senior Bowls were it. I thought, geez, if I fail here, I probably don't get an opportunity in the NFL. If I shine here, I've got a great opportunity. I put so much pressure on myself in those moments trying to impress individuals so that I could make it to the highest level of the sport. When you talk about NCAA tournament play, how much can a guy move a meter for the NBA? Let's just say he's on the radar and he goes into tournament play, and we've seen so many of those Cinderella runs, and you find that big gun. How much can a guy move a meter to maybe get an opportunity or a look in the NBA that maybe he otherwise wouldn't have?
Yeah, I don't know how much. Again, everybody's a little bit different in how they evaluate it, but you try to put the whole thing together, and it's rare that someone comes out of nowhere. But it doesn't mean that you can't solidify an opportunity anyway. It doesn't solidify that you're going to be, a number top 10 pick or top, but it's going to give you an opportunity, if you solidify your role, your play there. If you play really bad, it might have some impact. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes I fall in love with guys well before NCAA tournament. I'm hoping that they don't play well, so nobody can see how good I think they are.
That's actually funny.
That is really funny. It's like, if you could just lose in that first round, that would be great. I mean, give me a 2 of 10 shooting.
Yes, that has happened to me. Yes, I've thought that a handful of times.
Danny Ainge, kind enough to join us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Will Hardy was talking about the fact that, offensively, he feels like the team is a good offensive team, but defensively they have a lot of work to go through. Is it a talent level, or is it just a youth inexperience issue with Utah? What is it about the Jazz that are holding them back defensively?
I think it's a combination of all those things. I mean, first of all, our best defensive player hasn't played yet this year and won't play in Walker. So, he's an anchor to our defense, and we need someone to protect the rim a little better than what we have. But the guys we have are good players. They're all good players. But, yeah, we don't really have that defensive identity in our roster and in our experience.
You talk about losing Walker Kessler. When you lose a talent at his level, who and how do you go about leaning on? Because, I look at a guy like Taylor Hendricks, and I think Taylor Hendricks has every length and ability and speed in the world. Do you go to Taylor Hendricks and maybe he realizes the opportunity he's got in that moment and maybe he can pick up the slack? Do you lean on guys like that, Danny?
Yeah, so, Will is doing a really good job of trying to, figure out who should play. And game to game, it changes because we have so many young guys. And, with Taylor specifically, he's had some really shining moments so far. But when the season started, we really weren't going to spend a lot of time evaluating Taylor until second half of the season. Just because of the significance of the injury that he had. But he's put in a lot of time. He's paid the price, and he's going to get a lot of opportunities in the second half of the season. And we're all hoping that he can play as well as we think he can.
So, Danny, I was able to cut my teeth with NBA stuff with Jerry Sloan. I was just coming out of my football career, jumping into this radio thing. Really needed to learn basketball and spent a lot of time with Jerry. And I one time I asked Jerry, what can you do? Let's just say I'm trying to jump into the NBA. What can I do to grab your attention? And he told me defense and rebounding. He goes, if you can give me absolute hustle on the defensive side and you can figure out the chemistry and balance of rebounding, then you've got a great shot. Does that hold true in today's basketball where it's become such an offensive powerhouse with so many big three moments? Does it hold true that a true blood defender with a grindy work ethic can make a spot on a roster?
Yes, you can make a spot on the roster, doing anything great. If you can just be adequate at certain elements of the game and be really good at one. And, one thing that is, shown analytically, I'm not sure I agree with it in all cases, but, is rebounding. And I think that there is an instinct. There is a reaction time. There is a visual awareness of where the ball's going and how to get it. And, the guys that do that in their college, as I'm scouting them, I pay really close attention to that. Those guys, it's not there with everybody. Not everybody has that instinct for where that ball's going and how to beat their opponent to the ball. I remember the first time that Jason Kidd came to play for me in Phoenix when I was coaching there. And I was just in awe of how fast he beat everybody to the ball. And then he had these strong hands that it was just his. If it's a tie, it's his ball. And anyway, it was just when I think of that, it stands out to me. Larry Bird was very much that way too. He couldn't jump over a 2x4 and was one of the greatest rebounders ever.
Dennis Rodman have the best instincts? Who are some of the best that come to your mind in terms of just strictly rebounding?
Yeah, Dennis, I've heard some of the better players. I used to have this conversation with Kevin McHale and with Charles Barkley. And, when we talk about Dennis Rodman, their perspective was, Dennis is a great, great rebounder, but he does nothing else.
Yeah.
He doesn't ever look to shoot. All he does is screen and go to the rim, screen and go to the rim, and live around the rim. And he doesn't ever have to do anything else. And so they thought that was, but I don't think anybody doesn't acknowledge how amazing he was at defense and rebounding. And so that's why Dennis was a great, great player and has some championship rings.
I was listening to an interview the other day with Kevin Love, and this kind of struck me as, because I've been in the media here in Salt Lake for 20 years, so I've been with the Miller family and Kevin O'Connor and Jerry Sloan, and just the structure that I've always seen here in Utah, now with Ryan Smith and you and Will Hardy, it just feels like that's the way it always is, that there's good correlation between ownership, management, and coaching. And Kevin Love said in this interview, I have been telling these young guys over and over and over just how good you have it and how lucky you are to have that you have an owner that knows your name, that you have a front office that cares about your development, and a coach that will go to war with you. To me, it just seems like that's the way it should be everywhere. But is that really rare to see in the NBA?
It is. And I think that my playing and coaching experience taught me a lot before I became an executive in Boston. But I remember the first thing that I did as a executive in Boston, we had 25, very, very wealthy owners. And we got all together and we talked about that very thing. You don't talk about the coach when you're out to dinner. You don't have the people spreading rumors of how much you don't like the coach, or, when you just keep it to yourselves, or come talk to me, or let's all talk together, but we can't talk about each other. And let's just not have that. And I think that unity of the coach, front office, and ownership is huge. It's so big. It may be the most important thing because it's so easy to divide. Everybody's looking for someone to blame when things don't go great. And whose fault is it? Is it the GM's fault? Is it the coach's fault? Is it the owner's fault? And, or the star players, same thing. I mean, the star players are under a lot of scrutiny too. So, we're trying to have a culture where we can. There was a very prominent NBA coach last year that was let go, and one of the big things they said, was the collaboration. If a coach isn't willing to collaborate and work with everybody, or a GM, tries to create it to be his world, and he's overshining the coach, you gotta work, collaborate in your work, and you gotta be supportive of one another. Man, you can argue and fight. You can argue and fight all you want in meetings, but when you leave, you're united.
And I could see that would have to be the level you guys are on right now, because Will Hardy, from what I understand of Will and just where he's been, where he was with San Antonio for as long as he was with San Antonio during some of the good years of San Antonio, and then Boston, as you knew him in really good moments with Boston. The guy's a winner. I think he's a lion-hearted winner. And every once in a while you hear it bubble up. We just played a comment of his, and Scotty and I were laughing about it because he was getting a little surly, and he goes, okay, you can run over, you can go under, but we are not going to get hung up in a screen. That'll never be okay. It was a great pointed comment, but this guy's a Lionheart. And, Danny, I keep telling people at some point you're going to see what this guy is all about. So how do you and Ryan and how do you guys all kind of work together with Will Hardy to help him understand, look, the losing's hard, because it's a lot of losing. 17 wins last year was tough. How do you work with him to say, hey, patience, and at some point everybody's going to get to see your brilliance?
Yeah, I mean, I really believe that Will feels that and believes that is going to happen. And it is hard. It's hard on everybody. I mean, you're not winning. It's tough. But we are together in what's going on, and not micromanaging every game and every play. And, we communicate regularly. I mean, I communicate with Will a lot, and I know Austin and Will, communicate every single day, if not multiple times a day. So, yeah, and Ryan the same way. I mean, I communicate with Ryan consistently, and as he does with Will and Austin. So, anyway, I think it's really imperative for success.
Back to Kevin Love a little bit. What is the value? Can you actually put a value on what he means in a locker room in the coaching of these young players in terms of how to be a professional, how to appreciate what you have? Grass isn't always greener. This is how you play. This is how you handle yourself out in public. I mean, that's got to be worth its weight in gold to the development of these kids.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. You hope that the young kids are paying attention to the veterans. Sometimes they have to learn for themselves Anybody that has children knows that there's some that will listen and some that need to figure it out on their own. But I feel like, Kevin has credibility. He's a Hall of Fame player, 5-time All-Star, NBA champion, and he's been around a long way. Matter of fact, you go back to the rebounding, and, that was one of the great things that you saw in Kevin in high school and in college. He played high school basketball with my nephew in Oregon, Lake Oswego High School, and I had a chance to watch him play then. But anyway, rebounding instincts were immediate, and his shooting and passing and things came along, but that was one thing that stood out. But yeah, Kevin is a great leader for us. He has a big voice. A lot of guys I know are paying attention to him, and I hope every one of them are paying attention to him.
Well, Danny, we appreciate your time as always. Thanks for hanging out with us, and look forward to chatting again with you next week.
Okay, but I got one more question to ask you guys. Who are you picking in the college football playoff? Now.
It's got to be Indiana.
Okay, so I think it's probably going to be Indiana. If I could choose, I'd like to see Ole Miss go win it, just so Lane Kiffin has to sit there and wallow in what would have been his national championship, because I don't think he can claim that national championship. Leaving a team, Danny, how do you leave a team that's headed into the college football playoffs and you're like, now I got a different job, I'm headed to Louisiana. I'm sorry, guys. Hey, good luck in the most important games of your life. There's a big part of me that wants him to have to sit there and watch a championship and know that he wasn't a part of it.
Yeah, that'd be fun. But what about the world that we live in now, where it's not in college, like a coach leaves and can take players and staff and everything like that. In the NBA, thank goodness they can't do that. I understand why coaches want to leave and make a change and progress and reach their goals and dreams and pick promotions. That's going on in the whole world, but I don't know about the other stuff.
And frankly,
do that in the NBA.
We're living in a world, too, where coaches are getting hired, not because necessarily they're great X's and O's coaches, but because of the players that they can bring with them.
So, Danny, I'll throw, just to kind of build on what Scotty's saying, this is what it would be like. Imagine Mitch Johnson calling you and just saying, hey, Danny, I've got a lot of interest in Salt Lake City, and I've got a really good relationship with Wembanyama, and I'm pretty sure that Victor would come with me, and we could come. That's what this is, Danny. That's what's happening in college football right now.
I know, it's insane. It's kind of sad that way, but I think the portal is fun, and you can build a team quick. But wow, I don't even know what the rules are. Like, how does Texas Tech get the top-paid quarterback, the best defensive player in the league, and already have a pretty high payroll? I thought there was going to be a salary cap this year.
I did too. Well, we thought it was going to be the $21 million distribution. And, Scotty, I'm just seeing teams blow through that. Oh. I know Texas Tech spent $28 million on their roster last year. Texas spent $44 million on their roster. Texas Tech is already projected, Scotty, I think, 30 plus?
30 plus, yeah. And it's only going to get higher. And everybody wants the NCAA to step in, but the NCAA is neutered, and they've got no teeth left to enforce any rules. So it's the old Wild West, Danny. Be glad you're not coaching in college, because it's a mess right now.
Yeah. Well, looking forward to the playoffs. Sorry to keep you guys.
No, you're great.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well.
Yeah, you could keep us as long as you want, brother. You want to do the 3 hours with us, it's always an option. Yeah. Believe me. People are much more interested in what you have to say than us, for sure.
We'll see you, Danny.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah, so true.
See you.
True.
There he is, Danny Ainge, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, when he's like, okay, now we're done.
He's the best.
Oh, he really is. And look, the guy's a sports nut.
Yeah, he is.
He
to understand
sports.
What's going on in the world of sports.
I think your example with San Antonio and Victor is like, yeah, that's exactly what's going on.
Could you imagine?
Yeah.
Imagine Coach Johnson just being like, hey, Danny, can we have a private conversation? Can I meet you at D's? And I'm going to sit down. Hey, so, I've been working with Victor. I built a good relationship. I think you hire me in Salt Lake City, and I could bring Victor. I might be able to bring De'Aaron. And I think we could pair them with Ace and Keontae, we might have something special here. Could you keep acing? If we move, can you keep those guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can keep those guys.
And can you pay my guys? Because they're going to need this much money. And you don't care about a salary cap, anything. It's like this guy's going to need 20 and this guy's going to need 15.
That's wild.
Can you do it? Yes. All right. Let's go. Let's roll.
It's that.
And how about this? So Victor does come, and Victor signs a contract, and the Jazz have a press conference, and Victor's like, yes, I am a member of the Utah Jazz. I'm excited to be a part of this. And then 2 days later goes on Instagram. Is like, nah, actually, I'm back out in the portal. I'm gonna go to the Lakers. They offered more money, so I'm gonna go there. And they're like, you signed a contract. Let's not get caught up in the details here.
And then if you gave him truth serum, you'd be like, so tell me what happened. I'll tell you what happened. Giannis Antetokounmpo called and said he's probably headed to New York, and it looks like they're going to take my coach, and New York just promised me another $5 million in guarantees, and so I'm going to pair with – because the way you do this, you call with excitement and interest, like, hey, I know that you just had the press conference, but hear me out, because we just got off the phone with so-and-so. These three are coming here. So we need you to be a part of this, whether it's quarterback, running back. We need you to be a part of this. We're going to pay you more, because now they're already fully invested. They're pot invested.
Yeah.
And they're like, geez, we got to find that piece. And you call promising the world, and a kid is like, I've already embarrassed myself. My name really doesn't mean much. I just want to make as much money as I can. Go out on Instagram, let them know. Let's just tear the Band-Aid off. Let's just get the information out there. That's college football right now.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, and you said, hey, Danny, be glad you're not coaching in college right now. There's a lot of guys making a lot of money, but they're also hanging on by a hair.
Oh, yeah.
They know.
Yeah. Yep.
I know that there's so much excitement for Kyle Whittingham and the staff. And by all accounts, this staff should win. If they go back-to-back years losing to Ohio State and not making it to the college football playoffs, being 9 wins or less, with losing to Ohio State, not making it to the CFP, they're gone in 2 years.
In 2 years. Easy. Yeah, maybe a year and a half. If they really get embarrassed against Ohio State and the next year they start 3-3, they may not even make it through year number 2.
Now, from what I understand, the assistant staff and Kyle would all walk away with a massive bag of cash.
Yeah.
A gigantic bag of cash and guarantees of if we make this exodus, if we move this across the country, we want guarantees. Then they better hand the guarantees, and they probably have them.
What you may have missed coming up next, Hans and Scotty. Another Kyle is attacked again. Kyle is raiding the state again. We'll tell you who he just added to his coaching staff.
Talent or coach? Oh.
Coach.
Oh, boy.
Coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
It's funny about Kyle Whittingham. He does not care about his legacy at all, which is weird. I would have thought that would be more of a priority, but obviously it's not. I mean, the bitterness of sticking it to Utah outweighs his desire to have any sort of legacy, which is, I guess, kind of crazy. I mean...
You think he's trying to stick it to Utah?
Absolutely. Gary Anderson said as much. They shouldn't have pissed Kyle off. Use that word.
Yeah.
I don't know why anybody would think any differently.
I certainly don't think Whit was trying to do Utah favors on the way out the door. But again, to your point, like, what was he supposed to do? This is how he's become Kyle Whittingham, is these people around him. So he's going to go back to the well of the people around him to try and do a good job at Michigan, because I suspect he wants to do a very good job at Michigan. You know, he wasn't going to go out there and start over from scratch. I'm not sure that has so much to do with, well, let me stick it to Utah now.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, you're a little banged up. You're starting the new year with some aches and pains. And look, you get into a certain age where it takes a while to recover. Well, you know what? Stop living through the pain, and let's get you squared away. You're going to go and see the same doctors for your sprained ankle or for your bum knee, whatever the case might be, as Clayton Keller will for the Utah Mammoth. For Laurie Markkinen, we'll see for the Utah Jazz. It's the University of Utah Health. Members of the University of Utah athletic teams as well all use University of Utah Health. Go to uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org. You can use telehealth options. You can go to any of their clinics up and down the Wasatch Front. They've got the number 1 ranked hospital in the state of Utah for 11 consecutive years, courtesy of U.S. News and World Report. It's the University of Utah Hospital. Go to uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz play the defending NBA champs, the Oklahoma City Thunder. The game tips off at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. BYU, Big 12 basketball at the Marriott Center. The Cougars are hosting Arizona State. Listen at 7 o'clock on 102.7 FM. And the Utah Mammoth hosts the Ottawa Senators at 7:30. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone. DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right, yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a Wednesday, which means we're giving away tickets. Call number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. And you'll win a pair of tickets to see Toto. And those rains coming down in Africa. And special guest, Hans, here you go. Special guest, Christopher Cross. And the Romantics.
Whoa. Hold on. You just got me with Chris Cross. Now tell me what...
Not Chris Cross make you jump.
No.
Yeah.
Christopher Cross.
Yeah.
I shorten it up because I love him so much.
Toto, Christopher Cross, and the Romantics.
When?
That would be August 21st at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Okay. Tickets are on sale at livenation.com, or you can just be calling them. Hans, put your phone down. You can't be caller 12.
I'm calling now.
801-575-ZONE. That's 801.
Calling.
But if you go and maybe physically assault Lloyd in there, he might be forced to give them to you.
I will miss
That's
Toto.
All it takes. Just come assault me and I'll do that.
I'll miss Toto. I'll show up for my boy Chris. and then I'll leave. But that guy puts me in the best place.
I absolutely do. Not even no love for Toto?
No.
But Christopher Cross moves the meter.
Yeah.
Toto would be fun just for old time's sake.
Yeah, it would maybe a little bit of nostalgia.
Everybody's like, Africa, sing it. And they're like, we just did. We don't care. That's the only song we know. Keep singing it. Over and over.
So I took Amanda to a concert this last summer to go see Toad the Wet Sprocket.
Yes.
So we were really excited about Toad the Wet Sprocket. And Sixpence
None the Richer
was
me
there. Yeah. And I was like, that's a throwaway. And I found out through her songs that she has written like 4 or 5 bangers. It was her song and her writing that somebody else went.
Oh, really?
And she got to perform all of them, and she performed them better than the originals. And I was like, this woman was that brilliant? I was sending you pictures.
Nice.
Remember I sent you a couple pictures from, because, back in the day. But anyways, she was, there were some good memories. Every one of these concerts, it is a throwback. For just a minute, it puts you back in high school.
Oh, yeah.
It puts you back in college. It puts you back in that moment, and you're just like.
If I was listening to Toad the Wet Sprocket in concert going, something's always wrong, I'd be like, this is my junior year of high school right here.
Oh, it was such a great concert.
Oh, I bet.
They were fantastic. And I know you and I keep trying to get a sponsorship from the Garden.
Yes, we're ready to go. All you got to do is call.
That's a great venue.
Hey, so I teased this going to break, and we got to go to break real quick. Ali'i Niamatalolo is on his way to Michigan. He was the tight end coach at Utah State. So Kyle has struck again, taking the tight end coach from Utah State. He will be the assistant tight end coach at Michigan, learning under Freddie Whittingham. And, Freddie's getting up there with Kyle, so who knows how long he's going to go. They're probably like, hey, look, learn from Freddie, and you can just transition right in and be the tight end coach here at Michigan.
So I'm going to put that higher on the heap. But, the one that broke the camel's back that made me think, you know what? Forget you, Kyle. Because I'm now at the forget you, Kyle moment.
Oh, stop it.
Because he took Doug Elisaya.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I saw that.
Lloyd, did you know he took Doug Elisaya?
Yes, I did.
You can't take Dougie Doug.
No, Dougie Doug can't go.
You can't take man hands from me.
Man hands.
I used to go out to Utah practice just so I could give Doug a hug.
Yeah.
And shake that crazy hand of his. He's got this crazy thumb bone that fires out the side of his hand. It makes his hand 5 times wider than the.
Did you say you're at the point of forget Kyle Whittingham? Forget you?
Yeah, when he took Doug, I was like, forget you.
Like that song?
What song?
Yeah.
Jeez,
Speaking of non-man hands, T-Rex here. Forget you. Hey,
do you know who this guy opened for? That I just happened to stumble upon?
Who?
Lionel Richie.
CeeLo?
Yes.
No, he did
He
not.
opened
That's
from
a disgrace.
that night that I always talk about with Amanda, slow dancing in the aisle behind a sleeping Gordon Monson. CeeLo opened for Lionel Richie, and he actually blew the roof off.
Well, I understand why Gordon Monson was sleeping then. That makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, that's true.
By the way, some other news coming in the coaching front. Nobody being poached. In fact, some promotions up at the University of Utah. We'll talk about that coming up next. Also, situation brewing in Washington, and it's an ugly one. We'll get to that straight ahead as well. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy, but man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Mentioned a couple notes on the Utah coaching staff. Nobody's getting poached. Okay, this is just an elevation of coaches. Sharif Shah has been promoted to associate head coach, and Marky Atawaya also associate head coach. So Sharif and Marky Mark staying put and get a nice little promotion.
Rightfully so, and I think that Sharif is the heartbeat of the recruiting.
Oh, yeah.
I think Marky is becoming the heartbeat of some recruiting and has also brought some real energy and momentum. And when you keep Marky and promote Marky and you get the announcement of Wayshawn Parker staying,
yeah,
that's pretty good. That's a pretty good combo. You know, talking about coaches that take players with them, that would be a player-coach combo.
Oh, yeah.
Get Wayshawn if you bring Marky, or you get Marky if you bring Wayshawn.
So those two announcements aren't unrelated. Marky stays,
I don't think so.
And all of a sudden, Wayshawn says, I'm coming back.
Yeah, I think that those two are very much tied at the hip.
All right. We've teased this a bit today, but this is an interesting situation brewing in Washington. Now, I don't care about the Huskies, not one bit. Brock Huard does, and he's going to join us at 2:05 because he went with a flamethrower on Twitter earlier today because he's not happy about it because, frankly, it affects his alma mater. But Damon Williams had signed a contract with Washington, was going to stay put, saying, you know what? This is where I want to be. Love Washington. And made all the official social media accounts and actually put pen to paper and signed the contract. Well, last night, he also sent out another tweet saying that he's entering the transfer portal. 4 days after he agreed to terms and signed his contract with the Huskies. In that statement, he said, I have to do what's best for me and my family. Read between the lines, somebody offered a boatload of cash.
And who is that? That is LSU.
A lot of people believe it's LSU and Lane Kiffin.
That's Lane Kiffin. That's LSU. And Lloyd retweeted a picture. Was that not AI? You positive that's not AI?
No, that's real. That is a real picture.
Sam Levitt and Lane Kiffin were courtside, sitting together, laughing it up.
Yeah.
In years past. Could you imagine?
Nope.
If something like that surfaced?
Sam Levitt not even paying any attention to Lane either.
Sam would never see a football field again.
No.
Lane would be in all kinds of trouble. It feels like the world would have come crashing down. But this was like a big positive for Lane because Lane wants that distributed everywhere. Hey, look who I'm courtside with. Just so you know, Damon, when you leave Washington, what are you doing there in the Pacific Northwest?
Nobody watches any of those games. Come to LSU.
Come on, you're spinning your wheels. Just do what's right for you, and come to the SEC. What has the Big Ten got for you? We've got so much more. He wants that photo distributed. He wants everybody to see it. And I guarantee you he's in on this Damon Williams situation.
And frankly, if Damon is taking other offers or looking at other places besides LSU, he wants that out there like, hey, look, it's either us, you can take our money, but we'll go with this kid. So you need to let me know ASAP. Are you coming or not? Because I can sign this kid tomorrow. So you need to make up your mind. Here's the thing where it's going to get interesting because LSU that Washington is prepared to pursue all legal avenues to enforce Williams' signed contract. According to details of that contract, Washington is not obligated to enter Williams into the transfer portal or otherwise assist or facilitate the student-athlete's transfer to another college or university. So essentially, Washington's like, you know what? You may not play here, but we're not going to let you play anywhere.
If we can make it miserable, we're going to make it miserable.
Now, there's no way he goes back to Washington. Like, he's burnt every bridge possible in Washington. So I don't think they'll take him back. But, and that fan base, they're ready for blood. But what Washington wants to do is like, okay, you know what? You want out of your contract? That $4 million, we need that. So you pay that money back to us.
Ooh.
Or guess what? We will not agree to allow you to go into the transfer portal. There's going to be a lot of lawyers involved in this before it's all said and done. And this is going to be one to keep a close eye on because if Washington sticks to their guns on this and they don't bow out and just acquiesce and they say, you know what, we're going to take a stand because I guarantee a ton of other universities are hoping Washington does it because they're all begging somebody to take a stand, and I think this is going to be it.
Interesting. I hope it is. Lloyd, was that you or was that Scotty that retweeted where the
players were when they found out?
Yeah.
I retweeted that, yeah.
Where were they?
They were at a funeral. Yes.
For a
teammate. Team was at a funeral?
The team was at a funeral.
Is that verified?
Yes. No, that is verified.
The team found out while they're supporting and...
Now, I don't know if it was a member of the football team. I think it was somebody in the athletic department. I think it was a woman.
Oh my
gosh.
But
the majority of the football team was there, and there's video footage of the Instagram post going out and all these guys in the middle of the service opening up their phone and being like, wait, what?
Bro, that's awful. That is awful. College football is really tumbling. By the way, I was at a funeral once, and like in the middle of the prayer, and I happened to miss our show for this funeral, and my timer, because I've got an alarm set every day at 11 o'clock. So no matter where I'm at, I know, okay, I've got an hour to get anywhere, so I can be for the show. And that thing went off right in the middle of the prayer.
Was it like a Ron McBride one too? Like, wah, wah, wah.
It was extremely loud. And I was lucky because I had it like on my quad, because I'd taken some pictures with some people.
Yeah.
And it was sitting there, and it hit twice. It was like, no, it's not that one. It's not that one, but it's an obnoxious.
Please tell me you just flexed your quad and turned it off.
No,
I thought that's what you were going to.
No,
like.
I didn't flex my quad.
It's on my quad muscle, and I just kind of.
I didn't. But you know how when you hear an alarm go off, you're at a church or something, and you hear an alarm go off, and you can look around and find the person that's hustling and know, oh, it was them.
Yeah.
So I didn't have to hustle. I just quickly, grabbed it and touched it, and it was over. I think the only person that knew it was me was Amanda.
Yeah.
Which is bad enough because she's not letting me forget it.
Yeah. And that's where I think you're smart, because you just keep your head forward, looking at the podium, and you click it, because then you're like, hey, who is that jackass?
Well, and I did do that. I looked around like,
hey, show some respect.
Yeah.
For the deceased. What is wrong with you people?
Like Ralphie from A Christmas Story, when the teacher's just letting him have it, and Ralphie's looking around like, I don't know. Do you guys know? That's what I was doing. I was like, come on, people. But I couldn't imagine finding that out, a whole team finding that out. That would be so disruptive.
It was Mia Hamont's funeral. She died of cancer this year. She was on the women's soccer team, and all of the members outside of just a select few, including this quarterback, were in attendance at this funeral. And all of a sudden, he decides to go on Instagram and say, hey, guys, I'm out. I'm getting paid. And he, it was $4 million to stay at Washington. That wasn't chump change.
Kid went over 3,000 yards passing, 25 touchdowns through the air. He's got a couple of years of eligibility left. He's out of Chandler, Arizona. He's not big, 5'11", 190 pounds. Just some of his rushing numbers from the season. He did have some good rushing numbers. He's a good quarterback. He went 143 carries for 611 yards and 6 touchdowns. So, he's got great upside. Will the country turn on him?
He will be.
And then the only people that will like him is LSU.
Yes. Yeah, he will be hated across the country. It's kind of like that one kid who went to Florida, and then he went to Arizona State, and then he went to Sac State, and now he's trying to get back into the FC or FBS level. I remember he had to deal with Florida, and Florida didn't pay him, so he jumped and went to Arizona State.
Oh, yeah.
And that kid had, and frankly, it was Florida who did him dirty. It really wasn't him. He was expecting to get this much money, Jaden Rashada, and didn't get the money he was promised, so he left. And now he's in a situation where I think a lot of people look at him as a kind of the greedy poster boy of this generation. This kid is going to far exceed that.
Yeah, I think so, especially if he ends up with Lane Kiffin. Because Lane he looks so bad right now. As Ole Miss kind of wages on.
Lane's already polarizing. Like, you had that input? Jeez.
They should beat Miami.
Yeah.
So Ole Miss is going to be in the national championship game.
Yeah. You got to be careful, though. Miami's burnt you a couple times.
I know they have.
I think you just put Miami in the national championship game.
Yeah, just like I put Shehan in the front of the frickin' buffet line. Gosh dang it.
Now, here's the thing. Like, hands, when you go out on a limb on a team, 95%, you're right.
Yeah.
Like, you hit it way more often than you don't. But this Miami team has got you flummoxed.
Yeah, it does. I don't understand it. Do you understand it?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Miami's got some of the most, first of all, they play in the most ridiculous conference of the Power Four. Second of all, Miami had some of the most awkward and uncomfortable conversation losses. You lose to Louisville?
Yeah.
And then who are you going to lose to? SMU?
SMU.
So you're a team that loses to Louisville, you lose to SMU, you sneak past a bad Florida State team, and you find your way in. Now, their big win was Notre Dame. That was the fourth game of the season.
Yep.
No, that was the first game of the season for them.
That's what they hung their hat on, and frankly, that's what cost Notre Dame.
That was out of the gates.
Because I really think, and I'm not, look, I dislike Notre Dame like everybody else. I think they're ridiculous. I think Rudy's a dumb movie. Like, I don't like Notre Dame. But if Notre Dame and Miami were to play each other again at the end of the year, I think Notre Dame would beat Miami.
Yeah, for sure.
And so, but that's what killed Notre Dame. That's what kept Notre Dame out, is that one singular game against the University of Miami.
You think Rudy's a dumb movie?
I don't like Rudy. No, it just feels like Notre Dame propaganda.
Oh, man, I love that movie still.
I know. I know that's a very unpopular take.
Yes or no on Rudy?
Absolutely.
I
love it. Love Rudy. So
not very accurate.
No, and plus, yeah. I mean,
so you're stuck in a room with one of the two for 5 days.
But what movies are accurate these days?
Lee Greenwood or Rudy?
Oh, jeez.
Where'd you go?
Lee Greenwood or Rudy?
Is there a roof somewhere?
Neither.
Does Lee Greenwood have his guitar? Because then it would definitely be Rudy.
Okay.
Lloyd.
You're stuck in a room with this song playing on loop for 5 days, or you're stuck in a room with Rudy.
I will watch Rudy over and over and over. If nothing else, to see Vince Vaughn try to play football.
I don't know anybody else that doesn't like this song.
Oh, did he not look like a football player whatsoever?
Who?
Vince Vaughn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Even when he threw the ball at Rudy, he was like,
"Jeez, man.
Oh, was that left-handed?
Are you kidding me?" I mean, he was a running back, but
calm it down.
Didn't look like a running back either.
No, he did not. All right, Hans and Scotty, good, the bad, the ugly, coming up next. And remember, Brock Heward, he's got some opinions on this whole situation in Washington, coming up at 2:05 right here on The Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Former BYU basketball coach Steve Cleveland.
When I look at the football situation in Utah and what Kyle's doing, there's nothing about that to me doesn't make sense. He gave them everything at Utah. Going to Michigan is another level and next step. What a great honor. And it's not taking anything from Utah. They have an outstanding football program. It's a great institution. And anybody that's going to begrudge him for leaving, they're just not very smart. When a guy gives you everything that Kyle gave, and then people are going to be critical of him and criticize him, blow those people off. That's insane. It disgusts me that conversation even take place. I'm happy for Kyle. I'm happy for his staff. It just doesn't make sense that people would have that kind of an attitude. Just very narrow-minded, and I'm not interested in hearing the nonsense that's coming out from some of these people on radio and TV.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is JJ here with KSL Sports. Utah, this is your shot. A once-in-a-lifetime shot. KSL and Ivory Homes are teaming up to send you to the big game at Levi's Stadium on February 8th. I've been fortunate enough to have the chance to cover the big game multiple times. This has to be on your bucket list, and this is your chance to go. If you've ever dreamed of stepping into football's biggest stage, the time to play is now. It's easy to qualify. Just stop by any Ivory model home between now and January 31st. Walk through and ask them about exclusive loan rate discounts and free upgrade packages. So get off the sidelines. What are you waiting for? Visit an Ivory model home today and enter for your chance to score the ultimate football experience. Start now at ivoryhomes.com/super. Don't miss this opportunity.
This sweepstakes is open until January 31st, 2025 for residents of Utah who are at least 18. No purchase necessary. See the official rules at ivoryhomes.com/super.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz play the defending NBA champs, the Oklahoma City Thunder. The game tips off at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. BYU, Big 12 basketball at the Marriott Center. The Cougars are hosting Arizona State. Listen at 7 o'clock on 102.7 FM. And the Utah Mammoth host the Ottawa Senators at 7:30. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a matchup against the defending champs, Jazz OKC, coming up later on tonight. Of course, you'll hear all the play-by-play action right here on the Zone. Tip-off is set for 6. This update brought to you by University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Okay, what are the similarities of these 5 things?
Okay.
A doorknob, marbles, turkey baster, an egg. These are all things that...
and pliers?
These are all things that a dog got a hold of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, pliers.
I saw the pliers on the list.
Yeah, the pliers were on the list.
I mean, when they do an x-ray of those dogs and you see those needle-nose pliers, it's like, ooh, that cannot feel good.
Doorknob? Jeez. Rottweilers will eat anything.
Hey, it's good to be the NFL. In this day and age of DVR and the cloud and all that stuff, there's a reason why networks are paying out big money for live sports, in particular the NFL, because that is the only thing people are watching live now. And the NFL averaged 18.7 million viewers per game during the regular season. That's the highest since audience averages began back in 1988.
18.7 per game.
Per game.
To put that in perspective,
yes,
BYU had the best bowl game, non-CFP bowl game numbers at 8.7.
Yes. So more than double that for an average NFL game.
That is so crazy. Yeah, but networks are paying for it. I don't know how they even do it.
No, and I don't frankly think that they're turning a profit on those. They love to use those as cross-promotional opportunities. Hey, check out this great new show, Two Broke Girls or whatever, coming up on CBS. That's what they actually use a lot of their value for, is their cross-promotion of all the other trash that nobody watches.
Yeah, and it is trash.
Oh, yeah.
We have not had a good sitcom in a long time.
Not a good sitcom, and I can't even really remember a good show, period. Well, like Landman, I'm all in on that.
I've heard that gets
it fizzle
not
out?
so good, but I've only watched the first 3 episodes. Fantastic. I've put everything on the back burner because I'm watching Friday Night Lights again. So I'm already in season 4 of Friday Night Lights. I watch it every time I run, and it's unmatched. I do feel like they pushed the Julie character.
Oh, Julie is
too much.
Julie is the most annoying character in the history of television.
Right.
The teenage angst with her. Done with that.
Troy and Tammy probably should have just shipped her off to military school, and then they could have built the entire show. They could have built it around Landry.
Yes. Yeah.
He's the brilliant one. His acting, his character. It's all a perfect draw.
And Tara.
Tyra. Yeah.
Tyra. Yeah. Sorry, my bad.
And Lila.
Yeah.
Tyra and Lila were absolutely great actresses, and did a phenomenal job of making you believe that they were small-town Texas girls.
Yes. Not 32-year-old Hollywood actresses. No, it's just a high school girl.
Okay, when you think back to Friday Night Lights, give me the strong character in the week. We know that the weak character is Julie. Who's the strongest? Is Tim Taylor the strongest?
Yeah, he's the guy.
He's really good, man.
He's really good. I would put his wife at number 2.
Tammy's amazing.
And then who is it? Landry, the long-haired guy?
Landry's the geek, the red hair.
Oh, is he the guy that killed a guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's Landry. Yeah, for a girl.
Yeah, I know.
We would all do it. Let's not act
Was
like
it for Tyra?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's great. And he's
Riggins is the
Riggins was solid.
Really good character.
Yeah. The guy that was the quarterback, I never really cared for him that much.
Saracen?
Yeah, he bothered me.
Or Street. Because Street was
Saracen. Saracen had no heart as a quarterback.
Yeah,
like, really?
and then he ends up suing his coach, and they don't ever follow up on that. Like he sues the school.
Yeah, that was Jason Street.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, like, come on, you sued the school and your coach, and then everybody pretends like it didn't happen?
No, Saracen was the quarterback that had no confidence.
Yeah, Saracen was the one that took care of his grandma with dementia.
Oh, I love that guy. I forgot about him,
Yeah, he's pretty darn decent.
Yeah.
But
And grandma was annoying. We need to get rid of her, too.
See, that, my friends, is a draw. That's a series.
Yeah.
Nowadays, man, you just can't find one. But Landman, the first 3 episodes, I'm in. That's as good as it gets.
You're not watching Stranger Things? What? It's all about the 80s.
Can you please?
You like the 80s.
Do not tell him anything about Stranger Things, because he's going to watch it, and then he's going to call both of us and yell at us and say bad things. Hands on the record. Do not watch Stranger. I love the show. Lloyd, do you like it?
I absolutely love it. But
I love it too. But do not watch that show, because I know for a fact you will hate everything about that show.
You'll only like the he'll like the 80s throwback stuff.
Yeah, that is true.
He will like that, but you'll hate everything else. Yeah. And yeah, you don't need it.
I
spent
stay away. 5 seconds with the first episode. This is the.
Oh, so you've tried it?
Yeah, I tried 5 seconds of it.
By the way, have you heard the rumors that there's a secret episode coming out tonight?
No.
Yeah.
No, really?
That's the rumor mill.
And you guys were busting on me for my Star Wars cards last night.
You deserve that.
What?
Stranger Things isn't nerdy.
It's way nerdy.
It's not nerdy.
It's almost Lord of the Rings like.
Oh, no, it's actually pretty scary. That the first season is actually pretty scary.
That finale was pretty sugary. I didn't like the finale.
Yeah, me
like
neither.
everybody. No, I wanted some death.
Yeah.
I wanted people to die, and nobody died.
Specifically, Will's mom.
Oh yeah,
I want her to kill him.
Wait a minute, the shoplifter.
She was so annoying in that first season.
Yeah,
she got a little bit better, but Rudy was in there. You like what happened to Rudy?
Yeah, Rudy got gutted pretty good, like a fish. All right, that was the best. I wish that would have happened in Rudy. That would have made that movie a little bit better. All right.
Get taken down by a Demogorgon.
Yeah.
Falls into the molten steel in the steel plant.
All 5 of the, back to the NFL, all 5 of the weekly packages experienced viewer increase. So your Prime Video Thursday Night Football had the biggest gain. That jumped 16%.
Hey, full honesty.
Yes.
How many times did you click on Prime to watch Thursday night?
Probably 3/4 of the game.
I did it 3. I watched 3 games on Prime.
Oh, okay. 3/4 of the games I probably watched.
Oh, really?
What about on Christmas Day when that's everything was on?
Yeah.
Because I was on Prime.
And the Broncos played too.
Yep. Watched them.
But yeah, I actually prefer it.
It's a pretty good product.
It's great product.
Crystal clear.
Yes. No buffering.
There's some personalities that I could get rid of, but I like the camera angles.
Yeah. I
don't know. There's something about the Prime product that's really good.
Yeah, they didn't mess around with that. Now, yes, Al Michaels should have retired like 20 years ago, and I like Al Michaels, but boy, he not only has lost his fastball, he's lost his slow pitch. Like, it's rough.
Well, it's like you just want him to hear the words of Kyle Whittingham. I don't want to overstay my welcome.
Yeah, you've overstayed it for a while now.
Yeah, you have. Your hair dye is bleeding in your eyes.
Yeah, and
and give room for some. Like, there's great personalities out there. Let them.
Yeah, you got all the money in the world. You're fine. Let these guys grow.
Let them grow and build.
Yeah. So yeah, Nielsen. Let's see. Sunday Night Football was up 9%. Fox was up 6%. CBS had a jump of 11%. People, man, they love their football.
Have you felt like this has been a particularly entertaining, incredible storylined NFL season?
Absolutely not.
Oh, me neither.
I think what a terrible.
It's been my favorite season of all time.
Oh, you guys! Oh my gosh!
I could have done without the NFL this year.
Oh, stop it.
Okay,
fine with it. No NFL.
As an unbiased bystander, that just.
Thank you for finally admitting that you're not biased.
No, he's just talking hypothetically.
Hypothetically, that gobbles up football. I've kind of felt like it's a so-so season. Now, it can be saved by a great postseason.
Yes.
Wild card weekend always draws me in. I watch it all. I'm always rooting for the road team. But
is it because the some of the bigger teams that you're used to seeing weren't as good, like the Chiefs, took a step back, and so you've got a lot of new blood and a lot of new faces and a lot of unknown?
Didn't think Sam Darnold was going to do what he did. And you had the Colts, who were 8-2 at one point.
It feels like it was not too many seasons, 3 or 4 seasons ago, where the three of us were talking about the NFL. It was constituted where it had I think it had 8 Hall of Fame quarterbacks that were going, with Tom Brady and Drew Brees and who's the guy that just came back?
Oh, the 10-time father.
Yeah.
Phillip Rivers.
Phillip Rivers, and you had and Matt Ryan. All these guys were in their peak, or not peak, but they were getting ready to move out. I felt like the NFL had just a lot of different personalities and GOATs and Hall of Famers, and it was just a bigger draw to me. And there's not a lot that connects me here. I watched that Jerry Jones documentary, and that really drew me into the Cowboys just out of curiosity and interest. I'm actually a fan of Jerry Jones now, not the person, but the businessman. I'm a pretty big fan of his because he's gutsy and he's done it his way. Now, he's failed his way for many, many years, but it was his way in the beginning, and he had some great success. So I've been watching the Cowboys only because it really talks a lot about Dak and what they were trying to do, and that thing's just continued to be a failure. That's a bit of a storyline, but I don't know. There's not a big draw for me. Actually, Denver is the draw right now, I think, for the NFL.
See, the
return of the Broncos is a big thing for the NFL.
I'm trying to peel away my excitement for this year based on my team actually doing well for once. But, you peel that away and you just look at the league. I totally see your point. I totally get it. But
so if Broncos do win it all, it should be a big asterisk next to it because it's like, wow, that wasn't it.
Well, no, was it was it an entertaining year? Maybe not for everybody. I mean, frankly, let's be honest.
Might as well be like the COVID year.
The Super Bowl Peyton Manning won was probably the worst Super Bowl of all in terms of just excitement. It was boring, not a lot of scoring. Defense was just wrecking both sides. Mm-hmm. So, I'm more than happy to admit that.
But the storyline of could he do it?
Yes.
Was
that was
a
awesome.
Good story. Like, can he just do enough to get to the championship or bring the championship home? Hey, do you think that the Ravens fire John Harbaugh if Aaron Rodgers doesn't sneak that one out?
No. In fact, there's and I put this in the bad, but there's somebody put up a graphic of the shot looking at the goalposts. And in the middle of it, they say Mike Tomlin fired. And then on the right and the left, they say John Harbaugh fired.
Jeez.
And I think it's dead accurate. If he makes that kick.
Who did that? The broadcast? Or,
no, just somebody on Twitter. And I actually believe that. Like, had he made that field goal, Mike Tomlin today is talking about being fired. But he missed it, and so John Harbaugh gets fired. And here's a word to the wise for all you up-and-coming presidents and GMs. If the guy you fired immediately becomes at the top of every wish list of every team with a head coaching opportunity, you probably done screwed up. You probably screwed up. Because everybody is falling all over themselves trying to get him to be their next head coach.
He realistically, he could end up as the New York Giants head coach.
Yes, and fix him.
With the two young kids in the backfield, Cam Scatterbu and the Utah high school product.
Yeah, Jackson Dart.
I would jump in New York immediately. That team caught fire. It had energy. Now, it ended 4-13, and it was a train wreck of a season. But don't you look at that roster with some of these guys and think, man, I need to get rid of Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson, but I could build a quarterback room with this Dart. I've got 2 different running backs that I can go with. How bad was Cam Scatterbu's injury?
I think it was pretty bad. I think he just gutted that ankle of his.
That makes me sick. But I think he's going to get that job. I think he's going to take the New York Giants job.
I would take it. And if you turn around the Giants in that city, that's a huge middle finger to Baltimore.
Oh, man.
How long we've been talking about if you turn around the Giants.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, or the Jets. Or whatever. We've been talking about that.
More the Jets.
Like, I know that New York, for the most part, is a Yankees town. Is it Giants or Jets in New York for football?
I think it's Giants. I'm pretty sure it's Giants.
All right.
Who's your favorite right now? Just outside of Denver.
I don't trust Seattle. Who I really like is actually, it wouldn't surprise me if Buffalo caught fire, although their defense is garbage. I actually like San Francisco.
San Francisco. Is there any way Aaron Rodgers?
No.
They're noise?
They're one and done.
They're out.
Yeah.
Because remember, there was a time where Tom Brady made the move, and you're like, geez, I don't know.
This is what
then postseason Tom went bonkers.
This is what Aaron Rodgers needs to do. He needs to do the same thing that Peyton Manning did, that Ray Lewis did, that Jerome Bettis did. He needs to announce or leak it or hear, because remember how Peyton leaned into Tom Brady and said, hey, this is probably my last ride. So he didn't do that on accident. You get that out in the universe, and then all of a sudden things start to go your way a little bit. So if Aaron Rodgers really wants to win another Super Bowl, he needs to put it out there, go hop on what's-his-name show, the kicker, and say, you know what, after this year, I'm retiring. And just see how the calls go his way.
Yeah, the team surrounds him, and the calls move his direction.
All right, 1:48, Whole World News next, and then Brock Hewer joins us at 2:05 right here on The Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Let's ring in the new year by finally checking off something that actually matters. Your old videotapes and photos are fading more every year. VCRs are disappearing, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most important memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your memories by converting all your videotapes, photos, and film reels into digital files. And this year, it's easier than ever.
Introducing our biggest kit yet, able to hold up to 80 videotapes or film reels or 2,000 photos. It's perfect for big collections. You can even send in old DVDs, memory cards, flip phones, or early generation iPhones.
Legacy Box is truly the easiest New Year's resolution you'll ever keep. Just fill your box and send it in. As the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos, all work is done in the U.S., and we're trusted by over 1 million families.
Start the new year right by rescuing the moments you haven't watched in years. Go to legacybox.com/audio for an incredible 55% off. That's legacybox.com/audio for 55% off.
You've put in the work to get that first job, moved up the ranks, or started a family. Now it's time to take your success to the next level. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we're here to help you keep that momentum going with educational programs built around real-world, in-demand career skills. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus timeless skills like leadership, communication, critical thinking, and more. Affordable, accredited, and online. A UMGC education fits your life, so you can keep growing while you keep going. You've succeeded before. Now succeed again. At UMGC, we believe nothing should stand in the way of your next achievement. Not doubt, not your life stage, and especially not an application fee. Just apply by February 11th and we'll waive your application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Mammoth at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Couple big wins on the road for the Mammoth. Now they're at home for 7 straight as the team needs to continue playing with some confidence hockey.
When we're going 4 lines, all 60, we're a tough team to beat. And I think that confidence is something that we have to bring in and night out.
It's your Mammoth at 50 update. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands. You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands.
Brock Heward will join us coming up in about 10 minutes from right now. And we need to make sure that he joins us right at 2:05 or else he shames us for not being on the clock.
Oh, yeah.
Is that how you guys run things in Salt Lake?
Oh, shoot. We got to be quick.
Yeah.
We got to be quick. I'm going to take you back to your days of convenience store management.
Oh, yeah.
Was it Will's Pit Stop?
No, 7-Eleven.
7-Eleven.
Yeah.
Which one?
The one on Main Street and 14th North. in Logan.
Main and 14th. Okay, I know the exact one.
Or is it 10th? I think it's 14th, yeah. Yeah, no, it's 14th.
I know the exact one.
Yep.
Okay, so 7-Eleven, Scotty.
Yes.
What would you do if you're managing that day and in comes a customer named Stephen Harmon? He goes by Cowboy at Heart 82 on social media.
Oh, okay.
But Stephen Harmon is riding a horse.
Okay.
And comes into the 7-Eleven. This guy is now going internet famous because he is riding his horse into all these different establishments. He went into a Tractor Supply. Yesterday he went into a Target, and this thing is just blown up. So he rides in on the horse. Now the problem is the horse comes into the Target, and he's got some sidekick that's filming the whole thing so they can be Instagram famous. Yeah. And the horse wrecks the shop with its business. Just takes care of his business.
Okay. I thought
on the floor.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. And those aren't light.
No.
If you've been around a horse, they can be substantial.
Yeah, and this one wasn't overly
condensed,
coagulated.
Oh, okay, yeah. It was, had a little gastrointestinal distress.
More mucousy.
Yeah, okay.
So he's in your 7-Eleven. It hits the floor, and you've got this kid that's sitting there kind of smiling at you like, you're going to be famous. How do you handle that? Because you're on camera. And by the way, there's a couple of people that could potentially be fired over this because they lost their minds.
I would. Look, at 7-Eleven, you can find. I would have found another minimum wage job somewhere else. I'm not worried about being fired. I am going. That horse is going to be in a glue factory, and that kid's going to be 6 feet under. I am beyond TikTok.
You would lose it like that?
Yeah. Oh, I'd be so upset over that.
Yeah.
And frankly,
I gotta admit, I would too. I hate these kids and their stupid Instagram
they're the worst.
famous crap.
And if my boss goes, hey, you know what? Just sit there and take it. We'll clean it up afterwards. You can't do anything. You'll be fired. I'm like, all right, fine. I'm quitting.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be around an organization that won't let me take matters into my own hands when a horse comes into my 7-Eleven.
What's sad is all of these managers that come running out of the back and they're screaming. The one in the Tractor Supply is famous because he waddles a bit and he shakes a finger and he looks like a complete dork. And it's tough because in today's world, these Instagram famous kids, they've got the favor of everybody else. Like everybody feels good about them, but they think, oh, who's the Karen that came out of the back and chewed him out? What a jerk. What? If I'm shopping at that Target and I have some horse come in and drop some loose nuggets, I'm losing my mind. I'm like, what are we doing in here? Like, I don't even want to shop in here. Now it stinks. Why is this horse in here? Some of these Instagram things, the one that drew the most ire was the Instagram famous dude that was going into grocery stores, opening up the ice cream and spitting in the ice cream and then putting the lid back on and putting it in the freezer. You saw that one?
I did not see that one.
Oh, that was a thing just after the Tide Pod incident. Was these kids that would spit in food and put it back on the shelves? But this is that. It's got to end.
All right. If you did it, or if you saw this happening at your grocery store, you're coming in, you want to get a little Rocky Road or a little cookies and cream.
You just had a spill Rocky Road.
Rocky Road?
Yeah.
By the way, there's the video of it.
Oh, dude. Oh, don't pick on her. Jeez, this is ridiculous. This makes me sad. This really makes me sad. But it bums me out.
Watch it. It's a beautiful horse.
Oh, it is a beautiful horse. Going right in there.
And it goes through the door and he ducks under the door. And they just trot and ride right in.
Horses can be really skittish. Like there could be a lot of damage done there.
Right. I mean, you got metal on that floor.
Yeah, it's not good for the horse.
Good grip for the horse. Like, what if he goes down and breaks his leg?
Yeah. Oh, this really bums me out. This makes me sick.
It's a pretty bad deal.
It makes me really sick.
Okay, so you were setting a scenario. We got to go.
Oh, yeah. Brock
Ewart
is going to join us next. We don't want to make Brock mad because he's already a little testy over this situation in Washington. Gather around the radio. Yeah, Brock Ewart's got some comments. You'll hear it from him coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Celebrate the new year by treating yourself to the best meal you've ever had. Ruth's Chris, with award-winning service, sizzling steaks, and proteins. Signature wrap, salad, sides, and dessert. Make early Valentine's reservations today. Ruth's Chris in Salt Lake or Park City.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Number one.
Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hanson Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ooh, this is not good news. Anthony Boone from On3 Sports reporting that Utah tight end J.J. Buchanan is in the transfer portal.
Damn you, Rosenhaus. He signed with Drew Rosenhaus. That was the first sign that things may be turning.
Steve Bartle retweeting that, saying, after sounding like a return was likely, things changed recently for J.J. Buchanan. There have been reports earlier this week from Michigan insiders that this was on the horizon, so you can draw your own conclusions.
Oh, that bums me out, man.
Look, I understand if you're a Utah fan, you're not overly pleased by that, but if Freddie Whittingham, the guy that found you, developed you, is now at Michigan, you want to go with somebody who you're comfortable with.
Yeah. Yeah, and that kid will be successful in any division, any level.
Yeah.
He is really good. He stands out. The good news is you still have some youth. You got that Hunter Andrews. I talked about him yesterday, who really exploded. I think he would have been a big piece of the entire season if he'd stayed healthy. But if JJ, maybe he's just going to test it out.
Good.
Maybe Utah can keep him.
Yeah.
You know, Utah's just announced their new tight ends coach, Luke Wells. That would be a tough thing to find out as you're arriving to the office. All right, let's go. Who do we got? Man, this film of this Buchanan kid is lights out.
Where's he at? I want to meet him.
He's gone, Coach. All right, well, this film of this number 10 here against Cal Poly. Was it Cal Poly where he jumped onto the scene?
I think so, yeah.
I think it was. This film of number 10, he's great. He's recovering, sir. All right, well, tell me about this Bentley kid. He's graduated, sir.
What's going on?
It just keeps going down the list.
Oh, boy. So, yeah, that if he indeed does leave, that is a big blow for the University of Utah offense.
You know, I was thinking about this when Kyle Whittingham moved on and was building his staff. One of the first things I thought was people are going to realize how good Freddie Whittingham was at his job.
Yes.
Because those tight ends were always good, always reliable, always draftable, always up for conference accolades and honors, always completely imperative to the outcome of a game for Utah. Always. Even when they would go away from throwing to the tight ends, they were still using a lot of 22 or a lot of 12, and they were getting some jumbo set. There's a lot of motion. Those tight ends were responsible for a lot. And Freddie always had them working.
Fly sweeps, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
They were running with them.
Yeah, that's right. Getting those guys involved in the run game as well. Freddie had dudes dialed up, and he had dudes in the pipe. He always had somebody lined up. And Freddie was really good. He contacted me on my cousin's kid and was like, hey, tell me about this guy. Like, the guy is lights out. He's going to be an NFL tight end. And I know that Freddie did his homework on him and went after him hard, tried to get him. But the kid wouldn't leave the school he was with. But I know Freddie was doing his homework. So at the minimum, he was working his butt off. And understandably so, if you're employed by your brother and your brother's like, if you make this look like nepotism, dude, I'm going to fire you.
Yeah.
I'm going to fire you.
And Kyle would, too.
Yeah, I'm going to fire you.
Yeah.
You can't. I'm not. And I'm sure he said the same thing to Alex Whittingham when he hired Alex Whittingham from the Kansas City Chiefs to come coach out of Michigan. It was like, I am not going to sit here and let you just be on a coattail. You got to work harder than anybody else in my office. Otherwise, I got to move on.
Yeah.
But I think that's what Freddie did, and Freddie was really successful.
Yeah. I mean, look, you go back in time a ways, and you and I, when we first started the show, I mean, you had Wesley Tonga, you had Jake Murphy. These are two guys that could have been playing for a long time in the NFL had they been showcased, and they were afterthoughts to the Utah offense. Well, Freddie Whittingham shows up. You also get some help out from Andy Ludwig. It was a priority for him to call plays for the tight ends, and boom, all of a sudden, Utah is putting tight ends in the NFL right and left.
And Troy Taylor a bit.
And Troy Taylor, yep. That's right.
Troy made some adjustments to the tight end, not as much as Andy, but I do feel like he made some adjustments to the tight end that made it a really nice exchange. But I knew when Freddie left, I thought, geez, man, that's a big blow. And then watching J.J. Buchanan sign with Drew Rosenhaus, that news broke yesterday during our show.
Yep.
And now hearing that J.J. Buchanan is In the transfer portal? Is that what
In the portal, yes. Not signed with anybody, not hasn't even announced where he's going on visits, but again, and it's courtesy of On3 Sports, so somewhat reputable. So I would assume it's true, but he himself has not sent out a tweet, sending out or his Instagram like, well, after long prayers and careful consideration, that being said, I'm in the transfer portal.
9 more days.
Oh, jeez.
Portal closes in 9 days.
Can't get here soon enough.
Portal wraps up January 16th.
What a mess.
But the players that are in postseason games get an extra 5 days. So anybody that's in a playoff game, a postseason game, gets an extra 5 days.
Okay.
Other than that, the portal closes January 16th.
All right, joining us now, we made sure we were on time, too, because last time Brock Heward came on and we were off clock. We didn't hear the end of it.
Shamed us.
I know, but he joins us now, Brock Heward. How are you, sir?
Hey, Brock.
Did I really do that?
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It was almost like an old It was almost like an old Colts meeting back in the day. Just chewing me out.
I was in studio. I was doing my show from back there, and I had to get to meetings, and you guys were just, whatever. Clock integrity. What is clock integrity, for crying out loud? Gee, yeah, now I remember.
Those two words have never really been issued on this show, describing us, integrity or clock.
Yeah. Those don't really, those don't fly here. Brock, how you been, buddy? Sure miss you.
I'm doing good, man. Yeah, one of them is one of those words is also not part of college football anymore. Yeah, that integrity part of that thing. No longer a part of that game, and my beloved University of Washington kind of in the crosshairs of that today, huh?
And I really hope your Huskies go to every legal possible way to at least make a statement to the rest of college athletes. Like, look, you sign your name on the dotted line. That's got to stand for something these days, Brock.
Yeah, I think we're to that point, Scotty. Like 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, in the court of public opinion, it was always, well, these student athletes are taken advantage of. These student athletes don't get anything. The student athletes are yada, yada, yada. Even though Ans and I were student athletes, and I never felt that way for a day in the 90s, getting to play and getting to go to bowl games and getting bowl gifts. I think some of which I still have because they were made of polyester in the 90s. That, is just indestructible. But I think that opinion is swayed. And I think people now are just like, my gosh, like enough is enough. And at some point, and I echoed the same sentiment on my show this morning, like I think this could be one of those tipping points where it's like, no, you don't just get the benefit of that. No, you are not taken advantage of. No, you sign your name, as you said, to the dotted line. And from talking to folks at the UW last night, this isn't a gray area. Like it was crystal clear. Like if you want $4 million, $4 million, then here's the caveat. You're not going to, have entrance into the portal. Like that's a commitment we're making to you. It's a commitment you're making to us. And 4 days later to renege on that commitment's pretty sad.
So, Brock, what's the answer?
The answer is a collectively bargained agreement. By whom and by what power and what authority, I don't know, Hans. But until there's something collectively bargained for our sport, until that happens, we're going to be in a state of utter just chaos and I don't even know. It just kind of run out of words to describe the state of the union right now. But there's got to be some, whether it's a business, whether it's the NFL, it's crazy, right? Like professional sports is somehow turned into the pure and the loyal and the right, and college athletics is tainted and ugly and just nasty. And you've got to have, I think, the sides agree, the coaches, the players. I don't know if unionizing, that creates a whole nother, just a whole other order of chaos. Becoming employees, then you got all sorts of other issues. But at least a party, an individual, a collective has got to come together and bargain some sort of agreements. Otherwise, this is just going to get wonkier and wonkier.
So Danny Ainge jumps on with Scotty and I once a week, just talking Utah Jazz, and we're kind of closing up the interview with Danny, and Danny goes, hey, one more thing. What's going on with college football? Well, this is getting crazy. And what I said to him, I said, honestly, picture this, Danny. Mitch Johnson calls you, the head coach of the Spurs, and says, hey, I want to come over to work with the Utah Jazz. And by the way, Victor Wembanyama's coming with me. And I've got a couple of pieces that are coming with me. And Danny's like, I'm glad I'm not in the college game. Because it's ridiculous. I mean, think about that. Think about if a head coach of an NBA team could bring his star player with him, what kind of chaos that would create.
Yeah, I actually had dinner with some pretty cool people in the sport a couple weeks ago, and one of them, who is a current sitting head coach, said the first thing that's got to happen is coaches have to honor their contracts. Like when you sign that and there's no tampering and there's no, and that was his point. He's in the industry and he knows how to play the game and has had to leverage the situation. But that's like the first thing. If coaches would just, hey, this is my deal, like in the NFL, right? This is my contract. Now, if I'm an assistant coach and a head coaching opportunity or job comes, okay, then obviously you interview like you're seeing right now in the NFL. But head coaches can't just all of a sudden rip up their deal, no matter what the buyouts are, get rid of this stuff. And this is the contract and this is binding. I'm here. Obviously if I'm fired, then there's new opportunity, but I can't go leveraging my contracts, and I can't have a couple of these agencies that have monopolized all of the coaches around the country, leveraging these things every single year. So that's number one. And then, as I said, having the players and having some sort of entity, collectively bargain, some sort of agreement. So there's rules and regulations, because right now it's just running amok.
So where are Washington fans with this quarterback? There's no way he can go back. I mean, you can try to sue him to keep him out of playing, but he can't step back on campus, can he, after this?
Scotty, it'd be awfully hard to imagine that, but stranger things have happened. So, Lane Kiffin, his journey of all the places, and you're like, oh, he's never coaching again. Oh, he's never going to. Oh, really? Oh, I don't know. He's continuing to find avenues. So I never say never in these things. And quite honestly, this is not DeMond Williams or just DeMond Williams' parents. This is the Wasserman Agency Group and their agents. These are money managers. These are, marketing agencies. It's a lot of adults involved. And you would hope that those adults would say, yeah, this is probably not in his best interest. He's got an incredibly lucrative deal. Shedeur Sanders got drafted, in the 5th round, started half a dozen games this year. He's going to make $4 million over 4 years. This kid's going to would have made it in this next 9 months, whatever it is. And, so the adults failed. The student athlete didn't have, I think, the proper judgment. And, unfortunately, a lot of the image and a lot of the reputation, a lot of things he built over the last year and a half are just unfortunately flushed.
From a QB's eye, 3,065 yards, 25 touchdowns, he had 600-plus rushing yards. From a QB's eye, Brock, is he worth all this buzz?
I don't think so, Hans. But that's the market and the going market rate. He decimated bad competition. He destroyed that. Pretty level competition. He was good, but he was 0-5 against competition that was better, and he's a smaller guy. And I think some of the rub here too is I think Washington was going to do some more things to, with him and his skill set, to RPO and get out of the pocket and do more college-y things. And he views himself as an NFL guy. Like he wants to be, the first pick in the NFL draft. And he wants to, and that's why I think Jed and the system was attractive, because it's a pro-style system. But his height and his size, he's a really, really small guy. He's smaller than Bryce Young kind of guy. And that showed up against the Michigans and the Oregons and the better competition that could keep him in the pocket. But he's a really, really good player. Wherever he plays next at the college level, he is unbelievably fast. He's super twitchy and dynamic. He's got a live arm. He could be a really productive college player. There's no question about that. But again, this is something also that sticks with you at the next level, right? Where judgment is so important at that QB position. And this is a judgment you're making 4 days after you sign a contract. Again, to renege on that it's pretty bad business in my mind.
While we have you here, I got to ask your opinion. You've called a lot of BYU and Utah games throughout the years. How weird is it when you pop on the TV on Saturday next year and see Kyle Whittingham in Ann Arbor on that sideline?
Yeah, seeing him in his workout gear, right? Because most of the time I saw Kyle was in the 1 hour window, which again is why clock integrity is important in radio. You know, like you got to stay on the clock because we'll only have 1 hour with Kyle's crew. And it was 20 minutes with the OC, 20 minutes with Morgan, and then he'd come in sweaty off of the bike or the workout, and we'd have 20 minutes with Kyle. And so I saw him in his sweaty workout gear a bunch, and seeing that picture of him floating around with his Michigan workout gear, yeah, it just doesn't quite feel right. And then to see some of the scorched earth leaving the state and taking this coordinator and taking that guy and making sure, you know, this was I don't think the happiest of ending. You guys will know it better than me, but from afar, it didn't feel like a very, very happy ending for the incredible amount of equity built there over decades.
I think it's just a bit temporary pain because everybody's watching these coaches exit. And, you know, Scotty calls games for Utah State. And now we've seen 2 Utah State coaches that have been affected moving from Utah State to fill gaps at the University of Utah. We then see Weber State get involved because they have a receivers coach that's pulled from Weber to Utah State to fill a gap of another coach that's exited. It really, the trickle-down effect, Brock, was very substantial. And them taking Jay Hill from BYU, look, that guy was doing some pretty good things there.
He was doing some tremendous things. You wish there could have been, you know, what cooler heads that could have prevailed. You wish this was not the exit in the ending. Like, really, after all of this time on task, after all the success, after, again, all that equity of these decades, to have it go out this way in the final chapters was just, I don't think the way anybody would have wanted to see it written. But again, to our point of college football and just the state of affairs and where we're at, and everybody is just looking out for themselves. And whether that's coaches, whether that's players, whether that's assistants, whether that's conferences, whether that's commissioners, it's been that way. And really, we saw that a few years back with the reshuffling of our beloved Pac-10 and 12 that just fell off the cliff and is trying to come back in some new shape and form, but will never be what it once was in that regard. And yeah, man, I don't know when and how this all settles. I don't know what train wreck is finally the train wreck where everybody's like, okay, all right, let's sit down and let's figure this out, because while there's lots of money flowing and lots of eyeballs watching, this chaos is unsustainable.
So, Brock, you are joining us, by the way, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I don't want you to get mad at me for not resetting, too, because you know your lingo better than anybody. But you look at the situation there in Seattle for you. You do a wildly successful show there in Seattle. And by the way, if you're listening to Brock, you're probably also listening to his podcast, because Hans and I have seen the numbers, and everybody listens to that podcast. I mean, we're trying to track down Schlereth, but there's no way we're getting to one.
Oh, I'm telling you right now.
We're getting Schlereth, Brock, but one's a little out of reach for us.
So Scotty, Lloyd, and I, we sit down and we look, and you see, I mean, Scotty and I are constantly number 3. But I got to look at my teammate Brock, who's number 1 by 6 or 7 times us. And then I got to look at my teammate Stokely. Because Brandon and Lana were 2 of our closest friends in Indy. And I'm like, geez, but Stokely's catchable. Like we'll
get those guys. We're not worried about that.
But can you mess up or something out there for crying out loud, Brock? Golden child.
I'll tell you what. Pretty spoiled here. I'm not going to lie. We're pretty spoiled for the first time in the history of Seattle sports to have the Mariners win the AL West and the Seahawks win the NFC West, and to have the number 1 seed and to be a World Series contender, and the Huskies are relevant. Even the Kraken somehow don't suck anymore. So like it's pretty good. Like if you can't do good radio in Seattle with what we have and the fan base and all of that, then you probably shouldn't do radio. So we got good talent around us, Hans. That's a big part of it, no question.
Well done. Hey, but the reason I bring up Seattle is, look, I'm a big Broncos fan, and I know you keep tabs with where you're at with the Broncos as well. But I'm not necessarily buying them this year in the playoffs. Like, I'm happy and I'm loving the 14-3 record, but I'm not necessarily buying them on making a deep run into a Super Bowl. Where are you at? Because I kind of have that same vibe with the Seahawks, but maybe I'm off base on that.
Well, I think both of them have a lot of things in common, actually. Scotty, number one, they both have a negative turnover differential, which is rare for the number one seeds and going 14-3 and not being really good with the football. That's number one. Number two, they have at times some imbalance. Denver, I think a little more than Seattle. I mean, Seattle's scoring differential negative or plus 191 is the greatest in franchise history, the most in the league, I think by 40 or so next to the Rams. So from a point differential, they're off the charts. Denver's nowhere near that because that offense, and you've watched them regularly, that offense fits and starts and doesn't run the ball successfully. And Bo is a wild ride, a winner, but he can be a wild ride at times.
Oh yeah,
as can Sean's play calling. So I think there's a bunch of factors involved there with Denver, maybe a little bit more so. And the AFC is wide open. I would say that. I would say the path in the AFC is easier than it is in the NFC as the number one seed because I think the Rams and Philly are, just neck and neck with Seattle. And Philly's a reigning champ, and the Rams, those games both came down to the final play and will again if there's a third time around. So I get it. I get the apprehension. But I'll tell you this, both of them affect the quarterback immensely. Denver, number one in the league in pressures. Seattle, number two in the league in pressures. Denver, a franchise record, 68 sacks. And we know this from history. You win the line of scrimmage, you dominate the opposing quarterback, you hit and harass him, you have a chance to win, whether it was Tom Brady undefeated or Mahomes at the top of his game in the Super Bowl. And both Denver and Seattle can do that. That's the number one seeds.
Man, it's been interesting to watch the New York Jets handle Sam Darnold. We watched the New York Jets beat up Zach Wilson pretty good. He's beloved here, of course, in the state of Utah. And then he's out in Carolina trying to find his footing. Ends up in San Francisco, but then Minnesota hits, he blows up, Seattle gets him, he's going crazy. Is Sam Darnold the real deal? And is that just the case with New York? Does it just sometimes take the right quarterback coach or the right system, Brock, for these guys to really spark and become what they're capable of?
Oh, yeah, Hans. I think fit is incredibly important in lots of things, in your radio partner, in your offense coordinator and quarterback in your organization. I think fit matters an awful lot. And for Sam, going to San Francisco, if you talk to him, was frankly eye-opening. Watching Brock Purdy, who is smaller, who his arms much weaker, who is not the athlete that Sam is in many ways, and watching Brock Purdy up close for Sam and seeing him just flourish with his mind, with his anticipation, with his accuracy was pretty eye-opening. And oh, by the way, a winning organization that he had not had in the first two stops in the NFL. So that was his incubation period, as he likes to say. He goes to Minnesota, wins 14 games, comes to Seattle, wins 14 games. Who in their right mind would have ever thought 3 years ago that Sam Darnold and Tom Brady would be the only NFL quarterbacks to ever win 14 or more games in back-to-back years? You would have never, ever bet that. But that's happened. And I'll say this, being around him and the team and the organization, guys, they love him. He's just the most normal dude in a sport that unfortunately incubates weirdos at that position more often than not. That the more success you have, the more fame, the more money, the more attention, you see it, right? You watch the documentaries, you listen to the press conferences, and you're like, what happened to that guy? He used to be pretty down to earth and pretty humble and pretty normal. We watch it in Seattle, frankly, with the previous iterations at quarterback. So it's been refreshing to see a very humble, a very selfless, a very normal dude stay normal, and his team love him. My Saul said this the other day, and he's absolutely right. If you view Sam Darnold as a football player and not like a quarterback, you fall in love with him. If you view him as a quarterback and, oh, gosh, he turns it over, and, oh, he fumbles, and, oh, he throws a pick here, and, oh, it's not always the prettiest, then you'll nitpick him, and then you'll doubt him. But if you think of him as just golly, he is just one of the guys, and he's a football player, and he is tough, and he is selfless, and he is really respected, you start to understand why he's won at the rate he has the last 2 seasons.
So I was calling a bowl game with your head coach, Mike Sanford.
I heard you crushed it, Scotty.
Dude, Mike's made for this, man. He killed it. He's really good.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's really, really good. Yeah, he knows ball. It was so much fun for me this year, coaching and learning. And if that door ever opens up again for me, and I don't know, I really don't know. I'm not trying to knock it down again. I know I'll be better having been around Mike's football, because that guy for 20 years, and he's been around so many different programs, and there's not a scheme he doesn't understand, and he has such unbelievable, and you felt it, energy and passion for the game. And yeah, it was a big time blessing for me. And with my boy being at Valor for a couple more seasons with Mike, hopefully we can keep doing it as well.
Hey, Brock, just do me one favor on the way out. Just let my boy Titus know that Provo and Salt Lake City it doesn't rain.
We're not there yet. Come on now.
I'm just saying it doesn't rain as much. You know, we've got really kind people. It's
NIL's flowing.
NIL's really flowing.
You know what's really funny about that, man? And Hans, you've walked this with your boy too.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens. Titus got a chance. He's a lot better than I was at this stage. I mean, a lot better. But who knows? Football is a crazy sport where you got to stay healthy and keep developing and growing. Truly, genuinely, when people ask, the only thing I say is I just want a great human being. You know, like I just want him to play with great human beings and great people, and you know, and people that are aligned in that care about each other. And man, is it hard to find in college football? Yeah. I mean, it's really difficult to find because the system is almost anti that. You know, it almost fosters everything wrong and everything selfish and everything look out for yourself and everything transactional. So hopefully, you know, we can figure this thing out and that path opens and just you can be around a lot of great people, as you and I were, frankly, in Indianapolis.
We had a great opportunity.
Oh, my gosh, so many of the people that, you know, we got to be around, Clyde Christensen and Tony Dungy and, you know, Peyton, and just good, selfless dudes. And that's the goal, I think, long term.
That's awesome. Hey, Brock, we can't thank you enough. We appreciate it. We got to do this more often. Hope you're well. Hope the holidays treated you and your family well. And let's chat again soon.
We'll do it again soon, Brock.
Yeah, and why don't you guys go catch Slayers in Stokely, okay? Let's just be partners in that.
Yeah,
One and two.
We're going to get them. We're going to get them.
Go get them.
We just need the Broncos to move here to Utah.
Yeah, we need a little NFL help.
We need some NFL help, man.
Yes.
The NFL, not having the NFL. I mean, we were just looking at these NFL numbers. They're doing okay.
Oh, silly.
They're doing okay.
Silly. Yeah. No question. All right, boys. We'll do it again. Love you.
Brock.
Thanks,
Love you,
Brock.
brother.
There he is, Brock Heward, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're not lying. There's a battle in these numbers that they keep tabs on at Bonneville, and it goes Heward 1 in Seattle, and then Schlereth Show and what's the wide receiver's name? Stokely, number 2, and then Hans and I are number 3, and we can get to 2, and we will get to 2 this year.
And by the way, this includes everything. This is all news stations, and this is everything.
Everything. Yeah, music, news, all of that. And so we're knocking on that door on number 2. Number 1 ain't going to happen.
We're very proud of ourselves here.
Yes.
Just so everybody knows, we went over 1 million.
Yeah.
Which doesn't happen a lot.
No.
So we're rocking and rolling here with the Hans and Scotty Show.
All right. Coming up next, we'll spin the wheel, little sports roulette straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for another edition of Sports Roulette. By the way, this segment brought to you by U of U Health, for you, for life. Fun show. Brock Ewart, kind enough to join us, as well as Danny Ainge. That's a heck of a lineup right there.
Yeah, I love them both. It's great people. Fun conversation. Very insightful. The Sam Darnold story is crazy, though.
It really is.
Like, can that happen for Zach Wilson or no?
I think it can. Absolutely, I think it can. Right system, right coaches, right talent around, yes, I think it can happen for Zach Wilson.
And it just explodes.
There's too much talent there. Like, I know people used to say that about Jimmer Fredette. Well, Jimmer was limited with size and skill set that wasn't going to translate to the NBA level. It's a different
type of league.
It's a different league. I think Zach Wilson has got the size. I think he's got the arm strength. I think he's got the intelligence. I think he can be an NFL quarterback, but he's got to be put in the right situation.
Well, the Sam Darnold thing has to be an inspiration to him.
Yeah, it has to be. Yeah. And so it would be great to see for sure. All right, Sports Roulette. We take some of the big storylines, we put it on a roulette wheel, we spin it. Wherever that little ball lands is what we will end up talking about. So, Lloyd, fire it up.
People were watching the Cougars.
Did you see the West numbers that were released? The TV viewership numbers?
Yeah.
Okay, so 2025, this is total reported TV viewers in 2025. And this is the only teams in the West. Oregon checked in number 1 at 42.9 million viewers. And I know we were just talking about NFL numbers, and these might seem pedestrian, but Oregon drew 42.9 million viewers. Coming in at number 2, the Brigham Young Cougars at 37.5 million viewers.
That's a lot of viewers.
So as far as Western college football, BYU checked in number 2 behind Oregon. They checked in number 2 in front of USC, who came in at 30.3 million. They checked in number 2 in front of Washington, that came in number 4 at 24.8. They checked in number 2 in front of number 5, Colorado. You got UCLA at number 6, and then at number 7, you've got Utah. Utah checked in at number 7 at 14.8 million viewers, total TV viewers. Now, 37.5 million for BYU. It was helped dramatically by 8.7 million in the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Yes, but also keep in mind, they weren't playing Colorado in the Alamo Bowl last year. Like it wasn't. Deion Sanders brought a lot of viewers to the table in last year's game. This was Georgia Tech.
What if Notre Dame would have been in that Pop-Tarts Bowl?
Oh, you would have broken 12, 13
That's what
million?
I was thinking, 13 to 14 million.
Yeah.
If Notre Dame would have been in it. That would have been a big draw. And it would have been good for Notre Dame. It would have been good for BYU. Yeah. And it would have been a fun game to call. Okay, so after Utah, it goes Boise State, Arizona State, New Mexico.
What?
Arizona, Cal, Stanford, Washington State, San Jose State, Oregon State, Hawaii.
San Jose State?
San Jose State in front of Oregon State.
They must have showed up on CBS Sports or something like that a few times.
So it goes Hawaii, then it goes Fresno State, UNLV, Utah State checked in at 3.4 million. Air Force, Nevada, San Diego State, Wyoming, Colorado State. So you're absolutely right. Like where you are, what time slot you are. But BYU was buried at 8 p.m. Felt like every game.
Yeah. The thing they had going for them was they were always on ESPN or Fox. Like they were always on a flagship network.
A nice network.
Now, granted, time of day sure had to hurt a little bit.
But New Mexico?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
New Mexico checked in front of Arizona, Cal, Stanford, Washington State, Oregon State, San Jose State. It checked in front of all of them.
Like, I'm a big fan of Jason Eck, but that makes no sense.
New Mexico?
Yeah.
They did have a good season.
I think, also, too, you add a conference championship game to that as well. So that's a little added boost.
That's a bump.
So that's an extra game that other schools aren't going to have outside of Boise State.
And Boise State checked in 2 spots in front of Arizona State. You can see why Sam Leavitt and you can see why coaching staff and everybody else is like, what are we doing?
Utah State got hosed a couple times because they had a couple games that weren't even on TV.
Yes, I believe so.
There was I think they want to say there was 2.
There was 2 that were on ESPN Plus.
Yeah.
They
got hosed.
That's dumb.
Yeah.
Instead of getting that CBS Sports Network game, they were on ESPN Plus buried.
Hey, by the way, this could be interesting. I like this guy. Adam Schefter reporting that the Raiders have already interviewed somebody for the head coaching job. Davis Webb, who is 31 years old. He's the quarterback coach at Denver.
Not the only. I think they've actually requested to interview a couple Broncos.
They want Vance?
I think that's one.
Ugh, that makes me sick. You can't have him.
Davis Webb, the Texas Tech quarterback?
Yes. He's only 31 years old. And, in fact, he was trying to play in the league, and Sean Payton said, hey, look, nobody's going to sign you as a quarterback, but I'll hire you tomorrow as a coach. And so he retired from football playing and got into coaching, and he's been Sean Payton's right-hand man with Bo Nix.
Are you trolling me and Lloyd right now that this guy could be the Raiders?
Next head coach of the Raiders, yes. He will be an NFL head coach. He's really well thought of.
Don't know if he's ready.
I don't think he's ready now, but
is he really an option? This is really
he's already has he been interviewed? I think he has already gone through the interview.
I think they've requested.
Oh, okay.
I think there's just been some requests.
31 years old, Hans. 31.
I can't do it anymore. I just can't. I feel like my my Raiders fandom is being put to the test.
It's okay.
Feels like by the minute.
I'll take this flag. I have it.
Would you take Vance Joseph? He was miserable as a head coach in Denver.
Oh, man, that one.
I think that's a
great DC.
I think that's a great lieutenant. I don't think he's a great general.
I agree. I think I agree with that. I would like to take a run at John Harbaugh.
He's not gonna. He's gonna go to a winner.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Davis Webb.
By the way,
do something.
What am I gonna do?
I don't know. Do something.
Okay.
So
this is your affiliate here. I'd like to have some input on this.
So I was going through the list of coaches that the Raiders are still paying. So you got $6 million you paid to Chip Kelly. You had $14 million you paid to Pete Carroll.
So you're doing your homework to make me miserable. That's what you're doing.
Wait, did they get out of all the Chucky payments?
I didn't see. I'm not sure if they're still paying Chucky or not. But they owed Josh McDaniels $10 and they owed Antonio Pierce $8 million. And I think they still owe Chucky a little bit of money too.
How much do they owe Pete now? Because Pete
was 14. So they essentially paid $50 million for coaches this year that are no longer
I wish the two of you did find so much joy in my pain.
Do I look like I'm finding joy in this?
Yeah, the camera doesn't lie. Actually, you are.
Denver just paid $48 million for Russell Wilson this last year.
Yeah, but they've got Walmart money, so they're okay.
Do you like how after the season comes out, Russell's like, it's spinal. He's like, hey, shut up, man. You just sucked. It's spinal. I lost it. It was terrible. My shoulder's ripped out. It's like, nobody cares, Russell. Just go away. Stop taking paychecks.
You got a beautiful wife. Just go right off in the sunset. Nobody cares anymore.
I saw that big release. Like, I was in a lot of pain. Russell, honestly, you're putting a lot of fans in a lot of pain.
Yeah, we were in a lot of pain watching you.
Yeah. The NFL's in a lot of pain for him.
I broke my back.
What do you mean by that?
My back is broken.
What, a vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
Oh, man.
All right, we'll wrap up this bad boy next. JJ and Alex coming up at 3. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Do you think the Jazz will keep Will Hardy around when they're ready to start winning? Well, they keep giving him contract extensions, so my assumption would be yes. He coaches great offensive teams. Jazz are a great offensive team right now. But I don't know if he's a good defensive coach. I don't know. We haven't ever seen him coach a good defensive team. Is that a Will Hardy problem, or is that a personnel problem, or is that a scheme problem, or is that, if you know the team is not trying to win, defense is the last thing you're going to try and do, because defense stinks.
Bingo.
Playing defense is not fun at all.
Was Phil Jackson a great defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly.
Right. Who knows?
You know why those were good defensive teams? Because Michael Jordan guarded.
And so did Scotty Pippen.
Period. End of story.
If your best players guard,
you have to guard.
Yeah.
Is Dagnall a good defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly. But Shea's going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Yeah.
And Jalen Williams is going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Are you ready for a new you in the new year? The Salt Lake City Fat Loss Program has helped thousands of frustrated men and women feel confident in their clothes, boost their energy, and finally feel like themselves again. So, what's the secret? Salt Lake City Fat Loss uses a science-proven plan to help reset your metabolism and lose up to 1 pound of fat per day without dangerous drugs or exercise. And right now is the perfect time to start. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Alex Curie here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. Get their New Year's special at slcfatloss.com.
Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or feel more confident and healthier as you age, Salt Lake City Fat Loss works. Huge New Year's sale is ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
After a quick road trip, it is 7 straight at home for Andre Tierney and his Utah Mammoth as they hope to continue some consistency going into the second half of the season.
We have high expectation for us in the second half. We talk about how hard and demanding was the schedule before Christmas, and we kind of battled through, and we were where we wanted to be, but we expect good thing for us in the second half. I think it was a big game.
That's your Utah Mammoth at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right, yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you.
Wrapping up another edition of the show, Hans and Scotty. We've got a little college hoops tonight. Utah will be in Boulder taking on Colorado. BYU is in the Marriott Center. They will welcome in Arizona State. And then those two teams set to do battle coming up on Saturday when BYU heads up to the Huntsman Center to take on Alex Jensen and the Utes. I remember when that game used to be such a big deal. Started doing radio here. Man, it was all about Utah BYU basketball. And now it's just nobody really cares. And it bums me out.
So what do things look like for Alex Jensen right now? This is shocking to me. It's the level of it's bad.
Yes. I was just showing you during the break. Ken Pomeroy lists the schedule and the results of the games that are already played, and then it's all just computer numbers. So it's not him predicting. His computers essentially simulate the games like 10,000 times and then use the stats and everything to put out a prediction. And he's got Utah losing every single game the rest of the year based on his computer numbers.
I don't even know what to say for Alex or for the University of Utah, but they've got to stop releasing videos of anything inside the arena because it's rough, man. They're throwing shirts in the stands and the shirts are hitting chairs. And it's like, shouldn't have brought the shirt cannon guys.
Did you just wreck another chair?
They fired the shirt cannon guys because they just brought in Dampier and Bird Ficklin.
Yeah,
that's the shirt cannon guys.
That's the shirt cannons.
Come see the T-shirt throwing guys. I want Utah to be back in basketball so bad, just because I think it just matters here in sports when BYU and Utah are both good at the same time. It was phenomenal last year for football. I think Alex Jensen's the right guy. I think he can get this thing turned around, but you're just going to have to dip into those resources and help him out. It's going to be a little bit of a build. It's going to take a minute. But I think if Alex can't make it work, nobody can make it work, honestly. You can get the ghost of John Wooden out there. It ain't going to happen.
That's the way it feels to me.
Yeah.
He brings in Wes Wilcox, and he brings in Martin Schiller, and he brings in Eric Daniels, and there were a couple of others that I can't remember, but he brought in guys that know the game extremely well. Oh, yeah. Great staff. This is a frustrating one. I can't imagine Utah. I think, the feel I get through social media is that Utah fans they just buried it and it's gone and doesn't exist. So they don't have to face it and don't have to answer for it. That's one thing I've seen on social media. It's like, oh, your team's terrible. What team? Yeah. It's apathy. It's not even anger. Yeah. The running Utes. The what? Who are you even talking about? Yeah. Your basketball program. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. Are you talking about the Red Rocks? It's like, that's what they're doing. Yeah. And this isn't healthy. No. Nope, not one bit. All right, that wraps it up for us. JJ and Alex coming up next. Hans and Scotty back with you tomorrow right here on The Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Start the year with a splash of flavor. Heartland Steak Co.'s Reef and Beef Package combines juicy steak and fresh seafood for the ultimate celebration. With the Reef and Beef Package from Heartland Steak Co., you will be feasting on Maine cold water lobster, jumbo USA sea scallops, 16-ounce USDA choice ribeye steaks, and 8-ounce filet mignon, delivered straight to your door. Don't wait long, because the Reef and Beef Package from Heartland Steak Co. will not be around forever. So treat yourself or pick one up as a gift for family, friends, clients, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteaksco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus $26 off with promo code NEWYEAR26. Give the gift of flavor this year with Heartland Steak Co. That's heartlandsteaksco.com, promo code NEWYEAR26. Taste the Heartland difference.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
It's funny about Kyle Whittingham. He does not care about his legacy at all, which is weird. I would have thought that would be more of a priority, but obviously it's not. I mean, the bitterness of sticking it to Utah outweighs his desire to have any sort of legacy, which is, I guess, kind of crazy. I mean...
You think he's trying to stick it to Utah?
Absolutely. Gary Anderson said as much. They shouldn't have pissed Kyle off. Use that word.
Yeah.
I don't know why anybody would think any differently.
I certainly don't think Witt was trying to do Utah favors on the way out the door. But again, to your point, like, what was he supposed to do? This is how he's become Kyle Whittingham, is these people around him. So he's going to go back to the well of the people around him to try and do a good job at Michigan, because I suspect he wants to do a very good job at Michigan. You know, he wasn't going to go out there and start over from scratch. I'm not sure that has so much to do with, well, let me stick it to Utah now.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Start the year with a splash of flavor. Heartland Steak Co.'s Reef and Beef Package combines juicy steak and fresh seafood for the ultimate celebration. With the Reef and Beef Package from Heartland Steak Co., you will be feasting on Maine cold water lobster, jumbo USA sea scallops, 16-ounce USDA choice ribeye steaks, and 8-ounce filet mignon, delivered straight to your door. Don't wait long, because the Reef and Beef Package from Heartland Steak Co. will not be around forever. So treat yourself or pick one up as a gift for family, friends, clients, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteaksco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus $26 off with promo code NEWYEAR26. Give the gift of flavor this year with Heartland Steak Co. That's heartlandsteaksco.com, promo code NEWYEAR26. Taste the Heartland difference.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome in, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. You okay over there?
Well, those of you on the YouTube stream here, like I got this like
What do I do with my hands thing with my microphone? I can't get the microphone to stay where I need it. See, there it goes. There it goes.
I want you to track this the rest of the day to watch JJ have to deal with this.
I want to look good.
It's not good for radio.
I'm a TV guy. I want to look good on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, as good as I can. I don't look good, but you know what I mean? I don't want a microphone on my face is what I'm saying. And this thing will not stay down. And then I can't put my hands on my laptop. And
isn't the word...
I'm having one of those situations here to start the show.
Wasn't the word... radio. Wasn't the last word that maybe we'd have to start wearing makeup? Have you been told...
That was an April Fool's joke.
Hey, Annapolis... Even, look, the producer camera's going to have to get fired up more and more, and you're going to have to start throwing on some Mac.
By the way, Annapolis, you're welcome to turn that on the whole show. You're part of the show.
I love how he's like, thank you, appreciate the
invitation. You don't have to hide in there. Everybody out there wants...
Don't wait for your mic to activate it.
I got people tell me all the time, like, you guys are all right, but I really like Alex Annapolis. I want to hear more Alex on the show.
Actually activates the camera.
Because
anytime that I'm speaking to you guys, it's not even
not popping up? Hey, Lloyd.
Well, I think you're in control of that.
Hey, Lloyd, can we figure this out? Can we get this guy? I mean, not that it's – I know you guys got to negotiate a part of the contract.
I mean –
let's get at least camera –
Annapolis isn't going to appear on the show for free.
Let's get camera appearances 30-70 on the show here for Annapolis. Anytime that mic cracks, it's got to be on. Come on, man. Turn the lights on in there. Let's get it going. We got lots going on. This is a packed freaking show today. You know why? Because we're in a market where sports is packed right now.
It's condensed.
And yesterday we were like, we were lamenting this like weird moment where we were like, oh, Jazz, Mammoth, both off tonight. What's going on here? Nope. Monday Night Football, or well, I guess it was Tuesday night. No college football going on until Thursday. No.
We had no football Tuesday
I know. We had nothing going on. I was like, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
At least Monday night we had that incredible FCS championship game.
Oh, yeah, Montana State and
that was awesome.
Illinois State.
Oh, man, that was fun. That was the most fun I had watching a college football game this year.
Kickers aren't people, too, by the way. I was actually following that the Illinois State kicker has his own like pretty big social media following because he films all the stuff because he films all the meals that they have on the road. He's all, here's what we ate as an FCS playoff team at the hotel.
So he's a foodie.
Yeah, because that's what people pay attention to. It's like that dude who played for 9 different teams I don't know where he kicked, that Cashman kid from anyway, he was at BYU for like a hot minute, went to like 6 other different teams, and he would just show his gear hauls. And everyone's like, why is the kicker getting so much gear? And they're like, well, it's because isn't UCLA like their Jordan school, right? So he just got stuff shipped to him, and he's like, look at my gear haul. So anyway,
did he tap on the box? A little ASMR.
He gets his fingernails all long so he can tap on the box. I just got some new gear. I can't do it because I don't have fingernails.
Why do people love watching that crap?
I don't know. Food.
Their own.
It's like, look what we ate. And they're wearing meta glasses and showing themselves go through the buffet, and I'm going, ooh, that looks good. It's 1 a.m. I'm all, that looks good, man. Give me some of that Hilton Honors buffet situation in the FCS playoffs. Come on.
Jeez. I'm almost to the point where I'm like, I think I want off this planet.
Because of this? Settle down.
Like, well, the whole meta glasses and like all the stuff you're describing, I was like, I'm done here.
Call somebody.
I don't think this place is meant for me anymore.
Well, I'm going to bring you back with this. Mammoth tonight.
There we go.
Jazz tonight.
Some Mammoth and play some grunge. Yeah. I'm back again.
Mammoth grunge is not going to help you, my friend.
It's going to make me feel young again.
Mammoth tonight, Jazz tonight. All of it's going on. We're excited because we got it all popping here. And by the way, Mammoth with an announcement today. Live press conference at 4:00. So we'll get that to you. We've got tons going on. We have a lot that we want to be able to bring to you. And so we're making sure and getting you going here. Let's kick off the show as we always do with the cut. Let's jump in right here. Top of the program officially. Let's jump in. JJ and Alex, let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Portion of the program brought to you by good folks at Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. JJ, let's talk about it. We're going to chat with our guy, Mike Folta. He's the Mammoth radio play-by-play voice, of course, and he's going to join us and talk about this big one tonight, of course. And then that's at home, by the way, 7:30. I think that's a 6:30 pre.
Yes.
So you got a 7:30 puck drop. What's the time difference for? It's normally a 6 and 7. What's going on here? Is it because of the special things that are happening today surrounding the Mammoth with a press conference? I don't know. But the Ottawa Senators coming to town. Where does this one sit? This is the first of 7 games at home.
It's time to start stacking W's and no more excuses and no more we need to do this and we've got to do that. It's time to do it.
Well,
this team is got to start playing consistent, good hockey. We've seen them play at a level that is awesome. I thought they were great in the Rangers game, absolutely kicked the Islanders' butt, and then they stunk in Jersey. Like, you can't keep doing this. And now you're at this point where you got 7 in a row at home. You should win almost all of these games. You're better than most of the teams you're playing in this 7-game stretch. You've got to start stacking W's. They need to get 2 points more often, game in and game out, instead of this 2 points here, none there. This is not a pathway to the Stanley Cup playoffs at their current rate. They've got to get a run going. You've seen what the Buffalo Sabres did. The Buffalo Sabres won 10 in a row. And all of a sudden, this franchise that hasn't been in the playoffs in 2 decades is right there in the mix.
Yeah.
Even the Buffalo Sabres have been able to find some consistency with their young lineup. This team is capable. We saw them go on a 7-game run already earlier this year. Stack W's. It starts tonight.
I wonder if there's also a moment, too, where this team – I mean, I think that yesterday I kind of shocked myself when I looked at that and went, oh, they were 43 – They were 43 games in last year with 43 points on a year that they were like, this isn't the year. But next year, man, and what we do at the beginning of this year, we definitely had a different expectation. This organization has an expectation. And to have 43 games in and 43 points this year, it feels like there's this, right, it feels like that there's this kind of running in place deal. Now, what's good is that they have given themselves they're still in that spot where they're able to keep fighting and kind of you just have to keep stacking those wins so that you can stay close to that because when you do make a run and when you do start to kind of pull things around, and by the way, they did. You remember last year they started to really make that run toward the end of the season.
Yeah.
They're 43 games in. That's more than half of the season, by the way. Okay? And more than half of the season, and you're on pace for 83 points. And last year they had to kind of move mountains to get to, 89 at that last part of the season?
That was well short. It wasn't good enough.
Yeah. And so you have to look at where the games are here and say, let's get this thing going. Speaking of let's get this thing going, Mike Folta, radio play-by-play voice of the Utah Mammoth, joining us on the program. Mike, what's going on, man?
Hey, fellas, heading over to a press conference at Rice Eccles here. So there's some
oh boy,
announcement at a football stadium. So you got to wonder if they're thinking about staff. We'll see. But yeah, exciting times here with the Mammoth, with the commissioner in town to make some kind of announcement coming up here in a few minutes. But other than that, it's the start of a 7-game homestand tonight against the Ottawa Senators, and this is a huge opportunity for the Mammoth to try and make up some ground.
We were talking about the making up the ground thing and how they're at the same exact point total last year as they were through 43 games. But what feels different about this team, or does it feel different? Like, even though you're going, all right, yeah, you're at the same point total through the same amount of time last year, through the same games that they were played last year. There's still this feeling of like, one, your guy Logan Cooley's out. You've had moments here. This team looks better, I think. Maybe I'm convincing myself that, but from a point standpoint, it's the exact same. What do you feel like is different this year that feels like they're in a better situation than they were last year?
Well, I think the team is better. First of all, if you pull over to the side of the road, throw out the flares, and pop the hood, and you look at the internal numbers, the analytics for this group, they're top 5, top 10, and a lot of these analytical categories, which they were not last year. Now the difference this year is they've lost a lot of close games. There have been a couple games where they would want maybe another save or two from whoever's in net. And so even though the results look similar, I think this team is better. And the numbers, the under-the-hood numbers, if you will, prove that. It's just a matter of kind of finding that extra 1%. And this year, the NHL is so competitive, guys. Like, this time last year, there were probably 8 teams that were like out of it by this time last year. At this point this year, you have maybe 1 or 2 teams that are out, but even then, it's not crazy to think that those teams could win a couple and get right back in the mix. So there's a whole bunch of teams clogged up in the middle, and the margin for error has shrunk a lot this year compared to last.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. This Mammoth team is good enough, and the analytics say that. I'm looking at goal differential right now in the West, Mike, and there's only 4 teams in the West that have a positive goal differential: the Avalanche, the Stars, the Wild, and the Mammoth. Yet the Mammoth are on the wrong side of the wild card line right now. How do you explain that, where this team has had a lot of good offense, they have a positive goal differential, but you look at the record and they're right there at 500?
Well, the nuts and bolts of it is that when this team has had a good night, it's had a really good night. Yeah. We saw that in the last road trip when they won 7-2 against the New York Islanders. So they're winning by a bunch of goals, and then, like I mentioned, they've had a bunch of these one-goal losses too. Utah's actually one of the worst teams percentage-wise in the league when it comes to these one-goal games. And so that's an area where luck is a little bit of a factor. Like, you just need one more bounce to go your way. But the other side of that is you have to find a way to manufacture that luck. And winning close games is something that every championship team has to learn how to do. And even beyond that, something that every playoff team has to learn how to do. But goal differential can be a deceiving stat because, like I said, you can be 1-1 and win one game 10-0 and lose the next game 1-0. But with all that being said, over the course of time, goal differential typically is a pretty good indicator, as you would imagine, of teams, who are in the playoffs or teams who are the best. I think there was one team last year that made the playoffs with a negative goal differential, and there was one team with a positive differential that missed the playoffs. So usually you see that number and you're in the green, and it means you should be bringing your dancing shoes to the Stanley Cup playoffs in April. But that's how close Utah is, where they have those underlying numbers. It's just the close games. They got to find a way to win.
There have been so many guys who've stepped up in critical moments. I think we were talking about Carcone yesterday and how big of a deal it was, how much of an impact guys like him have made. They're asking guys to do a lot in the absence of Logan Cooley, who is irreplaceable in the sense that nobody really has that skill set. There are guys who have different versions of that, but he has just something special, and you don't want to be missing on one of your young superstars that you've just signed to a massive contract. So how are they dealing with making sure that guys feel that? It seems like the team feels that pressure, that there are guys who show up on a nightly basis, so it's like, man, Durzee's there, Carcone's there, and on nights that you don't necessarily, you wouldn't hear their names on typical nights every night, when you'd hear Logan Cooley's name every night.
Yeah, I mean, hockey's the ultimate team sport, right? And so it's hard to make a comparison to football or basketball, where you lose one guy out of 20, and I'm not sure if losing Logan Cooley is the same as like losing your number one edge rusher or the number one receiver. I don't know how to draw that line, but at the time of his injury, guys, he was leading the team in goals and on pace to have just an incredible year. And we are expecting to see him back after the Olympics coming up in February. I'm glad you mentioned Michael Carcone, because he was a guy who had 7 goals all of last year. Well, this year he already has 8. So he's already surpassed his goal total from a year ago. And it's not like he's playing top-line minutes, Michael Carcone, either. I mean, he's playing third-line minutes, so You're not seeing as many shifts. You're not seeing as much ice time, and he's making the most of it. Another guy who's really stepped up in the absence of Cooley is one of his line mates, Dylan Guenther. We've played now 14 games without Cooley. Guenther has 11 goals in those last 14 games. So he's elevated his play when his team has needed him to. He scored a goal in Utah's last game at Madison Square Garden against the Rangers in a 3-2 overtime win. But you go back to the start of December, which is essentially when Cooley went out due to injury, and there's only 2 guys in the league who have more goals since then than Dylan Guenther does. And even casual or not non-hockey fans might know their names, Connor McDavid and Nathan McKinnon. So that's pretty good company for a 22-year-old Dylan Guenther.
After the New Jersey game, the New Jersey loss, Sean Durzi was pretty vocal about the team's lack of consistency and spoke pretty, I think he's pretty blunt of his assessment with where things were at, and I'm sure he wanted to get the locker room fired up. What do you take of that, him being willing to say that and then going and backing it up on the ice against the Rangers? How important was it to have that kind of leadership moment for Sean Durzi?
He's a vocal leader. He's one of those heartbeat guys in the room, and missing him for the first half of last year was honestly a big reason why Utah fell short of the playoffs. But he was telling us after the game in his post-game media availability that he took a late penalty in the third. He didn't like the call, and that was at a crucial point in the game when it's tied 2-2. Last thing you want to do is take a penalty. But he told us that his grandfather had actually passed away a couple weeks ago, and while he was in the penalty box, he said a little prayer, was asking for some help from his grandfather, and he came out of the penalty box late in the third like a bat out of hell.
He was pissed.
He was buzzing, and he almost scored in regulation. Like, he came right out of the box, and when a lot of guys would have gone off for a line change, he was like, "Nuh-uh, I'm taking this right to the net," and almost scored to make it 3-2 in regulation. But then he's at the right place at the right time and makes the right play in overtime off a great setup from Nick Schmaltz. And the emotion on Sean Durzi's face and in his celebration after that game tells you all you need to know. He wears his heart on his sleeve quite a bit, and I think the team feeds off of that.
Mike, as you see this team getting ready for this 7-game homestand, we like to do this as because it's our job to kind of do the guessing and the opinion stuff. And when you look at this and you go, okay, this is a crucial moment for them to step up, and now they do start to take that swing of they're going to have more home games in the second half of the season than they are the away games. They were absolutely pummeled with a tough road schedule. What do they have to do in these next 7 games? And I think we were talking about the next 14. They're 10 of 14 at home as well. Where do they have to be before, and that's before the Olympic break, where do they have to be before the Olympic break to kind of give themselves a spot to be able to make a move after they come back from that break?
I think as long as you're within a couple games of the wild card spot, you have a chance. The problem becomes when there's a bunch of other teams that also have just a couple games to go to get to that cut line. And that's where Utah is right now. I believe they're 2 games out of that one game out of the second wild card spot in the Western Conference. And like I said, you can be right at 500. You can look at your record, your points, and think you're okay. But in reality, there's a bunch of other teams that are thinking the same thing. And what happened last year was that the St. Louis Blues won 12 games in a row at the end of the season, and they essentially ripped that last wild card spot away from a couple other hopeful teams, including Utah. And so you have to think that there's going to be some team that goes on a bit of a run at the end of the year. It happens just about every year in each conference. Last year it was St. Louis with 12 in a row. The Mammoth need to be able to control their destiny a little bit more. And listen, there's 25 games after the Olympic break, so there's still a lot of hockey to be played. But I really think you got to be within a game or above the cut line at the Olympics to feel really good. Now, you do get Logan Cooley back after the Olympics, so you have that to look forward to. But when there's a bunch of other teams that are right there, you can't be 2 or 3 games out and think that, hey, everything's okay, because there's a bunch of other teams that are saying that same thing. And if you're not going to go on a run, somebody else is going to.
What impact will it have, could it have on this franchise to have 4 players involved in the Olympics coming up here next month?
We asked Andre Turney about this earlier after media availability, just kind of off to the side. And he had a funny line that I could share. He said the Olympics or these international games are like university on steroids. It's like college on steroids. It's a learning ground. And there have been a lot of examples of really good players or great young players that go to the Olympics and are surrounded by the game's best. They see how it's done, and they come back different. And I think that's a little bit of what Utah is hoping for Clayton Keller and JJ Peterka and Karel Vejmelka and Oli Mata, is that they take something from the best in the game. Because all those guys are going to be surrounded by greatness. Like when JJ Peterka walks into the Team Germany dressing room, he's going to be looking across from Leon Draisaitl, who's one of the best goal scorers in the league the last decade. Clayton Keller is going to be in that Team USA dressing room with Austin Matthews, with a bunch of other elite American players. And you can go on down the list. And so it's a learning opportunity to see how the best do it. That's the simplest way to put it. And you don't really get that in the regular season, but these international tournaments are the perfect breeding ground for guys to pluck practices and habits away from the best of the world.
Mike Folta, radio play-by-play voice of the Utah Mammoth, on his way to a live press conference that we're going to be carrying right here at the 4 o'clock hour. Mike, we're not going to ask you to kind of reveal anything except for the fact that this is a big one for the team. How excited should fans be about a day like today?
Oh, you think they tell me? You think I'm in the inner circle? I show up like a good foot soldier. No, it's going to be really exciting. Do you just have your headset on in your car, and they're like, hey, you need to plug this in at any point and just start going live from wherever we're at here, man. That's your gig. Exactly. Just on call. Like doctors are on call, but it's nothing compared to us radio guys. You got to be ready to go in at a moment's notice. But it's incredibly exciting. I can tell you that. And anytime the NHL commissioner, Gary Bettman, is in town to help make an announcement, that's how you know that something big is about to happen. And like I said, we can't talk about it necessarily, but it's something that even if you're not a hockey fan, you're going to want to be a part of, because it's not just too much. Lord knows Uncle Gary's listening in, and I don't want to.
Uncle Gary, oh my goodness! Everybody's got an Uncle Gary. Sometimes he can be super annoying, and sometimes he can be great. But that's the way the lives of commissioners are lived. And right here, we were talking about this before the show. There's no market who loves Gary Bettman more. If I'm Gary Bettman, I'm flying out to Utah every other week, man.
Well, exactly. That's a great point. That's a great point, because commissioners typically get booed, right?
Yeah.
And Gary Bettman gets booed.
Yes.
It's become like a part of the Stanley Cup presentation. Like, okay, here's the cup. Pause, hold 5 seconds while the crowd boos the commissioner, and now hand the cup to the captain of the winning team. But Gary Bettman's only delivered good news in Utah, hopefully everybody loves him here. And we actually had him on our broadcast last year on opening night, and it was a blast. And he is, I'll say this, he's the sharpest guy in pretty much every room that he walks into, and I haven't been around him very much, but it's pretty easy to notice that when he walks in and when you interact with him, and that's what you hear from around the league and around people, or from people who are around him more. But big news coming up here in just a little bit, so everybody better buckle their seatbelts here, because it's big things are happening in State 45.
You're not emceeing this thing? Are you wearing a tuxedo right now?
Are you kidding me? They have me like I'm an usher. Like I didn't get to be part of the bridal party. I'm just like helping people to their seats.
You're passing out drinks.
Is that what that Purdue education gets you?
How dare you?
4 years, baby. 4 years.
I thought you were going to say 8 years. I'm a doctor.
We're killing it in the portal, baby. We're killing it.
Good.
The Boilermakers rise.
Well, Mike, we're looking forward to it. We're excited about it. We're more excited about the rest of the season, too, because it's nice to have these one-off announcements that are really, really cool. It's really nice also to be able to follow this team, and it's exciting night after night. Good luck with all the calls here at home. We're looking forward to it. I'm still gonna throw something at you from the crowd. I haven't gotten the guts to come around during a broadcast and watch and see when you're on break, but I'm gonna do it. One of these days, I'll come by and steal a high five from you, man, during the broadcast. So thanks for hanging out with us.
Okay, I'll have our security aware that an armed and dangerous man may be approaching the booth.
Yeah.
So
well,
good luck.
That's good. All right, Mike, we appreciate it, man. We'll chat with you and we'll be listening in, of course, at 4:00.
All right, we'll see you guys.
There you
Thanks,
go.
Mike.
Mike Fulton. Has he got the best job in the market right now for play-by-play voices? Because it's just like it's going to be honeymoon period for a while.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah,
and the team is good.
And they have.
We're sitting here saying they need to be better, but they're fun.
Well,
and they're interesting every night.
Mike knows. Like if you think about it, these guys are way more invested than we are.
Yeah,
it's easy for us to fly by and go, hey, man, what the heck happened the last couple of games?
And then move on to the Jazz.
Right.
Or college
it's
football.
another for them to go when they're look, we've been in this business a long time. It's one thing for us to talk about things and we get off the air and we start whispering to each other and go, this freaking sucks, man.
Yeah.
Like if it sucks, it sucks. You know, and so and if it's not doing well, and I'm not saying they suck. What I'm saying is that there are moments that we've all looked around at each other and gone, what's the deal with this team right now?
Yeah.
By the way, the appearance of Mike Fulta, as usual, talking about the Utah Mammoth. Courtesy of the folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing faster together. All right, we'll take the break. We'll come back. Hey, let's talk about the disaster that is college football right now, because it's not the games on the field that are a disaster. It's all the stuff happening that surrounds it. And now, could some legal action make some changes? I certainly hope so, as Washington star quarterback Desmond Williams is likely not going to be Washington star Desmond Williams much longer. And if he is, it'll be under the force of being under house arrest playing football for the Huskies. So we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk about that disaster of a deal. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Former BYU basketball coach Steve Cleveland.
When I look at the football situation in Utah and what Kyle's doing, there's nothing about that to me doesn't make sense. He gave them everything at Utah. Going to Michigan is another level and next step. You know, what a great honor. And it's not taking anything from Utah. They have an outstanding football program. It's a great institution. And anybody that's going to begrudge him for leaving, they're just not very smart. When a guy gives you everything that Kyle gave, and then people are going to be critical of him and criticize him, blow those people off. That's insane. It disgusts me that conversation even take place. I'm happy for Kyle. I'm happy for his staff. It just doesn't make sense that people would have that kind of an attitude. Just very narrow-minded, and I'm not interested in hearing the nonsense that's coming out from some of these people on radio and TV.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply, subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com, your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Larry Markkinen talks about Cody Williams and his recent performances for the Jazz.
He's been taking steps forward, playing aggressively, and I'm happy he finally actually made a dunk. So we've been joking and get on him about that, but he's been getting more aggressive, and I'm happy for him to see the ball go in and the confidence is growing.
That's your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. The transfer portal's getting weird next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Of course, David Bowie stole this from Vanilla Ice years ago.
Does Mr. Van Winkle ever get credit for the work he did?
Mr. Van Winkle.
Are we going to give him his props? Probably not.
David Bowie, one of the best. Vanilla Ice, not one of the best. But still, he did it, though.
A1A, but he rocks a mic like a vandal.
I know. A1A Beechwood Avenue.
David Bowie didn't write that lyric, did he?
No.
Okay. I rest my case.
Guess what? Lots is going on. What did you say in the tease there? You were like, the transfer portal is getting weird. It's been weird from the freaking beginning.
This is new territory.
New wrinkles?
Now, we should mention there was some portal news locally that we need to share.
All right.
Many of you may not know, especially Utah fans. Will find this interesting.
Well, we might as well hit it then. Let's do the transfer portal breaking news sounder just for fun, since it's happening all the time. JJ from the JJ News Desk, and the only person who's qualified to be able to talk about other JJs in the world.
Breaking news out of Salt Lake City.
What do you have?
JJ Buchanan, tight end for Utah, in the portal. JJ Buchanan, the 6'3" Henderson, Nevada native, who had a good first year with the Utes, 26 catches, 427 yards, 5 touchdowns. We thought he was coming back. Nope. He is in the portal today. The freshman, you probably have a good idea of where he's going to end up.
Follow Freddie Whittingham over to Big Blue?
Feels like that's where this is headed.
The old maize and blue. Fine. We'll see how that thing shakes out the rest of the way. Bummer news for if you're Devin Dampier, then you're going, I threw the ball a lot to that guy this year. And when I say a lot, I mean like toward the end of the year, we saw that guy getting more attention than a lot of the receiver group was.
Had a great bowl game. And suddenly finds himself not a Utah man anymore. Now, business as usual for these kids who are doing business as usual. But the Desmond Williams Jr. situation up at UW is different in the sense that he's going to enter the transfer portal, except for he hit it with a do not contact tag, which means he knows where he's going. Which also means that it gets really weird because he had just signed a contract. By the way, when he did the usual, want to thank God and my friends and family and the coaching staff and University of Washington supporters and blah, 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 and teammates, I guarantee those guys didn't know it was, half of them probably didn't know it was coming. But instead, he hits the transfer portal. What you're not seeing is that this will be a landmark moment, I hope, for college football, as the possibility of Washington, who says it could pursue and will likely pursue legal action against the sixth best passer in the Big Ten last year with 3,100 yards passing and 25 touchdowns. And dual threat, obviously, ran for almost 700 yards as well. Washington was a better team than people thought they were going to do. They ran it up on Boise in the bowl game. Desmond Williams is one of the best. He immediately becomes probably the best quarterback in the transfer portal. Of course, you can't touch him because it's likely that LSU is going to be the team. It's likely that Lane Kiffin and his minions, and they are minions,
are hard at work to bend and break the rules that are out there. But the interesting thing is UW's like, whatever. You could suing LSU and Lane Kiffin and whatever the tampering may have been or may have not been. This kid signed a contract like 5 minutes ago, and it is immediately breaking it. Okay? Now, we've said before, what do rules matter about transfer? It doesn't matter. It's different now that there is hefty money involved and commitments that have been involved and schools making financial backings and commitments while other schools are making financial commitments to the same person in the background. These contracts, I think from a legal perspective, and I'm not a legal expert, but I think that you'll be able to see the smart people at the University of Washington, of which there are a lot, go, hey, we have something here to stand on. And whether or not that's going to make him play for the University of Washington, that's not the point. The point is to be punitive in a space where being punitive and punishment has not been a thing. It's been not just the Wild West, it's been wholly unfair for some of these institutions, and I know that no one feels bad for these institutions who've been able to get a lot out of these athletes over the years without having to pay and revenue share. The thing is now at some point, schools are going to have something in place. And I'm hoping that what comes out of this is that this guy who's thrown for almost 72% in his career in the 26 games he's played for UW, that makes him very, very desirable. But that was the reason that UW threw money at him and threw a contract at him and said, let's wrap this kid up, and then walked away from it, shook each other's hands and said, let's get back to work. And LSU is right there. They're right there. Lane Kiffin has done wonders with guys who have transferred in from other schools. You think people don't know that?
He has.
Think about Trinidad Chambliss. Think about Jackson Dart.
Yep.
Who was what number overall pick was he? 6? What was he? What did it end up being for him?
In the 20s in the first round?
Well, either way, yes.
Is that what you're asking?
I can remember where he went.
24, 26?
Either way.
Giants traded up to get him.
But now when you look at it, out of the rookie quarterbacks that you saw play, despite the fact that his team...
He was the second quarterback taken, if I remember.
Yeah. If despite the fact that his team is kind of where they are, firing a coach midseason and still being able to be a productive rookie, that I think people see it sometimes and they go, yeah, rough around the edges, but man, also a dynamic dude.
Yeah.
Right? And I think if you're looking and you're watching and you're going, yeah, no, he's better than Zach Wilson was for sure. And he has potential. Now, they look at guys and they go, we're going to put you in the league. Trinidad Chambliss might win a national championship, albeit a difficult go. I just hope that this thing, when these massive players hit the open market, when they do it, not in good faith, which is like a big, like legal guys are looking to see if somebody breaks that, right? If you're not doing this in good faith and you're cheating the system, you're going to get punished. And I hope that college football is going to look, and I don't care about the NCAA, I care about the idea of somebody being able to go, hey, these are the things you can't do. You know why? Because you're going to get your butt sued, and you don't have the recourse. You don't have the recourse or the resources to be able to defend yourself in something like this when you break rules of of contracts from a financial standpoint.
If you're one of those sports fans out there that's a bit fed up with the current state of college football, the transfer portal, NIL, the conference realignment, and everything about it, not just the player side, but the university side, the coaches bouncing around all over the place. If the whole Kyle Whittingham situation grinds your gears, this story right here is probably making you angry. And Damon Williams is probably the poster boy for what is wrong with college football in 2026. Not only did he sign that deal and then went back on it, jumped in the portal, which shows he lacks integrity, he did this. He posted his IG farewell during Mia Hammond's memorial service. Who is Mia Hammond? She's the Washington women's soccer goalkeeper who died from cancer this year, whose story really, really took off and resonated in Washington. For those people that live in Seattle and that follow UW, they were very touched and moved by that. For him to be so tone deaf to do that, there's video of the Washington football players in attendance looking at their phones and talking about what happened while they're at the memorial service. How can you be that tone deaf and that selfish? You care about you, and that's it. And that doesn't sit well with a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And those of you that love sports and you love the competition, you love all that stuff, but then you see this and you're turned off a little bit by it, I get you. Because this bothers me. And this guy bothers me a little bit. He feels a little too much about me in a sport, in a world where we need more people that are about us. And I think that if you're at the University of Washington and you're a fan, don't let the door hit you, man.
Yeah.
Get out of here. And more guys that do this kind of stuff, like you can do whatever you want, man. If you're that talented and you're going to be able to go get yours. But that's how you're going to be labeled, and don't complain when we label you as that, because that's exactly who you are. You only care about yourself, and you're only about making $1, and you're selfish. That's what you're doing. Go ahead and do whatever you want, so be it. But don't get mad and angry when people label you that, because your behavior and your actions tell us exactly who you are.
I wonder what's going to come of this. Now, you'll always be able to kind of, if there's a guy who's going to live on the edge, Lane Kiffin and his minions will do it. They'll be the ones to do it.
There's another story involving LSU that's in the news. The Brendan Sorsby's news.
Oh, tell me about that. Speaking of quarterbacks that are in the...
Ross Dellinger reported about that.
Because I thought people had it wrapped up. He was going to go to Texas Tech. But in comes Lane Kiffin.
Well,
right?
He tried to come in, of course.
Don't you see him? It's in one of those movies where the kid walks out of the room at night and just signed that awesome contract, and then Lane Kiffin has a cowboy hat on the background, and he lights a cigarette, and you see his face kind of light up, and he goes, "Say you're a good football player."
So LSU.
Anybody told you that I could? Anybody told you how good of a football player you really are? Because I think somebody hasn't really told you the truth. Come on, bad guys.
You're really good at smoking fake cigarettes.
I had to do it on the.
It's a good sell on the air for our fans watching YouTube. The story is, according to Ross Dellinger, who's one of the best that covers college football, in some documents, apparently LSU proposed to quarterback Brendan Sorsby, who did end up at Texas Tech, by the way. They proposed to quarterback Brendan Sorsby a $3.5 million NIL guarantee through its MMR partner. Now, and Ross goes on to tweet, in a fascinating window into quarterback bidding wars, schools are using corporate sponsors to exceed the cap with lucrative promises that haven't yet passed the clearinghouse. So LSU out there offering things that they're not allowed to offer yet because it hasn't been cleared.
I love the clearinghouse too, which is also a thing where they're like, well, you have to make sure that academically they're lined up with. It's like, what'd you get on the SATs? Remember how that was the thing? What'd you get on the SATs?
I'm picturing some guy with black rimmed glasses from the 50s working for the clearinghouse.
Excuse you.
Yeah.
What would you get? What was your GPA in school? It's like, who freaking cares, man? Yeah. There's some stuff you wonder, again, everybody's going to break the rules until somebody
Kiffin
goes.
has been at LSU for 1 minute, and he's already causing all kinds of chaos.
Yeah, it's good. All right. We'll take a break. When we come back, we've got ourselves a couple things going on here. Have ourselves a Would You Rather. 4 o'clock, we're anticipating a press conference that we're going to take live for the Utah Mammoth up at Rice Cycle Stadium. So stay here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button.
Check this out. Eric Weddle, kind enough to join us.
We need to get back to players that want to be part of our university, that will appreciate what the university can give them. The culture, the buy-in, what Coach Morgan and those guys are going to be emphasizing day in and day out of being great men on and off the field, right? Future leaders, future husbands and fathers, like those programs are what I want my son to be a part of. It's not the guys that are money hungry. We're not going to beg people to stay at our university. We're not going to overpay guys because they got other universities that are offering more money. Then if that's the case and you don't appreciate what this school can give you, then good luck, because we're going to be fine. The University of Utah is an amazing school with amazing support, and those who want to be a part of it, let's ride.
It's Hanson Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. It's a new year. I'm sick of people saying new year, new you. The thing is that the reality is you can set the goals and you can partner with somebody who can help you keep those goals with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. It's not the same old year of you saying the same stuff over again, writing it down in a journal that you stopped looking at after about 2 weeks. It's going to be you making changes, and Salt Lake City Fat Loss is going to help you out. The way they do it is they have a program. They'll share with you exactly how it works. It's not injections. It's not supplements. You're not buying their meals, thank heavens. They're going to help you out, and you're going to drop weight, and you can lose up to a pound of fat a day in those first 60 days. I lost 65 pounds in 60 days, and I've kept it off for the past year and a half.
Yeah,
you can do the same.
I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and right now is the perfect time to start this program if you want to join us. Due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale. Over 20% off, but it's for a limited time only. Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again, boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, or just feel more confident and healthier, Salt Lake City Fat Loss will help you reach your weight loss goals. This huge New Year's sale is ending soon, so schedule your free consultation as soon as possible. Do it today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
Looking for peace of mind and big savings on your home's essential systems?
Mountain Home Services has you covered with their safety and savings plan. Here's what you'll receive. Front-of-the-line repairs when you need them most. Annual inspections for HVAC, plumbing, and electrical systems. Exclusive discounts on equipment upgrades, services, and repairs. Mountain Home Services is proud to be the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees. Plus, every job comes with their 100% satisfaction guarantee. Call 801-543-2222. 801-543-2222 or online at mountainhomeservices.com and join the safety and savings plan from Mountain Home Services. Protect your home, save money, and enjoy total peace of mind. Mountain Home Services. Your home, their priority since 1954.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-691-9999. That's 800-691-9999.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Mammoth head coach Andre Turney talks about the expectation for the Mammoth in the second half of the season.
We have high expectation for us in the second half. We talk about all hard and demanding what's the schedule before Christmas, and we kind of battled through, and we were where we wanted to be, but we expect good thing for us in the second half. I think it was a big game.
That's your Mammoth at 50 update. Would You Rather's next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, everybody. Win Ticket Wednesday right now on the KSL Sports Zone. JJ and Alex. Hey, welcome back. Lots going on. Top of the hour, you're going to get a press conference live. SCG and the NHL making a joint announcement up at Rice Eccles Stadium. Start making guesses, do the math in your head, whatever it might be. I'll tell you what you can do right now, and I can guarantee it. If you're calling number 12 at 801-575-ZONE on a Win Ticket Wednesday, you can get 2 tickets to see Toto, Christopher Cross, the Romantics at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater coming up on August 21st of this year. Tickets are on sale this Friday, but you can win them right now on the station. So let's get it going. All you have to do is dial us up. Caller number 12 right now wins a pair of tickets. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-9663. We were just having a laugh during the break of more insane transfer portal news. And I saw this on Twitter. And I think it's good to get the visual because it's one thing to say, hey, a bunch of players are leaving with Matt Campbell from Iowa State to Penn State. And let's wait on it, though, right? I mean, come on. Ryan Smith wanted to get ahead of it. It's your own news. He can do whatever he wants with it, all right? But like I said, in the interest of college football looking so weird, a visual was put together of the Iowa State transfers of guys who are coming from Iowa State to follow their former head coach, Matt Campbell, to Penn State. And the number is currently at 19. They're anticipating 4 more, likely by the end of the week, which will put the number at 23 transfers in from Penn State, or from Iowa State to Penn State. Is that the most? Because I know that Cignetti brought a ton of JMU guys. Remember that? But bringing 9 JMU guys to
bringing that many guys from a power 4 to another power 4 is significant.
You're bringing a full starting 22
You're bringing
almost.
the Iowa State Cyclones to State College, and their Penn State fans like, hey,
they love it.
We're the new Iowa State,
and they're loving it because what are they getting? They're getting a guy who has a bunch of players. And, I mean, do the math. Would you rather be at Ames, Iowa, winning 9 to 10 games a year, which is what you've been doing over the past 4 years? Or would you rather go to Penn State with the idea of you're at freaking Penn State?
You'd rather go to Penn State.
You're wearing the most boring helmet in the history of football helmets, and it's iconic, man.
But everybody recognizes
But everybody knows what it is. Wearing a practice helmet on game day, doesn't matter. I'm telling you, this is a wild time that we live in college football. And when I saw this graphic, and it had all guys, just arrows pointing from Iowa State to Penn State, and it was 19 dudes. I mean, you need 22 to field a football team, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about Rocco Beck, the Hanson kid who ran all over BYU, their tight end, all of the people that made that team, minus the guys going to the NFL and maybe Abu Sama who's going to Wisconsin. Iowa State is not going to be our pick next year to win the Big 12.
No.
I'm going to go ahead and say it now.
Nope.
All right?
They're rebuilding in Ames.
That's all right. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back, and we'll get you that live press conference. Smith Entertainment Group and the NHL with a big one right around the corner from Rice-Eccles Stadium. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're moments away from an official announcement from the folks at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Let's get right up there with SCG and NHL combining for a combined statement up there. Let's take a listen in.
I'm Jackie Redmond. I work with the NHL on TNT every week. You can see them in action tonight on TNT with lots of hockey going on. But without further ado, let me introduce who we have here on this beautiful setting, by the way, here in Utah. NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman, along with Utah Mammoth owners Ryan and Ashley Smith. So thank you guys for being here. And Gary, I'm not going to waste any more time because you have a very exciting announcement to make.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you all for being here. I am thrilled to announce that right here in Rice-Eccles Stadium, the Utah Mammoth will host the Discover 2027 NHL Winter Classic. We couldn't be more excited, more thrilled. If I would have suggested such an announcement 3 years ago, before this team even existed, people would have thought we were making it up. But this is great for this franchise. Ryan and Ashley have done so much. The fan response and the corporate response and the community response has been incredible. So we're delighted to share this event with this great community.
Oh, yeah, clap. We can clap. I wanted to clap. I saw you, and I was like, we're clapping. We're doing it. Well, listen, we've set the scene.
That's the governor, you know.
We've got, well, listen, I know who leads around here, okay? So I guess good move by me. But we've got a fire here, a beautiful backdrop. So let's just chat a little bit about what this means. And Ryan and Ashley, I'll start with you. You know, Gary just said it. 3 years ago, this couldn't have happened. How proud are you, Ryan, to bring this to Utah so quickly in the franchise's existence?
Yeah, so first, big shout out to Taylor Randall and his generosity for letting us be here. I mean, I think this venue is going to be incredible. If you look at the proximity to where it kind of sits down where the ice, everyone's going to be able to actually watch hockey from here, which I think Summit's been a little different. So I'm excited. I'm excited about that. But no, this is a dream. I think as Gary, we've been talking, we actually came up here early in the process of even getting the team because we said this is what we want. I mean, we wanted our players to be able to have it, but we also wanted our community to be able to say, this is what hockey culture and the hockey fan base, and this is like the ultimate celebration of the sport. And it's cool to be able to not just have it be a celebration, but also an education as well for so many people to get access to it. And that's kind of what this franchise has been. It's a little bit about the sport that a lot of people in the state didn't know they really needed in their lives.
Yeah, and I love that about it. Ashley, watching sort of this franchise grow and the fan base and the fandom of hockey grow with it, what stands out to you about the fans and how excited they'll be for this?
I think we don't hide from the winter here. we own it, and we're skiing before work and we're skating with our kids, and I'm working on the skating with our kids, but and
yeah, you got a family skate coming up in 12 months,
right,
so everyone's got to be out there.
But we live in the mountains, so it's like what we breathe. It's very authentic to us and to all of Utah, and for sure this fan base, who also isn't just. We're not just watching a game. They're like half of the game is our fan base, right? It's half of the game is watching what's happening in the stands. And so I think it's just really authentic to what our fans deserve. And it feels exciting to us to say, you deserve this. You've earned this in a very short amount of time. But also to open our mountains up to the world.
I love the way you put that, because I think the Winter Classic is one of those very unique events where the fan experience is really at the forefront with all of the different things that go on, not just with watching the game, but around the game, the things that you can do at field level, the things that happen the day before, even after the game, some of the performances. And Gary, I was told before coming up here that this Winter Classic in Utah will officially mean that all 32 NHL teams have participated in a Winter Classic. How proud are you to be able to say you've ticked off all 32?
It was a long time coming for some franchises, but for this franchise, long overdue, but the circumstances and the ownership and the community has made it right. And just to add to that, in the very early discussions I had with Ryan about the possibility of a franchise here. The thing that impressed me most was he was focused on big things for Utah. What could they do to make a difference, to bring big things to Utah? Franchise, obviously, the Olympics, what's going on and going to go.
I had a crazy idea. We were surprised that no one had done it before.
Success?
Happy to share it with the members.
Ryan's always got a lot of ideas, a lot of big ideas. So, Ryan, I know we're 12 months away from this thing actually taking place, but, like, how long is your idea list? How big are we talking? I mean, I know you can't tell me anything concrete right now, but if you could, like, paint a picture of the perfect weekend here in Utah next year, what would that kind of look like for you?
Oh, my word. It's going to be, first of all, this backdrop was the opening ceremonies to 2002. It's going to be the opening ceremonies to 2034. So I feel like we kind of get a dry run.
I love that.
So I think that's pretty cool. But I think that's going to be a question for Logan. I mean, his excitement and the players' excitement, it seems like they're going to be leaning into this. And when they're leaning in and we're leaning in, like, good stuff happens.
A lot of leaning.
A lot of leaning going on. Listen, I'm here for it. Just listening to you guys and being around you the last few minutes has me excited for what's in store. And I know that you guys are hoping to make this the biggest and best Winter Classic yet. So you mentioned Logan. Logan Cooley is here. I don't have, right in front of me. You want to come on up here for a second and kind of give us your thoughts as a player? Oh, Gary's offering you his mic.
Here, come sit here. Sit.
Well, Logan, I'll keep it very simple, as a player, what do you love about the Winter Classic and what excites you about the opportunity to get to play in one?
Yeah, I mean, I think just being outside, you see the mountains in the background.
Yeah.
As a player, I hope it's pretty cold and there's a lot of snow. I don't want to be a lot of plays out there. I want it to be, you're just pushing the pucks.
You want bad ice.
Yeah,
I love it. I love that. You're pretty good, so it probably won't hurt your game too much.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I'm just super excited to have this opportunity and for the NHL to do this. Ryan, Ashley, it's going to be a special, a few days for Utah, and I'm happy to be part of it.
We heard Ashley talking about just the atmosphere at Utah games and what that's like. As a player, do you feel that? Do you feel how much the fans in the building are interacting with the game?
Definitely. I mean, not just saying this because I play for, Utah, but I truly believe that we have the best fans in the league, and it's sold out every night. The fans get into the game. They're starting to learn it a lot more too. So, it's truly a pleasure to play at the Delta Center, and happy to be here.
And I'm sure it's fun for you to be a part of that when you meet fans out and about. Just kind of like the fact that you're actually growing the game by being a player here and kind of putting a really good product on the ice. Last one for you. The guys in the room, when they find out, like, what's the conversation? What's the group chat like? Like, how excited is the team? Have you guys started talking about your arrival outfits? Like, that's a big thing. You should probably start planning now.
Yeah, we haven't planned any fits yet, but
get on it. You're running out of time.
I'm sure that'll come soon. But I think as a little kid, everyone grows up, playing on the pond or your backyard, and for me, I've always done that, and I think as guys, the little kid of us will kind of come out, and to be able to play in the NHL and the Winter Classic around the holidays, it's going to be special. Well,
listen, congratulations again to all of you guys on making this happen in Utah. Thanks for being here, Logan. I know you got a busy schedule, so we appreciate you taking the time. So let's give it up for Logan Cooley one more time.
Thank you.
And as Logan Cooley exits the stage, we are very excited for this Winter Classic in 2027. So if I could get everyone's attention to the big screens, we're going to get excited together.
Hockey, outdoors, it's unbelievable.
You got to get ready for this one.
All right, there you go. They're going to dive into a video presentation up there at Rice-Eccles Stadium, but you heard it here. On the KSL Sports Zone, the radio home of the Utah Mammoth. It's official, the 2027 Winter Classic going to get played at Rice-Eccles Stadium. I know that they didn't mention the opponent. I didn't hear the opponent from them when they announced it.
It is the Colorado Avalanche.
That's as good as it gets, right? When you
Rocky
talk about
Mountain rival.
That's
Love it.
That's awesome. I don't know, like, in terms of the Winter Classic, I always looked at it like, oh, that's kind of cool. They're at an outdoor venue, but when they play bowl games at football stadiums, I'm always like, here's what's cool about this is a fan base and this is a state that knows how to fill up a stadium even if it's cold, right? And it's one of those deals where I think that a lot of folks are not just excited about it. It's another tip of the cap to the folks at SEG, and frankly, they're pulling out all the stops to make sure that everybody gets visibility in this market, which is what you need. You gotta be throwing that visibility out there. You got to be making sure that your team is seen as much as it can be. And for us here in the state of Utah, it's like you can't get anywhere without finding anything Utah Mammoth related everywhere. But around the rest of the league, you still have to kind of put your stakes in and say, this is a big deal. So from a national standpoint, it's important to have this. It's important. If you've ever watched any of these nationally broadcast games or any of these, I've watched other teams' feeds of, the Mammoth playing against, Toronto, or the Mammoth playing out in St. Louis. And when the guys are talking about this Utah team, they're kind of just guessing about, they're just talking about, it seems gimmicky to them. It seems like, it doesn't seem, obviously they know it's a team that'll stick around for a long time, but they're not interested in knowing who the Utah Mammoth are like we are.
They're not in the original six. We get it.
Right. So this is an important deal for them to be able to stand by and go, hey, take a look. And if somebody does get respect around the league, it's a team like Colorado, which Utah, if you're looking, build the way that you build a franchise, the way that Colorado did it. And it's a good one to play against because they're one of the best every year, it seems like. They're certainly going to be one of the best this year. At that point, they might be the Stanley Cup reigning champs, coming into Utah for the Winter Classic. And wouldn't have it any other way, but having it at one of these open football stadiums. If we're not hosting college football playoff games in December, let's host a Winter Classic. What time of year is that? Do they
January
usually play
1st?
So it is a January 1 game.
Thing.
All right. That's as cool as it gets. What happens if there is a football game around that time frame? Like a week, 2 weeks before they're hosting a college football playoff game? They have to turn it around?
Fortunately, the calendar won't allow that to happen because they're not going to have home playoff games at that time of year. But
no, I'm just saying a couple weeks before? Come on.
Bring on more events. Like, more the better. We're growing up as a sports market, and this is a sign of that. 2 years ago, the thought of an NHL team, just 2 years ago, right now, the thought of an NHL team being here in Utah was a pipe dream. Mm-hmm. Fortunately, Ryan Smith had that pipe dream.
Right.
And he turned it into reality with the help of a lot of people and working with Gary Bettman and making this happen. Just look at what has happened since that time. Getting this franchise here, giving it a name, becoming an NHL market, the passion you see in the Delta Center, in their barn, every night they play at home, which hasn't been enough so far this year. Look forward to more home games. And then to get an event like this coming to town at Rice-Eccles Stadium. And we're not far off from the 2034 Winter Olympics. Mm-hmm. You just see all these things happening. You're talking about baseball potentially coming here with Major League Baseball. Just insane the amount of growth we're seeing when it comes to sports. And this is just the next big thing. It's exciting. And we're getting pretty spoiled here for a market that didn't have these type of things. These type of experiences. Now we're just like, okay, what's next? Give us more. Give us more. It's awesome. It's just so exciting to see this develop and grow so quickly. And as fans, you should be really excited about it. And the cool thing about the Winter Classic is it's held in a big venue like that. This is not a 17,000 seat barn. You're going to go, there's 50,000 plus seats at Rice-Eccles Stadium. That place is going to be insane. It's going to be packed like a Utah Utes home game, but for hockey. I know we're going to show out. I think we're going to put on a great show for the world. And you bring up a great point, Alex, is the fact that this Utah Mammoth thing is happened quickly. And obviously they took the parts from the Arizona team, but it essentially was an expansion team as far as identity and records and all that stuff in history. This is brand new. The hockey world needs to get to know the Utah Mammoth better, get to know our state better. and see fans here turn out and show that this is a hockey town. The people here love this sport and are embracing this sport, embracing the NHL. And a showcase like the Winter Classic is the perfect opportunity to do that. A lot of hockey fans are going to be tuning in to watch that game, and it's going to be special. And a lot of fans are going to start taking the Utah Mammoth seriously in the NHL because of this.
If you're looking at something like this and you are not a hockey fan per se, where does this kind of speak to the average fan? I think Mike Folta brought it up last hour. He's like, look, this is the kind of stuff where, you know, the mainstream sports fan who doesn't follow hockey, this is the kind of thing where they go, I'm going to try to get dude, if they're going to pack this thing out with 50,000 people, let's go. Let's see this thing, and let's this is one of those things where you go, put me on the top 2 rows, man.
Yeah.
Let my kids watch a hockey game from, you know, the nosebleeds, because that's a cool thing to be able to watch in January, regardless of how cold it might be. That's a pretty cool thing to be able to watch.
If you are just a casual sports fan, the 82 game grind of the NHL or the NBA for that matter, it's no big deal. Like, a game is a game. It's a night out with friends or a night out on a date or whatever it is, or it's a company thing. It's just a game. This is different. This is an event. We talk about the reason why football is king in this country is because the NFL and college football and high school football turn every game into an event. It happens once a week, and you only have so many chances to see it. And there's so much on the line for every one of those games. A Winter Classic happens once a year. And the NHL gets a chance to put that on once a year. And if you're hosting it, you pull out all the stops. It's got all the nostalgia. They play on the old nostalgia part. And obviously the Utah Mammoth don't have that nostalgia. And honestly, the Colorado Avalanche don't either, unless they're going to throw on the Quebec Nordiques jerseys. But it's a special thing that's going to get attention because it's not just a game. It is an event. And events attract more eyeballs. People are curious about events. And this is one of those events. And, you know, are you going to get a lot of people from out of town that want to come be a part of it? Potentially. It's going to have a lot of eyeballs and a lot of interest for that one day and that one moment. And it's going to be an opportunity for Utah to shine every time we have a chance to do one of these events. I think that's certainly the case. Everybody here rises up and meets the occasion and delivers a home run every single time.
We talk about how much this is like, you know, SCG's investing a ton in downtown. And fast forward, JJ, you and I have watched downtown try to be reinvented a handful of times in the time that we've worked downtown. Is this enough to be able to? I say this. Obviously, this event is something that happens at Rice Eccles Stadium. The
package deal is what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I tried to. I drove by the. It's one thing to look and go, hey, they're modifying the stadium inside and blah blah blah. We see the front facade of the Delta Center all the time. I was driving behind today where they're putting the players, parking garage and stuff, and all the things that are happening on the gateway side of it's like night and day difference. This thing is going to look very different. And then on top of that, you've got obviously the stuff they're going to do toward the east side of that, where they've bought the convention center, at least that chunk of the convention center. What does the rest of Salt Lake City benefit from all of the changes that are going to be made right here in this very heart of where we're at?
To be determined, but it's only going to help enhance it. I think the more you give people reason to come here, the more they benefit and the more it benefits. And there hasn't been a lot of reason to come downtown.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean,
no, it's been tough.
So and you know what? It feels like that right now. And it's not, the project's not finished, but we work here.
Mm-hmm.
And so we see the impact. You just mentioned what you've witnessed. Let me tell you what I've witnessed is it feels like there's something going on here every night, because you now have 41 hockey games on top of the 41 Jazz games, and you're getting every major concert. Every major artist wants to come into this market because they're selling the place out every time they put shows here. And there's some artists that are coming here and they have to book 3 or 4 shows. The top comedians, they got to book 3 or 4 shows because of the demand for the tickets. This is a hot spot. People here are craving and dying for entertainment. And we now have people here delivering that entertainment. And I think it's going to take time. And as the development continues, there's obviously a lot of work to do when it comes to construction and all that stuff here. But the reason to come here is there. To answer your question, people have a reason to come downtown again because there is something interesting going on. It feels like every night. And I'm trying to get home from work every night. And I come out of the parking garage, and there's a bunch of traffic and people driving around and walking around. And it's great. It's awesome. So we're moving into a new era here in downtown. And I think that everything, obviously it remains to be seen how it develops and what it ultimately is. You're right. It's fair. It's to be skeptical. There's been a lot of attempts at trying to rejuvenate downtown. It feels like this could be this attempt could make a big difference.
As you were listening in, if you just are joining us here, we've got, of course, the official breaking news that was the worst-kept secret over the past 24 hours that the Utah Mammoth are going to be playing the Outdoor Classic for the NHL, what they call the Discover 2027 Outdoor Classic, between the Utah Mammoth and the Colorado Avalanche. That's going to take place up at Rice Eccles Stadium on January 1 of next year. So that's great news for the folks here in the state of Utah who are excited about trying to figure this thing out. Again, getting to know this team a little bit, growing up as a market that is hosting bigger and bigger franchises. And, we were talking about this also a minute ago, before the show yesterday, and we just haven't had any time to be able to chat about it. But the Athletics, the Oakland A's turned Vegas A's, are not going to be the Oakland A's or Vegas A's or Vegas Athletics, at least at this point, because those trademarks have been denied. Ask the Mammoth what that looks like when it comes down to you don't have the team name you're going to. What happens if Vegas doesn't end up getting the Athletics name, or do they just buy it out from whoever was the smart person who bought the trademark there? And in the end, is this the kind of thing where you look and you go, it's another thing that just looks like a possibility? Not that the Utah Athletics would ever be a thing, or the Salt Lake Athletics, I think, because they said they're going to use the city name, right? Yeah. I don't know what this looks like, but in 10 years or in 5 years even, how close are we to getting that Major League Baseball team here? You look at these are the types of things that, peripherally help in the vision of being able to bring another of the big four sports groups into the state of Utah.
Well, I don't think you're going to have, and I think a lot of the problems with the Athletics is just bad ownership. It starts at the top, and that whole dysfunctional mess and everything that happened in Oakland. I actually want them to just stop using the Athletics name and just rebrand in Vegas. Just leave that all behind in Oakland. It belongs to Oakland.
Yeah, I get it. I
think they should do that.
It's a bummer because it's a franchise that is it's iconic. You think about,
and I know they carried that name from Philadelphia and Kansas City, but they failed in those cities. It's probably time for that organization to do a rebrand and a restart, and because their image could use it, just leave the Athletics in Oakland.
I'm trying to think of like a name that just travels around and gets passed around and gets. Hey, the Rams. That's a team that just keeps going back and forth between places to live, right? Kind of the
who is sports
Cardinals.
Who are the biggest vagabonds in sports?
Cardinals. That's been a team that's been passed around for a long time.
St. Louis, Cleveland.
Oh yeah, come on, give me a name here. Let's get going. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. We've got our Jazz Daily coming up next because we have a shortened show thanks to the Jazz who are going to be in Oklahoma City taking on the Thunder tonight. I would not want to be facing this Thunder team on a night like tonight when they were very upset how things went. What do they have? 3 losses on the year now, JJ? Is that what this team is at right now?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm disgusted by those guys. They're like the worst losers ever. But that's what you get. And the Jazz are going to be facing off against them tonight in Oklahoma City, and we'll talk about that next. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Some wet spots on I-80 in Parley's Canyon, and there's some westbound slowing between the Summit and the East Canyon exit right now. From Murray to Sandy, southbound I-15 is showing signs of delays as you head through Salt Lake County. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA to see the difference. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed, or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Start the year with a splash of flavor. Heartland Steak Co.'s Reef and Beef Package combines juicy steak and fresh seafood for the ultimate celebration. With the Reef and Beef Package from Heartland Steak Co., you will be feasting on Maine cold water lobster, jumbo USA sea scallops, 16-ounce USDA choice ribeye steaks, and 8-ounce filet mignon, delivered straight to your door. Don't wait long, because the Reef and Beef package from Heartland Steak Co. will not be around forever. So treat yourself or pick one up as a gift for family, friends, clients, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteaksco.com. And right now, when you spend $199.99 or more, you'll get free shipping plus $26 off with promo code NEWYEAR26. Give the gift of flavor this year with Heartland Steak Co. That's heartlandsteaksco.com, promo code NEWYEAR26. Taste the Heartland difference.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz play the defending NBA champs, the Oklahoma City Thunder. The game tips off at 6 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. BYU, Big 12 basketball at the Marriott Center. The Cougars are hosting Arizona State. Listen at 7 o'clock on 102.7 FM. And the Utah Mammoth hosts the Ottawa Senators at 7:30. You can listen on 1280 The Zone. And if you want to hear your company's name right here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at the KSL Sports Zone.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update.
After possession, defense takes a relentless level of competitiveness because there are so many situations that happen in every game. And am I supposed to go over the screen or under the screen? Well, the reality is that doesn't matter as much as not getting screened. Stop running into the screen. That is the only answer that never works, is just running into the screen and dying.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. Jazz Daily's next, and some breaking transfer portal news right now on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, the breaking news sounded right out of the break. Love it. Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. JJ, what do we have from the transfer portal breaking news desk? I promise we won't do this for just randos. This one hits us locally. That's a good one.
Just randos?
Well, I don't want us to be like,
you're going to call some of these guys randos. What if these guys become All-Americans?
No, I don't want randos school-wise. Give me the local. I like
only P4. Well, this one's not P4. Actually, there's 3.
Uh-oh.
Utah has just landed 3 players in the transfer portal, 2 of them receivers. Let me start with the one that most of you are familiar with. Utah State transfer wide receiver Braden Pagan has committed to Utah. That is according to one of these people that reports this stuff on 3, I think, had it. Okay, Hayes Fawcett. I'm going to give credit. I'm going to give attribution. He had a great year last year for Utah State and did not play in the Aggies bowl game, but his offensive coordinator at Utah State was Kevin McGivern.
Hey!
So apparently they beat out Wisconsin for Pagan, and that's a nice get for Utah. And Kevin McGivern continues to give in the transfer portal because another one of his former players has just committed to Utah. Kyrie Scholes, who was at San Jose State when Kevin McGivern was the offensive coordinator there. They have landed Kyrie Scholes as well. So Utah stocking up at the receiver position in the transfer portal, so that is good news. And they also landed an offensive line transfer from Ohio State. A freshman redshirt player named Isaiah Kemma is leaving the Buckeyes to become a Utah Ute. So 3 players that the Utes landed in the portal just today, and I think Pagan is the big one. I think he's going to have the greater impact of the 3 immediately.
There you go. No, I wasn't saying these guys are randos. I don't want, like, other schools benefiting from – I don't need to do breaking news on Lane Kiffin stealing another player from someplace, unless it's locally. If they steal from here locally, then I'm into it.
There you go.
Give me all the local transfer portal news I can get, man. Put it in my veins. I love it. That's one thing that, like, we complain about the chaos of it, but I'm like, oh, can you believe this transfer portal? Give me the new 9 names that we have today. You know what I mean?
And then and then the fans get excited about it,
Yeah.
which is fun. It's got a little bit of a free agency feel. I mean, what's the best season for the NBA? It was the off season. And free agency's kind of died. But back when free agency was at its peak, like the Gordon Hayward years and the LeBron years, I'm taking my talents to South Beach. Oh my gosh, July 1st or whatever it was like, I think people took work off just to wait and hear what all the stuff that was going to go down. It was amazing. So yeah, it feels like NBA free agency used to be.
I do love the fan reaction, the average fan reaction of, I didn't like them anyway when they're gone, to welcome in Boomer Sooner, man. You're going to be awesome. You know what I mean? Like the fan who goes,
Morgan Scalley's cooking.
Right. Yeah, when somebody goes all in on a guy they have no clue about, they're like, oh, dude, I've told you I wanted this guy.
Oh, my gosh, your coach is on fire. Going to Big 12 championship.
I know he's only a 2-star, but, like, I really liked his stuff when he was down.
This guy that's on his school in 4 years is going to be the difference maker for us. He's going to put us over the top.
He's a 3A guy down in Arkansas, right? Didn't they win the state championship? And you're like, did you just Google this? What are you doing? No, I've always liked him. But hey, welcome, man. Welcome. I love when they personally welcome, the fans welcome them personally. Or they tell some 21-year-old to F off, like, never come around again. Your name will never be mentioned in our home again. It's like, all right, well.
Especially when they at them on Twitter. That's the best.
That is the best. That is the best. That's what I'm there for. All right. Jazz Daily. Let's fire it up here. Let's get this thing going because the Jazz, of course, taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight. It's going to be an early go. You're going to get a 5 o'clock pregame right here. That's coming up in about 20 minutes. And so Jazz, Thunder, again, this is one of those things where you have 2 teams who are on very different timelines. And when you play Oklahoma City at Oklahoma City this year, it is a gauntlet. I mean, you talk about one of the best teams, if not the best team in the entire league, not just the reigning champs, not just with the reigning MVP on their team, but in a spot where we're seeing like a historic run from a wins and losses perspective.
They've slowed down a little bit lately. They're only 5-5 in their last 10.
So they have, what, 6 losses on the year now?
A total of 7 now.
Oh, gosh.
They got blown out the other night at home.
By
Con Knipple and the Charlotte Hornets. They've lost 2 straight. The Suns beat them the other night.
Ew. That's actually... Oh, yeah. I did remember seeing that one because the buzzer beater by KD.
Yeah.
And he had a little...
Dylan Brooks or...
Well, he had... I just know that they had won...
KD had one for the Rockets against him.
Oh, sorry. That was against the... Yeah. That was against his old team because it was like... it was Dylan Brooks, and I don't like the guy.
Was it Dylan Brooks or was it...
But I was like okay with it because I was like, I like the Thunder losing.
Yeah, the Thunder lost 2 in a row.
What are they doing so well this year overall? What have teams figured out about them maybe? Or is it, a run of some injuries or some other things that are making this team look semi-human right now?
I think for the Thunder, it's probably more injury than anything of, being figured out. Although, looking at the lineup, Holmgren, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander played, Jalen Williams played. I mean, they were full strength. So I think it's just like any NBA season is, even though one team is clearly better, they're not going to go 82-0. Now you wonder, like, why has this team lost 2 straight? Well, you're only asking that question because they started so great and they seem so dominant. So the second they have a little bit of a letdown, you tend to overreact to it when the ultimate reality is they're 30-7 and they're 5.5 games ahead of the next best team in their division, which is the Denver Nuggets, who is also one of the best teams in the league outside of them. So they're fine. Weird that they're on a 2-game stretch where they've lost a couple. Weird that they've lost 5 of their last 10. But that tells you just how incredible and how freakish their initial start to the season was. They started the season 25-2. So cooling off a little bit, but that's to be expected in an 82-game season. They're just so loaded with talent, and they're not gonna step back anytime soon. They're young, and they got more draft picks coming in. They're gonna have to make some tough decisions about who they pay and who they don't. But ultimately, everybody in the league is chasing the Thunder for the next decade. It's just the truth.
Decade.
Yeah.
That's wild. Okay, this Jazz team though, when you're looking at this from because on the one hand you go, all right, great, they're good. We know what you get with the Thunder. What do you get from the Jazz tonight in a road game that is just one of those they can log and you want to see them keep getting better. You want to see guys who can still step up. I think you know what you're getting now on a nightly basis from guys like Lauri Markkanen and Keontae George. The question is who else are you looking to see keep developing? We've actually seen some nice play out of Cody. I say actually, like that's kind of but Cody Williams is a guy that everybody's like, you better step up.
We've been waiting for Cody Williams to show that he's going to last. I know you overreact again. You got to remind yourself it's his second year. And look, I think Keontae George is a cautionary tale for all of us that tend to overanalyze. Patience is required. Mm-hmm. And I think that there is a situation here in Utah where there can be patience for Cody Williams. I think if he was drafted somewhere else where they expected a rookie to come in, and you got to try to, in order to make that roster and stay on the roster, you've got to play a little ahead of your years. He didn't have to do that here. So I think it's good that Cody's showing those flashes. There's still a long way to go, but that's been a positive development recently that Cody Williams is coming off the bench, making some nice plays. He's showing off his explosiveness. That dude can get to the rim and finish at an elite level, and he's showing that right now. But that's what you want to see out of this team. As far as where the Jazz currently are at, if you're watching them, you're like, this team's a lot more fun to watch. Keontae and Lauri are 2 of the best players in the league. That's just the truth. But the fact is they've lost 8 of their last 10 games. And at 12-23 right now, they have the 3rd worst record in the West. And they are officially now, I think they're the 6th worst overall in the league. So you got to be happy that they're making a lot of progress and getting better, but you can also be happy that this concern you have about them conveying that pick, you're starting to see it temper a little bit. You're starting to see the season develop and go along, and you're seeing the Jazz fall a little farther down to the bottom of the league in the standings, which should help them protect that pick.
Real quick before we get out to the break here, get you ready for basketball, is what's Ace Bailey's situation on this final? Oh, he's questionable tonight. Still questionable, so obviously like a game-time decision then.
It's better than out, so that's progress.
Better than out. You don't want to get him going too quick, but I think people do want to see what Ace Bailey and available
welcome
tonight.
back, Ace Bailey.
All right, so you get to see what he's like up against the best in the league, or one of the best in the league in SGA. So, all right, we'll take the break here. We'll come back, get you ready for Jazz basketball. Next, right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound I-15 is moving slowly past the south interchange between Murray and Midville. Additional southbound slowdowns in Salt Lake County on Mountain View and Bangor approaching 35th South in West Valley City. Coming out of Park City, northbound SR 224 is crawling along from the Canyons Resort area up to I-80. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPave Utah keeps things smooth with GoPave Utah and expert asphalt maintenance at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Do you think the Jazz will keep Will Hardy around when they're ready to start winning? Well, they keep giving him contract extensions, so my assumption would be yes. He coaches great offensive teams. Jazz are a great offensive team right now. But I don't know if he's a good defensive coach. I don't know. We haven't ever seen him coach a good defensive team. Is that a Will Hardy problem, or is that a personnel problem, or is that a scheme problem, or is that, if you know the team is not trying to win, defense is the last thing you're going to try and do, because defense stinks.
Bingo.
Playing defense is not fun at all.
Was Phil Jackson a great defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly.
Right. Who
but
knows?
You know why those were good defensive teams? Because Michael Jordan guarded.
And so did Scotty Pippen.
Period. End of story.
If your best players guard,
you have to guard.
Yeah.
Is Dagnall a good defensive coach? I have no idea, honestly. But Shea's going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Yeah.
And Jalen Williams is going to guard, so that means you're going to guard.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss, SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. Go check it out. Go see the specials that they have. You're going to get money off for doing the program by mentioning JJ and Alex, and it's a program that's going to change your life, not just because of the weight loss part. That's huge. Obviously, the dropping the weight part is big. That 60-day reduction phase is massive, and you're going to see results when you follow this program. But more importantly, you're going to be able to keep it off long term, and that's been the success that I've had on this program. 18 months in, I'm still 65-plus pounds down after that first initial reduction phase, and I'm keeping it off. I'm doing it the rest of my life, man. Let's get it going.
Yeah, I lost 40 pounds in 60 days on this program. It works. You will achieve your weight loss goals if you follow this program. Whether you want to love what you see in the mirror again or boost your energy, fit better in your clothes, whatever your goal is, whatever you're looking to do, Salt Lake City Fat Loss can help you reach that. And now is a great time to give this a shot because due to overwhelming demand, Salt Lake City Fat Loss has extended their huge New Year's sale, over 20% off for a limited time only. So take advantage of this sale. It's ending soon. Schedule your free consultation today at slcfatloss.com and lock in your savings. That's slcfatloss.com.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Head coach Andre Tourigny highlights Daniil Boots' performance in the win against the Rangers.
I really like this game today in a lot of aspects. They went at him, did not intimidate him at all. He kept going in the net. He kept cutting in the net. He had great chance. He made great play throughout the game, along the wall, with the puck, without the puck. So really like this game tonight.
That is your Mammoth at 50 update. We're going to get you ready for Jazz and Thunder next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Utah Jazz facing off tonight against the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's coming up next. Your pregame at 5 o'clock and then a tip-off at 6. Don't forget, though, how about the puck dropping for the Utah Mammoth at 7:30 tonight, a 6:30 pre over on 1280 AM. So darn that luck. You've got two big franchises doing their thing tonight in the Thunder, or the Jazz at the Thunder, and the Mammoth hosting the Ottawa Senators, of course, on the back of their announcement today of the move to have the Winter Classic at Rice-Eccles Stadium. You heard the commissioner of the NHL, Gary Bettman, up making that announcement. The governor was there. All the people were there. And it's going to be held at Rice-Eccles Stadium, and that's a cool thing for them. So big sports day, lots of breaking news that happened, lots of stuff that's going on. And
a lot of portal action.
But give me that hot portal action.
Can you say that on the radio?
More importantly, you've got two big local teams facing off tonight. How did the Mammoth do against Ottawa tonight?
Oh, they're going to get a win. Mammoth are going to get a win tonight, coming back home. I know that first game home after a road trip can be a little funny, but I think there was an energy and a fire that they found in MSG on the other night, and I think they come home and they start building something. That's what I expect. If they don't, it's a failure. Now is the time. This team is ready. I know they miss Logan Cooley, but they have enough talent to beat Ottawa. Ottawa's at the bottom of the standings in the East. Mm-hmm. Get a win tonight.
What's wild is they're at the bottom of the standings in their division, very dead last place in the Eastern Atlantic Division. 2 more points than the Utah Mammoth and a better record overall. Just wild. And they've played 2 fewer games. So this is a team that's in a highly competitive division, albeit not the most difficult.
To your point, the worst team in the East, the Columbus Blue Jackets, has 43 points. That's what the Mammoth have.
Yeah.
And they're only two points out of a playoff spot. So.
Well, I think a lot of folks are hoping that one gets turned around for the Mammoth, and they can start to rattle off some wins at home, and that the long road trip for Ottawa is going to end up being a payoff for them. Jazz at Thunder. How does this one go out? You can find out next right here on. Don't make that noise on the KSL Sports Zone. Stay right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting